Alright, hello everyone and welcome. It is TMP, and we are playing
Hello, everyone.
Fire Emblem 4. Seisen no Kifu, as it's called in Japan, or Genealogy of the Holy War, a slightly less pithy title for America, or for English rather, because this game has never been officially released. But what we're looking at here is the sort of intro cinematic, which is in Japanese, as you may notice.
Yes.
So what it's describing right now is like a dark time in the past of the lore of the game, where there's a sort of great evil that came and 12 gods were prayed to and kind of blessed 12 crusaders to save the world. So that's what we're seeing here is these 12 flames representing those gods. And so that is the background lore of this game, and also they kind of copy this same lore for Fire Emblem 6 and 7, which is the Roy Fire Emblem. For you Smash Brothers players out there. So there's the Dark Dragon, classic Fire Emblem thing, and also a Holy Dragon as well.
Hello.
Yep.
I stopped hearing you in Discord for a bit there.
Uh-oh.
It might have been the server even. I don't know.
Who knows?
Okay, well, that's fine.
Maybe it was just because I was being quiet for a second there as well.
Maybe, but you definitely cut off. So just.
All right. Well, there's not too much to that cinematic. It's just there used to be evil happening, and then there were 12 heroes who stopped it.
Yeah.
And they each had a weapon, a signature weapon sort of thing, which is what we saw at the very end. There was the 12 holy weapons coming in.
Okay, cool.
And I'm just going to turn down the emulator and my volume mixer for a second here because it sounded loud to me. Alright, so let's, with no further ado, let's get into the game. So what we have here is the Jugdral Chronology, which is the world this is in. So, you know, it starts with, like, the year 1 is after the 12 Crusaders happened, and then we have a bunch of significant events scrolling by here, including the Great Purge with over 100,000 casualties.
Okay, yeah. Write these down. These will be on the exam.
Yes. So it's 648, the Lopto Empire falls.
It's like a speed lore dump.
It is, yes. And then the last one, the 757, I think it was, is the current day, basically, of the world. So we're going to get a slower lore dump here,
Okay.
explaining the politics of the region. So you might notice that this is, this game will have a little bit more of the sort of, like, political machinationing going on than Fire Emblem 1, which was quite straightforward with, you know, just good and evil, really, in Fire Emblem 1. So we're just getting kind of getting the outline of the world as it currently stands. We have the big old kingdom of Granbell, which has 6 duchies within it, all tracing their lineage, like, of the nobility back to the 12 Crusaders from the lore.
Okay.
So
it says Granbell here, but it said Granvale in the little text.
yeah, this is kind of an old translation. I think that's all we can really get into with this. I think this is like the oldest fan translation by Twill Kitri.
Okay.
So it does have some issues, like the fact that the Japanese in the like intro cinematic wasn't translated with B1. You can find ROM hacks for this that do have it translated. I just didn't.
That's fair. You wanted to go with the original, the way it was meant to be played.
Well, each time I try to patch things with the IPS patcher I have, it just makes the ROMs not work.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I was just kind of like gave up on it and just used like the ROM that I already had lying around from years ago.
Sure. Pre-patched.
Yeah, so we're getting like a quick summary of each of the duchies that exist within Granbell.
Right.
Which is in a state of crisis, apparently.
State of drama.
Yeah, so Granbell is kind of the, like, greatest power of the continent that we see here. That kind of dominates the overall politics. But, it is being challenged by Isaac, which you see in the east, who's attacking a town sort of bordering between them. In the Yid Desert. Yeah, Granbell / Granvale. So Granbell decides to subdue Isaac.
That, seems warranted.
Yes, and so a lot of the, like, leading nobility of Granbell kind of takes an army to go out and go to war with Isaac, essentially.
Uh-huh.
Including Prince Kurt and Lord Violin, who is the father of the main character that we'll be getting introduced to in a minute.
Uh-huh.
And then a few people stayed behind in Granbell, including Sigurd, the main character. And of course, this text is just showing us that Granbell thinks this is completely safe because it is allied with the two countries to its west.
Yeah. This is a classic World War I situation.
Yes, but then Verdane Kingdom takes a massive army and invades Granbell, so they betrayed the alliance.
Damn.
Sort of sensing an opportunity to take down the big country of the region, of course. Well, it's at war elsewhere. Yes, so of course we're getting introduced to our main character here, Sigurd, who is rightly terrified to be facing an invasion, as the text filled us in. But he does make the decision to take up arms, so that's good.
Bravery is not the lack of fear, but facing your fear. So.
Yes, and I guess once we get into the gameplay, we'll be able to assess how warranted such a fear might be. Okay, I'm going to turn the game volume down even slightly lower.
Very brassy music.
Yes, so very Super Nintendo, because this is a Super Famicom game.
Right.
In fact, this game came out on May 14th of 1996, and N64 would launch in June of 1996, so again, just like Fire Emblem 1, we're really kind of cutting it close on the end of a console's lifespan.
Oh yeah, wow.
And again, the sequel to this game, well, the interquel to this game, as it is a rare example of, Thracia 776 would come out for the Super Famicom in 1999, so very fun.
Wait, so Fire Emblem 1 and 4 all came out like just didn't Fire Emblem 1 come out just before the
Super Famicom's launch on the Famicom, and then
okay, yeah.
And then we have Fire Emblem 4 coming out like near the end of the Super Famicom's lifespan, and then Fire Emblem 5 coming out on the Super Famicom near the end of the N64's lifespan. So
right, I misheard you. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, did they release like 4 games and stuff? Yeah, okay, it makes much more sense.
Yes. So what we're seeing here is kind of another showing of the same thing that the map was summarizing, where Sigurd is holed in Chalfie, and then the castle across the way, which is being guarded by Aideen and her her vassal there. One of her knights is being attacked, and so now Sigurd and his knights are talking about how they're gonna sortie out and save the day here.
Yes, chivalrously.
Yes. So apparently Sigurd's initial plan was just to go out and fight on his own, because he's not willing to risk his knights' lives. Yes, very chivalrous indeed. But the knights, being equally chivalrous, decide to help out after all.
Okay, it's one of those things. It's like, no, I'll pay for dinner. No, please, I.
Yes, exactly like that. Not very accurate to real world knights who would just like rape and pillage whatever they
Yes,
wanted.
apparently. They needed those tournaments to blow off steam.
Yes, to satisfy their bloodlust.
Yeah.
And we're talking about with a little kid named Oife here, who's like too young to fight, but is apparently tactically gifted.
Okay. Played a lot of video games.
Yes, he's 14 years old.
Yeah, I think I was better at games when I was 14.
Yes, I've heard you say so. I think I was probably worse at them.
I probably was worse, but I felt like I was better maybe.
Yeah. I think I had more self-confidence when I was like 14 to 15.
Mm-hmm.
I think I had the most self-confidence when I was like 6, though.
Yeah, definitely.
So if he's coming along as his personal advisor, presumably riding on the same horse as Sigurd, although that's not visually depicted.
He's old enough to be a squire, it's okay.
Yes, running alongside the horse and carrying an extra sword or something.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so we have Noish and Alec, who you might notice are the red and green cavaliers of this Fire Emblem game. The archetype I discussed in the first one, and then also Arden here is the armor knight, and they're saying that they should just leave him behind to defend the castle because he's too slow to keep up with the soldiers, with the cavalry, that is.
Yeah, that's logical.
But he complains about that. He doesn't like always being left on guard duty.
Like, well, if you want to run alongside a horse at full speed.
Yes, in extremely heavy armor.
Yeah,
Alright, so
you're welcome to try.
now with all that, we'll get into the gameplay. I will quickly go over some of the changes. This game still has, like, this is an early Fire Emblem game still, and it still has some, mechanics that would get changed a bit. I'm just going to show the option screen here. This game is kind of, the main characteristic that it has is that it has really, really long chapters and maps. So if I start scrolling here, you'll see a very big map, even compared to what Fire Emblem 1 had.
Definitely.
And with multiple castles to siege. In Fire Emblem 1, you'd end every chapter by sieging the castle.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, we'll have to siege this one. It's going to get captured by the enemy. I don't really think that's a spoiler. And then we'll also have to siege the remaining one. And most chapters will have like 4 or 5 castles within them that you have to siege. So you can almost kind of think of it as, it's like packing what would be several chapters into one chapter in another Fire Emblem game.
Yeah, well, the technology marches forth.
And then I will show our stat screen here. So this is all fairly normal. You might notice we can actually look at the weapon stats in the game here, in contrast to Fire Emblem 1.
Ooh.
And the weight mechanic is unchanged. So all that happens is the weight stat of the weapon is directly reduced from your speed. Mm-hmm. So you'll notice the steel sword has 3 weight and the iron lance has 12 weight. So once again, swords are the best weapon type by far. Because if Sigurd were to use the iron lance, he'd be sitting at like effectively 0 speed.
Yeah.
And axes are even worse with 18 weight. So it's like really hard for axe users to be above effectively 0 speed. Wow. And then one other thing that I'll show off here is, this bottom screen you notice that there's a space for lover. Which is blank, so the status screen tells us that Sigurd is single. And we can also go to this little screen, which shows the holy blood. So the glowing dot in the top here shows that Sigurd has major holy blood, or Baldo blood, which means he would be able to use the holy sword Tyrfing if we had it in our possession, because he's descended from the Crusader who is associated with that. And now I'll just get into a fight here. So.
Alright, cool. Yeah.
Sigurd was planning to go out and fight all these guys on his own, and the gameplay combat will kind of show us that would be very viable because he completely destroys that guy and only has like a 25% chance to get hit.
Okay, so he just knew how the game worked.
Yes, Fire Emblem 1 was fairly Lord-centric with Marth, but he kind of took a little while to get rolling before he could just like crack heads every second. Mm-hmm. Sigurd is arguably the most broken character that has ever been in any Fire Emblem game, and can just completely like solo from the word go for the entire game, while also moving really, really fast. And so, despite the game's recommendation, I'm bringing Arden out of the castle, but just kind of to demonstrate how far behind he will get by the end of the chapter, trying to keep up. This Fire Emblem is generally very, like, cavalry-centric, but this game is the one where it's the most extreme by far, because the maps are so gigantic. So anyone who isn't a horse is just kind of automatically trash in this game, because they get left behind by so fucking far.
Gotcha.
Okay, so DiMaggio is being left in charge of the castle here. He will presumably, like, not work until he demands extra pay, though.
Oh, okay.
And so these,
goes.
yes, these barbarian types, these are kind of still the typical Fire Emblem starting chapter bandits that you face at the beginning of every game.
Right, uncultured.
Yes, and rapacious, so they've kidnapped Aideen here. We're just gonna have to watch them walk all the way across the map.
Oh no, they blew up the bridge.
Yeah, so they destroy the bridge. And then they just kind of go off back to... This guy at least goes back to his home country. And takes the woman to be his wife. This is another thing that we can sort of contrast with Fire Emblem 1, is that there's a lot of events that happen like mid-map. And this first map kind of shows it the most, because like every turn there'll be a big story cutscene and more characters will be coming in to fight with us and stuff. Okay, well, I've gotten hit by a 25% hit and a 15% hit so far, so that's not very lucky, but...
Well, you're using up all your bad luck now.
It is still possible for Sigurd to die in this map if you just like get a little unlucky or charge him too far ahead. Okay, now the bandits are like burning down the villages, but you can see that they only do like 1/10 of the village at a time. So when you go and rescue the village, they'll give you some gold, but it's proportionate to how many of the houses are still standing, basically. And now these two are gonna come along. These are just some other nobles. These two are buddies, so that's why they come together. The red hair's like a nerdy mage guy, and the blue-haired guy is you know, more rambunctious knight.
Yeah. A knight. He's a jock.
Yes, exactly. They're bros, despite one being a nerd and one being a jock. They've transcended the typical clique structure.
Wow, they're super woke for the time.
Yes, exactly. And Lex, the blue-haired guy, is kind of teasing his buddy here about having a crush on the woman who was kidnapped. So there you go.
They're eager.
And there's also a feature where you can just like save the game every turn, which is nice because the chapters are so long that it would be annoying to have to restart them. So okay, let's take a quick look at these two. So Azel is a mage. He has the same movement rate as Arden, the armor knight. So again, he tends to really get left behind. But on this chapter, he actually has the distinction of being the only character besides Sigurd who can kill an enemy in one round of combat from full health. None of our other guys can do that.
Sure.
So that's good for him. And he actually has the potential to promote and get a horse. So, you know, arguably worth using. And then Lex here is an axe user, which means he's like never going to be able to dodge anything or double anything. And in fact, another thing that this game introduces is personal skills, which we see here. So Lex has Paragon, which means he gets double EXP, so very good. And also Vantage, which it allows him to attack first when on, like, depending on luck, or when he's on low HP. And another really weird thing is that this skill, Pursuit, you need this to be able to double attack, which is a really crucial mechanic. So another thing is, like, if a character doesn't have the Pursuit skill, they're a lot worse than a character, pretty much
Yeah.
automatically than one who does have it. So with our Cavaliers here, we have Alec, who has Pursuit, and Noish, who does not. So even though they have very similar stats overall and everything, Alec is actually much better because he has Pursuit. Noish does have critical, so the ability to get a critical hit is also a personal skill in this.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like tell me that's not a mechanic, or that way of doing things didn't remain throughout the games. That seems kind of weird.
Yeah, this is the only Fire Emblem game where this is like that. Yeah, because it's really quite, it is quite stupid. And in fact, one of the consequences of this is that we just don't really need to worry about ever getting double attacked or critical by the vast majority of enemies, because they will not have these personal skills.
Yeah.
So it also just kind of starts to make the game easier.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to like prioritize experience on Alec over Noish because he's the one that has Pursuit. And also gold for the same reason. If Alec could have a steel sword like Noish has, that would be quite good. And the inventory system, I guess, is the other thing that works quite oddly in this game. Where in Fire Emblem 1, you could give things to each other. You can't do that at all in this game. People are very concerned with personal property, I guess, and the only way to like transfer items between one person is to have one person sell them, and then the other person has to go buy them in the pawn shop. So, yeah.
Did the first game also have a weird thing about item transferring, or am I misremembering?
Yeah, you could only give and not receive, and there was also a very fairly strict inventory limit that would kind of get in your way.
Yeah. So I'm sure they'll get a decent trading system eventually, but not yet.
Yes. Perhaps in the subsequent Fire Emblem games.
Okay.
We will see trading system perfected. Another thing about this game that I haven't shown yet, but we will do later, is that you can repair any item just at a shop, and they all have like 50 uses, which just kind of makes the weapon breakability and scarcity almost completely irrelevant, unless you spam all the best stuff from the moment you get it until the end of the game.
So not as masterful of a weapon breaking system as Breath of the Wild.
No, but what could be?
True. Modded Stalker.
Yes. Stalker with Breath of the Wild mods.
Yeah, exactly.
Are there any mods for Stalker that make your player character more of a twink?
I don't know. There is a character that adds a woman, which is probably the closest thing as far as the game goes.
True. Women are twink adjacent.
Yeah, the devs like the lore-wise, there are no women in the zone because like something about their physiology is incompatible with it.
Okay.
The real reason is they couldn't spare the resources to make like 2 separate models.
Yes, classic. Well, it recalls the scene from Stalker the movie where the main character goes out to go to the zone and his wife like has a temper tantrum on rolling around on the floor because she's so upset.
He can do whatever he wants in the zone and she can't stop him.
Yes. Alright, so some more characters are joining here. These are Quan and Ethlin and Finn, their retainer. So Ethlin is Sigurd's sister and Quan is her husband.
Is it like exponential? Like I feel like more characters are introduced with every instance.
I think after this turn, we'll have a break from the character joining. So yes, when we go into the status screen, we will be able to confirm that these two are lovers. And then we have Finn, who's a young squire sort of character. He's like 16 or something. So, Oife, who's 14, is a little too young to fight, but Finn's just the right age. Yeah. And we will be able to use him to recruit Jake later on in a later chapter, in case you were wondering.
Of course. You don't waste time making a character and then not have him be playable.
Exactly. Finn is also a good unit to train for reasons that will be explored later on.
Okay.
Now, Quan is like a pre-promoted unit. Basically, Quan and Sigurd are both pre-promoted. The way the promotion works in this game is a little odd too, in that it doesn't give you a level reset. Like, normally a character has to get to level 20 and then they can promote and get big promotion gains, and then they're just promoted. But Sigurd and Quan were at like level 5, just kind of started out promoted.
Okay. Saves you 15 levels.
Exactly. Alright. Well, I have my notes on this game now. We're kind of settling into the gameplay enough to focus on that more, I think. So I already talked about the release date. This game has never been officially released overseas, but it has been, fan translated quite a few times, and according to Wikipedia, is a choice import title.
Okay.
And presumably fans are sort of hoping for a remake. They've done Fire Emblem 1 and 2, even 3 actually have all been remade, so this game's theoretically next up on the list. And it's kind of a favorite of Fire Emblem elitists, partially because it sort of uses the mechanics of Fire Emblem the most for storytelling purposes, but is somewhat disliked by some of the more gameplay-oriented fans, including, memorably, a guy named DonDon151, who's, like, known for very, very refined Fire Emblem gameplay, called this particular game a complete piece of crap. And the reason for that is, as Shozo Kaga reflected, who was, like, the true brains behind the project of Fire Emblem 1, having done like everything except for the directing, the core concept and the character writing and everything, and is now promoted to all those roles and director, reflected that the focus on story held back the gameplay in this game, which is very true, and we will kind of just watch like NPC armies fighting each other at various points throughout this game for several minutes on end. This was directed, designed, and written by Shozo Kaga, and Yuka Sui is the main composer, which he actually has had that role on every Fire Emblem game, even to this day. So good for her, and it was the last game to be produced by the original series producer, Gunpei Yokoi. And the second last to involve Kaga, with the last one being this game's interquel, Fire Emblem Thracia 776. Because this game is split into 2 acts, and Thracia takes place between the 2. There were planned to be 3, but one of them was with the second one taking place in the middle between the other 2 acts, but that was cut for like lack of resources. So Thracia 776 might be sort of focused on like what the second act was originally supposed to be, but I couldn't really say. The initial concept for this game, the development is described as turbulent, in part because the entire staff changed offices between the making of the previous Fire Emblem game and the start of the development of this one.
Okay.
So that tends to create a more turbulent work environment, I suppose.
Disruptive.
Yes. And the original game concept for this was described as a squad-based tactics game with no RPG elements. And would have been called Holy Sword Emblem Kaiser, and then later just Sword Emblem. It was said that the game was remade 3 times in development, and that Kaga kept moving the concept more towards an RPG, until they eventually just like realized it was a Fire Emblem game now, and titled it that.
Okay.
It does remain one of the more atypical Fire Emblem games, though, in terms of mechanics and such, as I outlined. Yes, and I'll show the status screen just to confirm that Quan and Ethlin are lovers, and also it helpfully tells you that they can talk to Sigurd. So another thing that happens is that a lot of time, like, you'll be able to have your characters talk in the game. It does have a device to let you know when that's possible, and this also tells you when you can recruit somebody.
It reminds me of Bioware games like Dragon Age or Mass Effect, where like you, in order to progress your companions' like dialogue requests, you had to talk to them once after every major mission.
Yeah, you have to do like a mandatory check-in on all the squad members each mission.
And like the check-in resets every mission, so it's like you get like, okay, who did I talk to this time? Did I miss anybody?
That's classic. I remember getting so bored having to walk around my ship every mission in Mass Effect 2 to talk to all the characters.
Yeah. I liked it. Dragon Age did it better, where like you still do the same thing, but at least they're just standing in a nice little tight circle. It wasn't you have to like go flying them. Like, where the fuck is Garrus?
That's true. With the little camp.
Yeah, little camp.
Having the ship does make it more interesting, though.
That's true. It is a more interesting environment. I was just addressing your specific complaints, but yes.
I think it depends on which character it was too. Like I would always look forward to talking with Morden more, but if it was like Jacob, not as much.
Same. Yeah, Jacob and was it Jack?
Oh yeah, forgot about her.
Story. Yeah. Well, she's also kind of in the bowels of the ship.
Yeah, you really have to go out of your way to talk to her. Let's see. Okay, this is the first Fire Emblem game to be taking place in a new continuity. All the other ones were at least had ties to the world of Fire Emblem 1 and Marth. So, exploring new ground for the series, and it keeps the sort of European mythology influences that were prominent in the first game, but with more of a focus on Norse and Celtic influences. So a good example of that being that Sigurd's weapon that he'll eventually get, like his holy weapon, is called Turfing, which comes from, I think, Norse mythology.
Even, I think, Sigurd's name.
Yes.
And we had Siegfried, I think, in the last game, right? Martha's Mars, so, I mean, yeah, a lot of influences or references. That
does speak to the more, like, Greco-Roman influence in Fire Emblem 1 versus the, more Norse mythology. And I think for the Celtic stuff, like there's Leinster is actually one of the names of the regions in this game, and just a couple other, Irish and Celtic things like that. I think Gaybolg, which is like I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, but it's a weapon from Irish mythology. Is one of the holy weapons. Most of them are taken from names of like real world mythological weapons.
Sure. Like Falchion.
Oh yes, and here's the weapon triangles being explained. So this is the first game to introduce the weapon triangle, which is swords have an advantage against axes, which have an advantage against lances, which have an advantage against swords.
Classic rock, paper, scissors.
Yes, the advantage in this game being 20 hit, like each way, so 20 hit and 20 avoid for having the advantage, basically. Which is why these axe guys are so inaccurate against our sword-using people. The exact nature of the weapon triangle, like advantage or disadvantage, varies a bit depending on which game. So in the next game, Thracia, they nerfed it substantially to being 5% plus or minus, which made it completely irrelevant. And then in subsequent games, they would change it to have like a slight attack or defense difference as well, to do one more or less damage for having weapon triangle advantage or disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting how balancing what you get for each choice affects things, because actually that made me think of the Yakuza games have a mini game where it's basically rock, paper, scissors, but one of the choices gets a bonus based on certain choices you've made setting up the game. And so the optimal choice is usually to like pick the choice that your opponent does not have an advantage over, because like statistically you'll win because of like how much exact bonus they added to the thing. But if they had gone the other way, then it would be totally random, and you could basically ignore the bonus.
It's something that needs
to think of that.
I think I find that the one with a slight, like the more improved weapon triangle, where there's even an attack and defense difference, is actually the way to go. And even making it more significant than that could be good. Thracia's thing, where it's just like not in the game, is stupid, obviously.
Sure.
And I find it is a useful mechanic because it makes it so that there is more of an advantage to a character being able to use multiple weapon types, which you would think there should be. Whereas Fire Emblem 1, if a character could have multiple weapon types, you usually just have them use swords anyways because they were better, and there was no strategic consideration of if you were facing off against a lance.
Right. Just whatever you're best with.
And because it can make a strategic consideration out of what to equip for a given situation. So if in a later map I was fighting a mix of axe and lance using enemies, there would be good reason to, to weigh the merits of each weapon choice. Because even at this point, you can see that Arden, the Armor Knight, has been completely left in the dust by my Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And he will never catch up again for the rest of the map, I expect.
No,
Poor guy. That's why he tends to get left guarding the castle. And we will never deploy him again, just to save time. But I do like using Azel or whatever, the fire mage guy. Okay, now Sigurd's going to visit a town. This town also gives you an item, along with the typical gold. That being a speed ring. So this is sort of the equivalent to the power-up items that we saw in the previous game, which were consumable and would permanently boost your stat. But in this one, you kind of just have them in your inventory, and they provide that bonus. So this is +5 speed for Sigurd now. And one of the things that makes Sigurd so overpowering in this game is that there's this tempo thing in Fire Emblem where a character who can do a lot of stuff at the beginning will tend to get more experience and be more likely to pick up items and stuff. Okay. Because since we have Sigurd at the front line already, there's less of an opportunity cost to send him to go visit that village than there would be for another character. And so he tends to naturally accumulate a lot of items and level up a lot because he just destroys all the enemies the whole game. And so the powerful get more powerful, and it's more of a task to raise a low-level character up. Because you have to find an opportunity where they can get into a fight and win.
Yeah. That's how Darkest Dungeon works, sort of, where you need to constantly be leveling up low level teams to replace your high level teams that need to rest, and
also, if the dungeon's too low level for you, your higher level characters will refuse to go into it.
Find a group or find dungeons for the right group.
None of them are willing to be mentors and go in and coach the low level guys through a higher level dungeon. Fire Emblem, maybe because it is Japanese, is more teamwork oriented, where you will have your higher level units weaken enemies for the low level ones to finish off and stuff. Because the kill experience gives you more experience as well.
I think that is a good choice. Is just leave as much team comp freedom in the player's hands as possible.
For Darkest Dungeon specifically, it makes sense to have that gameplay choice of the egotistic characters refusing to fight, but it is also quite fucking annoying.
Yeah. That's what the Radiant mode they added. The easy mode basically reduces some of that aspect, just the grind.
I guess one of the problems with Darkest Dungeon is that sometimes instead of conveying the feeling that the dungeon is really horrifying and everything, it just conveys the feeling that your characters are really weak and shitty.
Mentally unstable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I guess that is part of it. Is the eldritch horrors of this dungeon will bring the worst out in everyone. But I agree. It often comes across as wow, all these guys just fuck.
Yeah.
I guess the part of the theme is the mission they're on attracts only the most flawed of people.
Well, there is definitely the idea of your estate bringing people in to just sort of use them and throw them away.
Oh yeah, that's
which is sort of a big gameplay dilemma within the system.
Mm-hmm.
Although I found it was more effective to take care of people, so maybe that it's one of those secretly moral games, which I think Fallout kind of fits into as well.
Oh yeah, sure.
because you can be really evil, but the game sort of very naturally explores the consequences of that by just making everyone start to distrust and oppose you for being evil, and it's like just way more practical to be a decent person, at least. Not necessarily a saint, but at least like help people and cooperate and all that stuff.
Well, a lot of morality can be argued to come from practicality. So I think the game intends to be secretly moral, but because it is a practical game, it ends up being that way. Really quite philosophical.
That's possible. On that note, back to my Fire Emblem notes. Actually, let me see. Okay, so as part of the desire to create a complex and epic story, well, one thing we'll see, I guess I'll spoil this a little bit, is that the descendants of the 12 Crusaders are not all going to be on the same side, which is partially intended to create moral ambiguity, and also Kaga decided to explore such themes as incest, human sacrifice, patricide, actually just those three, which were not to offer more realism, which were typically not explored by game stories at the time. So we'll look forward to seeing all of those things covered as we progress into the game.
Yeah. Layers of depth.
Some good old Star Wars style incest and a bit of human sacrifice in there too.
Yeah, this is the dark, edgy Fire Emblem.
Yes, which is why some of the elitists like it.
Oh, true. That's Well, it works the opposite for Prince of Persia.
That's
the edgy
true.
one is the worst one. So depends.
That's because it doesn't have the sizzling erotic romance of the first one.
At Sands of Time, did you? I always thought that one was the most erotic, but I thought maybe it was because I was playing it in French. But now
that does add to it, doesn't it?
In any language, yes.
Or at least in either English or French. We'll have to get someone else to comment on how erotic the Japanese and Italian and Russian translations are.
Yeah.
Did it have French voice acting?
Yes, it was fully in French.
That's
I set
cool.
it to English subtitles because you can change that localization.
Oh, that's good.
I think I did. I think you're wrong, but I thought I did. So I knew what was going on, but it's very possible that I didn't, and I just pieced together what was happening from the pure visuals.
I found that tends to work better than one would think. Like if you're watching something in unsubtitled Japanese or something, you can generally get the gist from the visuals.
And I actually, now that I'm thinking about it a little more, I think that is actually what happened. Is I had no subtitles or English voicing, and I think I formed my own story based on what was happening. Which, especially in Prince of Persia, it's not like all that complicated, so it's pretty accurate. There's a few things about like why specifically the prince and princess are having a fight at any given moment, but
those are the sorts of details that you tend to miss out on.
Yeah. But I played it later. It was released on some platform. I think it was EA Origin. They tried doing a thing where they release a game for free, but it has ads. So
that's fucking disgusting.
So I played it. Well, they stopped doing it because people did not like it. So I did replay the game with like every 20 minutes or so. It would pause it and make me look at a McDonald's ad.
Oh my god,
it was absolutely hilarious.
That makes me want to fucking shoot myself just hearing about that.
It was awful. So never encountered that again.
Fuck you, EA. I can't believe that shit. The audacity of that.
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. It can't have been UA because it's a Ubisoft game.
Right?
So it was on Uplay, but whatever.
Fucking Ubisoft.
EA.
That sounds like the sort of thing they would do.
One of those guys. I forgot about that.
I fucking outraged just from hearing about that.
That is so weird.
Holy fuck.
I did finish watching Yahtzee's top blandest worst. I mean, not I have anything more to say about it, but I did complete it.
Oh, okay, that's good then.
Yes. I think I did have like some takeaway when I watched it, and I forgot what it was.
And now you've forgotten your takeaway, yeah.
It wasn't too interesting, just...
That happens once in a while. It was that his games were all really good and we all respect him greatly.
Yeah. Have you watched his latest extra punctuation?
on his game.
Oh yeah, yeah. His update in his game. Yeah, I don't remember. Was that wasn't an expert punctuation, was it?
It was, yeah.
Oh, it was. Okay, never mind. Well,
I did
anyway,
watch
yeah,
that
I have
one.
not seen it. I don't know why. I guess I just was curious if you'd seen it. I made that sound more like I was starting a discussion.
Yeah, he did. Okay,
I will
well,
watch it.
we seized the first. We killed DiMaggio, so rest in peace.
Okay.
I didn't try talking to him with Finn. Actually, that might have worked.
Well,
Because
next
he is Jake's voice actor after all. Now we rescued Midayle, who's the archer guy who got his ass kicked in the opening cutscene thing.
Mm-hmm.
Before DiMaggio took this over. Or I think it was Gandalf.
Young DiMaggio.
Yes, exactly. And so now Midayle joins us. He is an archer, but he at least has a horse, so he will be able to like be used. It's traditionally not that good to be an archer in Fire Emblem though, because you can't counter at one range.
What about a horse archer?
That's better. Everything
Okay.
plus horse is always better in Fire Emblem.
That's what I was thinking. All right.
Oh, and I think Midayle has demonstrated the continue skill here, so Noishe or whatever has this too, or and sometimes they just like proc this and they have a second round of combat,
Okay.
Which is a double-edged sword because it means the enemy, both you and the enemy, get a chance to attack again.
That's what I was thinking. It's not an extra turn, it's an extra round.
Yes. So for an archer, what we saw there was because he was out of range of the enemy attacking, he just got to attack a whole bunch of times.
Cool.
Which means it's good, but at the same time, it could actually proc if he was being attacked at close range. He wouldn't be able to counterattack, and it would just give the enemy more turns if that happened.
I see. Yeah.
So,
Gotta be careful when you use it.
all the more reason not to expose your archer to close range combat, basically. Yes.
Yes. Sun Tzu said that.
Yes. In the Art of War, of course.
Yeah. The one thing he did.
Is it?
I have no idea.
Well, you know, maybe he wrote other things, but they're not surviving.
I'm sure he was like a general.
Probably. I think he was like a construction worker or something.
Yeah,
He just
a
wrote
chef.
The Art of War in his spare time. I actually do know very little about Sun Tzu, I must admit.
All I actually know is that it's the Art of War. I never really thought about it. Maybe that's all he wants to be remembered for. I was gonna say poor guy, but that's
Well, you know,
Depends
most
on
people
him.
who live and die are remembered for nothing. So being remembered for one thing
That's
that's
true.
still quoted so much later in history is pretty
you
good.
could still be picky and want to be remembered for something that you're not, but I would be more hesitant to, or less, yeah, more hesitant to have sympathy.
Certainly.
Less hesitant to not sympathize.
Like Napoleon, who wanted to be remembered for conquering and uniting the whole world, and instead was remembered for failing to do that. But having a very admirable attempt, at least.
That's French propaganda. Maybe it'll cycle around in the future and he'll be remembered more fondly. You never know.
I mean, British propaganda? Because I think the French.
True. Well, I guess the
still-
French also. I guess the French like him now, but there were bouts of him being the traitor and the emperor.
Yes, l'usurpateur, as he's
Yes.
consistently referred to by the monarchists in the Count of Monte Cristo.
Right. Yes. Oh yeah.
Oh, and they also call him l'ogre de Corse, so the ogre of Corsica.
Yeah, great names.
I guess the funny thing about that is he's only really French by a technicality, because they just had acquired Corsica like a little while ago. I think it was like a couple decades or something before.
Yes.
Like
That's featured
very
in the
shortly
tour.
before his birth.
Mhm.
Yes. They just
That's
bought
true.
it.
Yeah.
I think in
No.
Victoria 2 base game, the culture of Corsica is 100% French. Which is
Oh,
not
really?
very historically accurate.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on when they bought it. I guess no. Yeah, 100% would be is still a stretch. But
Yeah.
it could be surprisingly high French.
They bought it not too long before like Napoleon was born. So.
Yeah. Right. So,
It wouldn't be nearly 100% levels. I think it's actually still more Italian speaking than French speaking, but I could be wrong about that, so don't quote me on it.
I won't. I also have no idea. So
Don't quote me on it without looking it up on Wikipedia and seeing what the census data says.
yeah, quote him if he's right. Otherwise, don't. Okay. Well, we don't want to keep talking about Napoleon, the worst person to ever live. Most evil.
Yes, exactly. Second most evil behind Hitler.
Yeah, sorry. Hitler's a given, so I don't have to mention it.
Still beating out Stalin, Mao, and Pol Pot, apparently.
Apparently, although I think
oh yeah, the guy
there's a
said
good movie about Pol Pot. What's it called? But I would like to watch it because I really don't know anything about him except like he is known to be horrible. But I do want to learn the details and become further depressed. So
who's the guy who did the Cambodian killing fields?
that's Pol Pot, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
The Khmer Rouge.
That's what I thought. Those are pretty bad, as from what I've heard.
They sound bad, yeah. I wouldn't even need additional detail to say with some confidence that that is bad.
The killing fields, yeah, it's a
yes, the killing
ominous
fields.
enough name. Okay, so I did the conversation between Quan and Sigurd, and he basically said, you know, I got your back, bro.
Nice.
Yes. What a nice man that Quan is. I would be glad if he married my sister.
That's good. That's positive thinking.
Oh, here's a funny note. Oh, sorry, this is like the last thing I have. There was planned to be a home base that could be explored, but it was cut down to just like having a home base that's a menu.
Mm-hmm.
And then the support system, which was introduced in the previous one, was significantly expanded to include romance, as we saw. The system took about a year to implement and was intended to help the story feel epic, but in Kaga's mind, he kind of conceptualized it based on the breeding of pedigree racehorses. So, yes, as the game progresses, we'll come back to that note, I guess. And also, this guy, Arvis, is shown up on the map.
Okay, cool.
As you can see, he has very high stats. He has 30 magic, and he's level 25 sage. And he also has major Fala blood and Foul Flame, which is the legendary tome. Okay. He will actually bake some enemies for us, but what his AI wants to do is just approach Sigurd and give him a silver sword. So that's what and then I think he'll peace out of the map after he has done that.
My work here is done.
Yes, and so you kind of want to do that earlier because you don't actually want him stealing your unit's experience by torching the enemies before you have a chance to.
Mm-hmm.
That is technically optimal. That's a kind of a gameplay storytelling thing. Is we don't really know who the fuck Arvis is, but his impressive stats make you wonder, right? And
yes.
Also, he has the same holy blood as Azel. Azel, when we're looking at this one, he has minor Fala blood, which means he can't use Val Flame, but he is, he gets some benefits from it as such.
Sure. Better than nothing. Better than
yes,
no blood
exactly. Exactly, as many of our units here have. All these poor guys, all these poor knight characters with no holy blood. I feel bad for them.
Totally bloodless.
Not very sanguine, these characters.
Oh no. Someone told them, go ahead, be negative. They didn't know what he meant.
He'll be just my type, yes.
Yeah. Like, what?
Oh, yes, Alec gained magic. So magic stat exists now. That's another difference from Fire Emblem 1.
Oh, yes.
And characters can have both strength and magic. In the Game Boy Advance games, they dumb it down a little bit, and the characters can only have either or.
Okay. Does that significantly, impact the gameplay?
It just kind of means that every character will only be able to use one type of weapon or another.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this game, you do have characters who can use both physical and magic weapons, and Azel is actually an example of one because he promotes to Mage Knight, which is like a mounted magic-using horse rider who also can use swords.
Okay.
But he will be pretty shitty with swords, and there's not much reason not to just have him always use magic, so... And I guess also magic has been expanded and has its own weapon triangle now as well. So fire is good against thunder, is good against wind. Wind is good against thunder, is good against fire, is good against wind. And Azel, because of his Fala blood, is specialized in fire magic. He can use wind and thunder as well, but he can use slightly higher levels of fire magic.
Why?
Well, wind is the best because it's lightest. It's exactly the same as swords and everything. I think the stats of magic is just like the exact same, except the wind magic is lighter. So,
okay.
If you had to pick which type of magic to specialize yourself in, wind would be the way to go. That's the pro tip here. But you don't really get to pick because weapon ranks work kind of funny in this game too. Where in the previous game there was a weapon rank stat that would sometimes level up and decide which weapons you could use, and in most games your weapon rank just goes up as you use that type of weapon. You get able to use more and more complex versions of that weapon. But in this game it's just a function of your character's class and their holy blood. So like a mage just has C magic in each type of magic, but holy blood boosts it, so minor holy blood and follow boosts it to B in fire. And if he had major holy blood in follow, he would have star in fire, which means he can use all types of fire magic, including the legendary tome. Val Flame. Again, these are all systems that are really exclusive to this game and aren't really used in any other one. The only other game in Fire Emblem that has a system for like having holy blood is 3 houses with the crests, where some characters have crests that are like intrinsic to them and give them little buffs.
Okay.
But it's not nearly as important of a system exactly as this one is.
3 Houses is quite unique in many ways, right, compared to other Fire Emblem games.
Yes, 3 Houses is the one that actualizes the cut idea from this game of having a base that you could explore between missions, which actually just kind of pads out the game and fucks the pacing, and I don't like it and hope they never do that again.
Yeah. A lot of games that add features like that, it's best if they're optional.
Yeah, 3 Houses is optional. Like, you can kind of just skip past it, but I feel obligated to do it because you miss out on stuff, including dialogue. I guess the big thing that I should stop doing is, like, between each mission you can run around the church and find every single character, like, named character, and talk to them, but they just have a, like, little blurb of very incidental dialogue that you really don't need to read. But I feel like I want to get the full story experience and read it all, and then I'd never remember any of it because it's all so fucking pointless.
Yeah, I do that too. I try to. It's like, did I miss anything at all?
If it's story related anyway, too, I feel even more like obligated to do it. Like if it was a small gameplay benefit, I'd be much more likely to just pass it up.
Yeah. No, totally. You do have to kind of get a feel for what parts of the story are actually relevant to the story, I guess.
Yeah.
So
nobody needs to just be reading random snippets of unimportant dialogue.
No. You know, it can be there if somebody wants to.
That's true.
I guess. I don't know.
There's no harm in that, for sure, really. I should play 3 Houses again, probably. I have this, like, lingering feeling that I don't like it that much, but I only really played it once. I've played most Fire Emblem games quite a few times.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's, like a lot of people liked it, right? So it would be interesting to at least have an opinion, whether you agree or disagree, I guess, just because it's so well known.
I hadn't thought of it until now, but it would also make an okay TMP game. One of the characters things I have an issue with in general is the character of Edelgard, who I think I admire what they were trying to do with the character. I just think she's quite poorly written.
Okay.
Shit, I forgot about Finn. I left him behind. Poor guy.
Finn from Adventure Time.
Yes, my favorite TV show.
I'm gonna take a quick 1-minute break.
Alright, go for it. You're just gonna miss enemies walking. Azel and Arvis are brothers. thought they might have been cousins. I couldn't remember the details. Here, I'll go grab some water while Mr. A is absent.
All right.
You're back? Alright, we saw Arvis talk to Sigurd. He gave him the silver sword, and Sigurd was like, wow, what an honor to get this silver sword, which was classic, like, noble sucking up. And then he said that Azel is his brother and asked us to take care of him because he means the world to him, so that's good. I wasn't sure if they were, like, brothers or cousins, to be honest. I had forgotten some of the details. But, you know, it's nice to see such a fraternal bond between people here.
Yeah, heartwarming.
Exactly. This is a very heartwarming type of game.
That's good. That's what I'm here for. This is the only time I feel.
You know how you feel warm of heart?
It just depends on the game, you know. It's like Omori, you know, it makes one feel a lot of things.
Omori is eventually a heartwarming game.
It is. Well, unless you just like don't get the good ending.
Oh, that's true. Then it's not very heartwarming at all.
With a hole in your soul.
I bet very few people get the bad ending the first time in Omori.
I think it's similar to Undertale, where it's by nature guides you towards at least a goodish ending, right?
Yeah, you really have to go out of your way to get the bad ending in Undertale. All you have to do in Omori is not go with Kel. But I guess
but it's like obvious you should, unless
who would say no to Kel?
I guess I don't know.
Well, I guess that's kind of one of the things that the game doesn't necessarily do so well, is making you feel how hard it would be for Sunny to make the decision to go out with Kel.
That's true. They do like tell you a lot, and you get a feel for the character.
He is an agoraphobic, but that's the player not being an agoraphobic is like
gameplay, but that's such a hard. Right, that's such a hard thing to fully empathize with. So
yeah,
you're just like aware of it, but
the player's motive is just, oh, I like Kel, let's go hang out with him. He's funny.
You could try to roleplay Sunny, but you know that takes more thinking than feeling, I guess.
Yeah. Right. Well, now Sigurd has a silver sword, so he can run around the enemy twice as much as ever before.
Beautiful. Now, I wouldn't. Silver is better than gold, but I still wouldn't use it for a sword. But it's okay.
Yeah. I think there is a historical, like, precedent of it being used in weapons and armor a little bit, but
I think it's just pure. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I think just purely for decoration.
Possibly.
Because in Elder Scrolls, yeah, that's what you need to do damage against ghosts. But I don't know if I actually don't know if historically any swords were silvered to fight against like werewolves and shit.
Oh,
they were just like known that they didn't like silver, but you didn't. I don't know though. It could be possible. It'd be funny. It'd be cool to have like a silver sword.
It is. I have heard that it is a hard metal that has more intrinsic use to it than gold does.
Yeah.
Like you can use it in silverware and stuff, which is why it's called that, and that's fine.
Oh yes, I wouldn't use goldware.
That's purely showing off.
Yeah, I think it's just too heavy.
Like a gold tooth. Well, gold tooth is actually just the most tacky thing. It's kind of funny because it's like it was meant to show off wealth, but it actually ends up making you seem poor because it's like in such bad taste.
Yeah, it's if you put it in the front, you're showing off. Actually, my grandma has at least 1 or 2 gold teeth, like in the back, because it was a more reliable way of storing wealth than late Soviet Union banks.
That's really fucking funny.
Yeah, so like she's not trying to show off, but she definitely got some gold teeth.
Yeah.
It's like the bank shuts down. They're not gonna take your teeth, not yet anyway.
True.
I had I think I may have told this story, but I knew a guy in elementary school who had all silver teeth. And what happened was, like, his baby, like, just some genetic issue, his baby teeth never, like, grew, so he had baby teeth implanted, but, like, his uncle paid for them all to be silver. And then, like, when any of them fell out, he had to, like, give it back to his uncle so he could, like, smelt it. Like, it's just, like, so hard.
That seems very needless.
But I don't know, dude. But this kid, it was like a little 5-year-old kid with a like full silver like grill. It's like, what? he looked unique, I guess. I mean,
Sure.
I guess as kids we were like, okay, cool. This is the kid with the silver teeth. Like, nobody really cared.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, that's just how it is, like little kids. But it was interesting. Anyway.
We're wrapping this mission up. All we really have to do is have Sigurd go and kill the boss, but I'm also going to just grind out all the other enemies for my low-level guys to level up a bit on, as is tradition.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of one story. When I was shopping or looking at wedding rings with my now wife, we were in Cincinnati and we went downtown just to see what jewelry stores around there, and we ended up at some maybe like lower income neighborhood stores just to check them out. But like when we walk in and it's like there's this sign, it's like, we do grills, and there's fucking like pictures all over the walls of like people with grills and like their whole display cases grills, and it's like this tiny section with like a few like rings and something that isn't like a grill for your teeth. And we walk in, the guy looks at us, I can tell he immediately knows like we're probably in the wrong place. But my wife's like, she had some pictures, like, do you have any wedding rings like this? And he's like, no, I'm sorry, we don't. Like, yes, no problem.
That made you feel very like posh and above the plebeians and everything, right?
Yeah, well, you know, they just advertise themselves as just a jewelry store, right? So it's like, oh, we'll check them out. But
it was all
like, oh yeah, this is obviously for a very specific crowd.
Yes, it does sound like it.
And you know, later we end up in the kind of ritzy jewelry store, and you know, no grills.
Of course, as befits your social standing.
Yeah, well, I think my wife had very specific choices for rings, and they just ended up having the best selection, obviously.
Okay.
And that's where we got her ring, so it worked out. If I could have bought one for cheaper from the grill place, I would have. You know, it just didn't have the one that she wanted.
Yeah. I think that's very stereotypical, as well as the man not really giving a shit about what type of ring they get.
Yeah, he's like, whatever my wife wants. Mine is a very simple gold band, just because it's what my parents have, and I always kind of just liked the way it looked.
That's typical for men, I think.
I mean, in the modern day, like most of my friends, actually, I don't think I know anyone who went for gold. A lot of people do like tungsten, or like some kind of like black and silver looking thing.
I think I've heard about the tungsten thing. Maybe from you, I can't remember.
Maybe. Well, I had considered tungsten, but I don't know. You can't fix tungsten. It's a really like hard metal, and so you have to just like re-smelt the ring or something, because gold is malleable, so you can like hammer out mistakes or whatever, but not with tungsten. I think that's like an issue. Whatever. Anyway,
that's wedding rings for you.
That's wedding rings for you. If anybody's out there looking for a ring, hit me up. I'll give you some advice. Or not.
Go to the grills place. They have good ones.
Go to the grills place. They were really nice, but they don't have a lot of wedding rings. Check them out first. Anyway, well, we don't have to get into it now, but we did leave off a lot of topics last time just because we were just so enamored with Hitman 2.
Yes.
So
let's wait until after the start of the next chapter happens, because we're gonna finish the chapter quite shortly, and then we'll have a bunch of cutscenes to go through and everything, and then we'll go back to the more talk over a bull gameplay loop of this game.
Okay. Sure. No, good planning.
Although if we have something quick, no, Sigurd's gonna like kill the boss. Yeah, here we
Well,
go.
I have
Here's a
something quick.
boss. Okay,
Fine.
say your
Alright.
quick thing.
Okay, I beat Yakuza Kiwami and it was good,
Okay,
but not as good as Zero. That's all. That's
I see. Which one's the one where Majima becomes like a prostitute and also every other day
She's not
job?
first off, not a prostitute, a
Stripper,
cabernet girl.
yeah.
Okay, they only socialize with you. But yes, his name is Goro Majima, and he becomes a cabernet girl named Goromi. Little Japanese joke there.
Yes, classic.
But yeah, in Kiwami, Majima is like, you've been in prison for 12 years and you're a pussy now. I think he actually says being in the joint for 12 years made you a fucking pussy.
Oh, yes,
is
and
the
he
best
does
line
like
in
a
the game.
supposed to lose fight, but you can win, and then he's like, well, still, even though you won, my point still stands.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I lost. I mean, it is actually hard to win. So
Yeah,
I
it's
think
quite
we'll
hard.
lose. And then he's like, I'm gonna keep popping up randomly around town and force you to train your skills, which is kind of annoying, but also the only way you can train up the best fighting style. So you know what? In the end, you come to love Majima because he does make you stronger. It's an example, unlike Tomb Raider, of the gameplay fitting the lore.
True. Yakuza is a masterclass in that.
Yes. But yes, that is the game because he disguises himself as like all sorts of like a police officer, a cab driver, just to like surprise you the most. So one day you go to the cabaret club and it's him.
Yeah, that's a funny Yakuza moment.
Very funny.
Majima always has the funny parts.
He does. He is the mad dog of Shimano, of course.
That is what he's known as, yes.
Yes. That's what people liked about Zero is they added a lot of backstory to Majima's goofiness, and he's actually the more serious and tragic character in that game, which was a pleasant surprise for Yakuza fans. I think.
Yes, the tone balancing in Yakuza is definitely a carefully done sort of thing.
Yes.
Okay, so we are in the
Mixed.
cutscenes.
Okay, right.
We have a representative of the king, who, as you can see, is a geriatric old man,
Yes.
representing the old feudal ways of society or something like that.
He has male pattern baldness.
He certainly does, yes. It's not even really a pattern anymore, he's just bald. He ordained Sigurd as a holy knight of the kingdom, which is a magnificent honor, of course, and since we didn't find Aideen, who was the kidnapping victim, we're going to go invade Verdane to try and get her back, the Western Kingdom.
That's fine. It's just like a...
You know, we probably would have to do it anyways, because they just kind of attacked us and declared war, so you can't really let that go unpunished, can you?
Yeah. But you don't have to. You don't have to call it an invasion. You can call it a special operation.
True.
Yeah, and then you're safe.
You're denazifying Verdane.
Yes.
That was some good topical humor there. That's what we're known for.
Yes,
I think.
that's how you know exactly what year this. There was a funny in the dark, like this is still war kind of way, but I thought it was interesting. Not to get, I'm not gonna talk about the war, but just this one thing is like because like Russia, refuses to acknowledge that any of their soldiers are officially in enemy territory. Like U.S. troops keep finding Russian troops like out and about and like massacring them, and then Russia's like, you can't do that, and America's like, well, were they yours? And Russia's like, oh, actually no, I guess they weren't ours, and they can't like do anything like legally, I guess. So
yeah, a lot of the
Wasted by the
strategic
road,
sort of
kind of
decisions that are
thing.
being made are
But,
questionable.
yes. Well, anyway, that's all. I just thought that was amusing.
I guess we're invading the savage
Yep.
Verdane, which is kind of forested. It's the forest of spirits,
Okay.
according to the
The-
narration.
I see the whimsical Irish fairy tale land.
Exactly, yes, with rapacious bandits in it who kidnap our women. That sounds like typical Irish behavior when there's not enough potatoes to go around.
Yeah, that's right. The only Irish guy I know got kicked out of college for punching up another guy in the face.
Yeah, that's also stereotypical Irishman. Okay, so we're getting introduced to Altshon, or as later translations would call him, Eldigan, who is the noble blonde buddy of Sigurd.
Sure.
And he's wondering if we're formally attacking Verdane, and Sigurd says yes, basically.
You're supposed to say that. looks bad for the cameras.
He gives his like politically convenient excuses, but in the end,
Okay.
yeah. And Eldigan says, "I wouldn't leave this castle unattended if I were you." Hint.
Yes, sir.
There's no saying what Augustria may do, which is the other northwestern country on our border.
Right.
They're looking forward to hanging out a little bit and having some wine after the battle is done. Now we're gonna need this.
East Combat's custom like universe too. They all like also like a bunch of like made up countries.
Yes.
It's like very.
Well, this cutscene is happening in Genoa, so I guess this is all in Italy after all.
Yeah. Well, East Combat does the same thing. It's like it's clear. This is clearly Europe. This is clearly like Germany. This is America, but they're all shaped different with different names. But you can tell. You can tell by what planes they use.
There is in Japanese popular culture somewhat of a, like, I guess, mystique of the foreign applied to Europe, which is kind of interesting to see from a Western perspective. Some examples of that would be the use of the English and German, like, choir in Evangelion, and also the use of Latin in One Winged Angel in Final Fantasy VII.
You have Nazis as protagonists in JoJo.
Yes. I like that guy. The guy keeps bragging about the wonderful German technology.
Yes.
Because we have this
giant UV lights.
We have this Arya character who's kind of being like coerced into fighting for the bad guys because her cousin here, Shannon, or her like nephew, I think he is being held captive by them.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe
Good enough reason.
Maybe we'll have to do some slightly annoying gameplay stuff to try and recruit her.
Ah, yes, just like with what's her face in Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, Yuffie.
Yuffie. I was thinking Luffy.
That was slightly annoying. No, that's One Piece.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it wasn't too annoying. It was just a thing you had to do.
I remember as a kid, I didn't like have a guide, or I didn't want to read a guide,
Yeah,
and
you
so
helped me.
yeah, I had to find her like 16 times to guess the dialogue options right. Because if you say any of the wrong dialogue options, she'll just peace out, and you'll have to like find her again to have a second chance. All right, here's something.
Yeah, you were helping me, so that helped.
Yes. Here's something a little funny. So here's the base. We didn't use it all in the first chapter, but like I said, we can just freely repair our weapons. And here's the arena. So every Fire Emblem game has an arena, but this game's implementation of it is special. Where in the home base, you can fight in the arena for like a predetermined gauntlet of battles.
Okay.
Which you
like
can use to get
dungeon.
Sort of. Which you can use to get experience and money, and each character can do this. So like, I think it's like 7 opponents, and once you beat them all, you can't fight in the arena anymore for that chapter, but the next character can go and try again. And you know, depending on the character, it can be quite hard to get through, but like technically it's optimal to at the start of every chapter do the arena with every single character. It's just that most of them would have a hard time beating anyone after this guy who Sigurd is killing here. Sigurd, of course, can easily beat the whole thing. And if you lose in the arena, you'll have 1 HP, but you're not risking your life as you typically are when you do the arena in most Fire Emblem games. It's just really inconvenient to have a significant portion of your army at 1 HP. So normally what I do when I play this is I have Sigurd do the whole thing, and then everyone else I have them do like the first 3 fights, but I don't know. I'm not sure what we'll do, because it takes a long time. So we might just like not really do it after showing it off this once, just to save time.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll have Azel do it, because I would like to try and train him up and get him promoted so that he can have a horse.
Gotta have a horse.
Yes.
If things are bad, you can eat the horse.
It is pretty much mandatory in this game. If you have no horse, you might as well have no life.
Yes, that's what I always say. No horse, no life.
It's a commentary on the elitism of feudalist society, I think.
Yes. Even this game's attitude towards swords, because really swords were more just a mark of nobility. I mean, they were good weapons, but a spear was generally actually more effective in a battlefield.
The preferred infantry weapon for most of history would be some kind of spear or pike, yes, because of the reach, I suppose.
And for knights, even a blunt weapon like a mace would often be better, because that's designed to penetrate armor. So a sword was just like, you could be fancy with a sword.
Yes. I've heard like there's been research into sort of the veneration of the sword in like feudal society and
A
everything,
lot
and
of cultures, yeah. I mean, even
yes,
well, I guess it's still feudal, but Japanese feudal as well as European.
yes, Japanese very much, and that's what that remains to some extent, at least in their popular culture. With you know, this katana has been folded 1,000 times thing.
Yes. No, yeah, katanas are still the sword of choice.
The Japanese steel folding thing is kind of like the equivalent to the Inca's ability to build on like mountainous terrain, where it was something that mostly came out of necessity from Japan not having very much iron.
Yeah, a very poor iron. Wow, I've
Yes.
never. That's wow. That's like a. I don't know. Like really nerdy history nerd kind of comparison. It's like the Japan meme is similar to the Incas. That's very insightful. I never thought of it that way. That's very true though.
Yes, thank you. I pride myself on my nerdy historicity.
It's like meta history. It's like everyone knows that Japan had rough steel, but have you ever compared it to the Incas? Oh shit, I didn't. Anyway, yes, that's true. This is stupid but kind of funny. When me and my I was working with a buddy at when I worked at Ford, and he got some like scammer texted him, and he was like, "What should I ask them just to mess with them?" And I said, "Ask them if they prefer the European longsword or the Japanese katana." And he did, and they like played along. He got into this like pseudo debate over which one was better. I was like,
I think the
okay.
longsword is actually supposed to be much better. Like,
Well,
especially if
yeah.
they've clashed against each other, it would be likely that the katana would break and the longsword would remain.
Yeah, but you shouldn't clash. Well, okay, so the real like pedantic, like boring answer is both came out of the necessity of resources and were developed to counter like defense methods or specific types of armor. So they're both really equally good in their own societies. That's the boring
Sure,
one.
yes.
You
That
shouldn't
is
like
very
clash
boring, yes.
swords together. But yeah, because katanas were made to penetrate through um, like I don't know, whatever the type of armor samurai had, whereas long swords were better for like thrusting, but whatever. I'm no feudal weapons expert, but based on my brief Wikipedia search just to argue against that scammer, I learned a little bit actually. That was an interesting time.
Certainly sounds it, yes.
Yes, we did a lot of things that weren't working at that job. I miss it sometimes.
That's normal.
I think so, especially the team I was on. Right? But
Bunch of slackers.
a bunch of slack. No, I like. Well, I guess yeah. The team, the existence of the team was pointless. I liked everyone I worked with. I won't get into that. That's not interesting.
Doesn't sound too interesting, no.
My design isn't. Although I worked with a cool guy, he would like he played pool like professionally on the side,
Oh, wow.
and he smoked a lot of weed. He was like 64 years old, like about to retire. He would just like come to my desk and regale me with stories of how he got high with his friends over the weekend.
Okay.
Which the stories weren't interesting, and neither is me talking about them. But that happening was a really
Yeah,
very,
that's
very
what's
funny.
interesting.
so yes. Anyway, good old Bob.
What should
Anyway,
be a good term for that? I'm thinking bong boomer is the term for that.
He was definitely a Bond boomer. I agree with that wholeheartedly, at least with this fellow.
Although, you know, I was a little hesitant because I wasn't sure if he like preferred the bong or the joint,
I think he preferred the joint, but
the doobie.
it still fits.
Yes,
Yeah.
the roach.
Yeah.
How come there aren't as many
One.
funny terms for bongs then?
Huh. I guess because Bond is already just kind of a funny word.
It is kind of funny. I think maybe it's partially because it took longer to emerge as a major way of smoking weed, although I don't really know.
Oh, maybe. I think
So I feel like
you
back
know,
in like the olden days, it was like, you know, 60s and stuff. It was mostly smoking blunts instead, Although again, I
Yeah,
don't
but
really know.
there's a slight difference. Like a joint, like a blunt is like thicker. A blunt is like a fat joint.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So
I,
there,
see, I
there are
didn't know
some
this.
like
I thought they were just
nuances.
same terms or the same thing.
I think not, but I'm no expert. Um, but
No. Hal is a resident weed
yes, we'll ask
expert.
Hal when he comes back.
He
We'll ask Hal to
knows.
detail all the different ways to roll wacky tobacco.
He knows weed stuff.
Mm.
You probably
I
know
have
more than
I have
I. I've never
rolled.
actually smoked.
I helped my buddies roll some blunts one time, and
And
they told me
they explained to you the
they were.
difference between a joint and a blunt.
Well, they said make sure to make them thick. I said, all right.
Yeah. But a roach is definitely just like a slangy term for it,
I think
right?
so. I think that's correct. Although roach evokes kind of a fat, juicy insect, so maybe
I see. That's true.
But who's to say? Maybe that's an American roach, like a German roach. They're thinner, so it just depends on where you're at.
Is that true?
Yeah, there's different species of roach, unfortunately. And actually, in the U.S., we have these big fuckers called water bugs that are just like a doubly sized roach that can also fly short distances. Hate those things.
That does sound annoying for them to be
They're in the
flying.
south. I don't think you have them in Canada.
No, I don't believe so. Does
No,
Germany
north
have a
of the border.
widespread roach problem?
I don't know how widespread, but they have their own specific species of roach.
And it's skinnier?
It's smaller in general, which may be good, may be bad. I guess roaches are bad. So the smaller ones, you could have more of them, but the big ones are the ones that creep me out more. So when I lived in Texas, we lived in like all sorts of shitty apartments that always had not like a roach problem, but like enough roaches to frighten me as a young lad.
I've heard the cockroaches are very bad for like getting in your stuff and ruining it.
They are. They're hard to get rid of, especially their eggs are basically like indestructible, and they're you become allergic to them over time. Like just being exposed to them will create an allergy to them, so they're just like really annoying. You have to like really nip it in the bud.
Bad pest.
Bad pest. Not the worst, I guess, but maybe even the worst. No, I think
among
bed bugs
the
are
worst, I think.
Yeah, bed bugs are probably the actual worst, but also easier to avoid.
I think mosquitoes are the pest that have been responsible for the most human death overall because of malaria.
That's fair. I was thinking very, first world Western centric. But we don't have a malaria problem here. But in countries that do, yes. Although, so my wife has done a little bit of charity work in African nation, but
like did she actually go overseas, or is it more like business end?
She went to Ghana and helped like set up some like medical facilities there. With a group, not by herself, with other people who knew what they were doing. A lot of the people there just use, they're provided free mosquito nets through various, sources, but they tend to just use them for like anything else, just because like they're convenient to use for like growing crops and for like carrying things, and like they're just, I guess, they're so used to just malaria being a problem, and they also have so many like daily needs and daily work they have to do that like having the nets as a passive mosquito deterrent is less immediately rewarding, I guess, than using it for other things it could be used for. And so the nets tend to be just useless because they're just not used as nets. It still helps the populace in other ways, but the malaria problem,
I guess they should start providing both mosquito nets and like nice
all
bags that you can use.
Yeah, exactly. No, totally.
All right, so in this chapter, we're kind of dealing with three princes of the country we're invading, who are sort of the sons of an old king, one of whom just kind of betrayed the enemy and let go of the woman that we're here to save, and also a little boy, like a 14-year-old boy or something who was a thief, and was captured there for stealing. Okay, I have to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a couple seconds. Okay, I'm back. Okay, we're gonna start by moving Du and Aideen, because sometimes you forget that you have them if you don't move them right away. I think one of the funniest strategies is to just leave Du parked on the church, and then he just fights people for a long time and gains experience. He can die if you do this, it's just not very likely. Seems like Mr. A probably went away for a bit. It's fairly important that we have Sigurd on the front lines. Oh. I thought that was me that missed for a second there, but no. Azel is so fucking behind. This is a kind of characteristic thing of this game too, is that the enemies just come in big clumps, which is more realistic, but it's also like it makes it hard to put anyone except for Sigurd in range without them just getting killed.
Okay.
Yep. So it's a good thing we have some really overpowered characters to just be able to destroy entire legions of enemies on their own.
Yes. The memorable heroes of Fire Emblem.
Exactly. With their lovely blue hair. So I did a classic line formation with all my other characters so that they can only really get attacked by one enemy.
Or yeah, good Roman strategy.
Exactly. Like doing a Roma build.
Hey, who isn't, you know?
Tunisians probably. Because they like Carthage more.
Sure. Yeah, that's right. I didn't think about that, yeah. Wow. You know, if things had gone a little differently historically, we would be talking about the third Carthage.
Yes, exactly. Well,
That'd
maybe.
Be a fun alt history mod for a Paradox game is what if Carthage won.
I think another
really
possibility is that if Carthage won, they would just not have gone on to be nearly as successful as Rome and would have gotten, like, you know, some Gallic lands and then collapsed or something. It's
possible.
Difficult to say. It depends on your historical perspective, because you could take the stupid ass guns, germs, and steel or Wally type of thing where you think it's only about luck. Or you could take the less stupid ass belief where you think it's more about a significant factor is the institutions with which a nation is governed, and then you could analyze how healthy Carthage's were compared to Rome's, which I wouldn't really know about. I think Rome's were reasonably smart, as evidenced by the fact that they took over like the entire known world.
Yes.
And Rome wasn't really like an Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, flash in the pan thing where they made an empire that lasted until the death of one monarch either. That civilization endured.
It took a lot of entrenched decadence and corruption.
Yes.
But yeah, not just it's like, oh shit, Genghis Khan is dead. What do we do?
Yeah. I guess with Alexander, the problem was sort of the feudalism, where he like had a bunch of successors and then all descended into infighting.
Should have just picked one.
Yes.
One guy he liked, you know.
It might have been better if he had one guy who just was able to be the tyrant of the entire Macedonian Empire after that.
Did I tell you about this Alexander the Great's father's attempt to cure his bisexuality?
Yes, I believe we did discuss that before. Classic story. By sending him a bunch of lovely women, and then he just had a big orgy with both his male lovers and the lovely women.
Thanks, Dad. But I was going to mention regarding the Carthage thing. Carthage, you know, wouldn't necessarily. I feel like Rome going up into Gaul and even up into Britannia was just out of like almost boredom, right? Because all of their economic power came from Mare Nostrum, the control of the Mediterranean Sea, and Carthage could have maybe more easily achieved that, and then not even had to deal with Gaul or anything, right? Only
It was the superior naval power being a uniform, wasn't it?
yeah. So I think Carthage could have done just as well without the Gaul consideration. I mean, I'm just being pedantic.
They were conquering Hispania, weren't they?
They were up in there, and even into the medieval age, you had the Moors up there until the Reconquista.
Yep.
Which I learned from one of my tour guides in Portugal. Portugal did sort of the same thing, but instead of conquest, they tried to integrate the peoples, and that's actually why Portuguese people tend to have darker skin. Is because they had more kind of intermixing with the Moors instead of just culling them like the Spanish tended to do.
Okay. Well, according to Latin sources, the Spanish also had more of a policy of like interbreeding with Native Americans as well, which is why a lot of the Latin American world is like genetically mixed between the two.
Oh yeah.
A term for it, but I forget what it is.
Yeah, me too. This is something that
versus
the Measurehead from Disco Elysium would have big opinions on.
Certainly. Where the Anglo-Saxon method was more exterminating and less interbreeding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of, you got to be a little bit careful going to a country and listening to them tell you about themselves.
Indeed, especially when that country is of Spanish nature, I find.
But it is also possible that the Spanish just changed their policy, basically, and interbred more with Native Americans in America, and that did in fact
still murder the
North African Muslims. Yeah.
Well, I think no matter which country you're talking about, the treatment of Native Americans was quite horrible.
Oh,
but
sure. Oh, yeah.
Perhaps a little less horrible with the Spanish compared to the English.
Yeah. If you can say that you did better than Belgium in the Congo, you're not the worst.
That's a start.
That doesn't mean you're good.
I know, I read about that, and it was like King Leopold. It was really, really horrible to the point where like even Europe of the time was shocked by it, and then they just like appropriated his, because Congo was considered to be his personal possession, and then they gave it to the country of Belgium. But I don't really know like if the treatment significantly improved when it was the country of Belgium and not King Leopold doing it.
I would think so, because my impression is basically what you said. Like, it was just Leopold, and even his, not even all of Europe, but his own populace was against him, to the point where he was like majority booed during his funeral because the populace was so against his colonial policies. So I would think that it improved after based on that fact, but I guess I don't know.
Who can really say?
I mean, historians can. I personally do not know.
Historian can certainly opine on that. Yes.
This would be not too difficult to look up. I just
probably got at least a little bit less crappy, but it was probably still quite crappy. I think would be my guess.
Yeah. It would be hopefully at least up to par with other colonial possessions, which again were not treated well. Just
no.
better than the Belgian, better than Leopold's Congo. Anyway, wow, depressing conversations.
Well, it's very suitable of the Fire Emblem 4 lore, which is all about realpolitik as well, just like Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics over.
Fits with our individual levels of ennui.
Yes. My ennui spikes more and more by the day, I'm afraid.
No.
We might reach a point of critical ennui in the future.
Critical ennui leading to reactor meltdown. I think my ennui has remained at whatever level it was.
That's good.
I think
ish. That's preferable to if it was going up.
Preferable to spiraling ennui. Well, are we in a not to push it?
Yeah, we can definitely go into other things. You want to start with Tunic?
Yeah, I feel bad that you love this game so much, and we gave you a good chance to discuss it last time. So
I think I covered most of what I had to say upon reflection, although get into some of the like more crazy stuff that the game does. Well, so I finished Tunic since a couple streams back, where I was in the process of playing it, and I kind of had observed that the game, there's almost like two different sections to the game, at least. One being the sort of normal Zelda-y adventure part of the game, and then once you get towards the end of that, you sort of transition into this setting of like incredibly complex puzzle solving with Golden Path and the previous puzzle before that one that are necessary to complete the true ending of the game being very, very hard to solve, to the point where I looked them up, despite kind of going into the game with the desire not to look things up, because I felt that kind of defeated the purpose. Tunic is a game where spoilers are maybe more significant than average, because the fun of the game is sort of the figuring out the puzzles and such for yourself, which can be fairly challenging. So it gets like, it does a lot of really obscure things, like to the point where your character has abilities that you wouldn't even know about, and there is some very advanced sequence breaking that is possible if you like just know about the stuff the game tells you by the end of it at the start. You can do quite a bit of sequence breaking just from that, which is neat. But
it is neat. Yeah, like on a new playthrough.
Yeah, so that would be an interesting thing. I haven't really done it yet, but it would be an interesting thing to go back and do, would be to play Tunic again and like try to just show off all the sequence breaking you can do, or experience it, I suppose would be the word.
Yeah, one of the games that does something similar to that I really like is System Shock 2, where there's a door you find near the beginning of the game, but you don't get the code for it until very late into the game, and it has like some of the best weapons. And so when doing a new game, it's just almost like a way to make it into New Game Plus, by you can choose to go to that door and input the code, and to kind of accelerate your ascension to power. So it's another example of a similar thing, I guess.
I think it's quite cool in general when something at the very start of the game you can go back to and kind of find new stuff. Like Hollow Knight actually has that, where you can go back beyond what seems to be the first like starting screen of the game, and there's a whole secret area behind that.
Oh yeah.
Which was cool.
Yeah. That's. I remember even like going through that sequence of areas and finding that I ended up back at the start and thinking that was like really neat.
I think almost every game has like the implication of a larger world beyond the bounds of the game, and as a kid at least there's always this like temptation to explore it, so Hollow Knight lets you do that to a limited extent. Is pretty cool.
Yeah, part of my love for Shadow of the Colossus is how much of that feeling it gives me is
the gigantic bridge.
Yes, and just like the greater world and how interesting that seems to be.
The big bridge is kind of like almost a manifestation of that idea. It's there to taunt you with this separation between yourself and the outside world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And then it collapses at the end of the game, sealing you in forever.
But I was going to say, with Hollow Knight as well, is that I feel like that's part of the inspiration. Like, part of the inspiration takes from Dark Souls. Is because there's moments in Dark Souls where you can look and see like, oh shit, I was in that area before. Dark Souls 1 specifically is really made to hammer in the fact that you're in this connected world and you can easily see and recognize areas you've been in previously, which is really, really cool feeling every time it happens, at least. I like that a lot.
Benefiting from the quite impressive draw distance the game's engine has.
That's right.
And also some good old-fashioned lying, because sometimes the game just like loads in a version of another area, like visually, that's not in quite the exact same place as the real one, although it's usually the same direction, everything like that.
Yep.
Just a little bit of cheating for artistic purposes. Oh shit!
Okay, you're limited by technology, and you do what you can. I think of oh yeah, well, so when I was a little kid, I had this game which was called like 4x4. It was like a like 4x4 vehicle focused like game with like a bunch of off-road vehicles, and part part of the game was to have these big open maps. And I remember, like, as a kid, I would just completely ignore like mission objectives and just go out and explore the map and see how far I could go before the game like wouldn't let me. So
Yeah.
Just to continue harping on that fact, I really like that feeling of exploration. I feel like that's what the Souls series. That's one of the major things I like about it is that feeling of exploration. Like it's such a difficult thing to nail artistically because it's such a vague concept, but you know, just the idea of making the world interesting to explore for the player, and that can be accomplished in different ways. You know, like a Metroidvania and a Souls-like accomplish both of these things, but maybe in different ways. Or like Shadow of the Colossus, you know, like a Metroidvania does it through having a very enclosed world, but having it be segmented significantly and locked behind progress, and so you always feel like you're finding something new. And then for Shadow of the Colossus, the whole world is there for you from the start, and so it's the vastness of it that kind of plays into that. But it's the same feeling almost.
True. Metroidvanias also use a system of reward for the player to heavily like incentivize the exploration, which Shadow of the Colossus mostly does not do, except for the lizards.
You get those lizards, but yeah, they're not. I don't think you need a single one to.
That is sort of the more traditional video game way to do things, is to use the like the in-game reward system to incentivize basically any form of gameplay.
Yeah. And it can be fun, but I feel like it is a more shallow view of how games can bring about that same motivation in its players.
It's very natural and not by no means a bad game design choice to do it that way. It's just yeah, Shadow of the Colossus' thing is a little more artistic, definitely.
Right.
And I mean, it's ideally it's a fusion of both, where you go there to get the reward system, but what you end up seeing is quite cool. Like in Hollow Knight, when you are exploring those back caves, there's the hidden grave thing with all the blue juice in that saint, and it's like seeing that is more interesting than getting the little buff that you get from going there.
Yeah, but you still get some. No, I agree. Is like this. I mean, I'll use a even more base example with Yakuza. Is that like all the little side quests in Yakuza give you some little reward, but the real reason you do them is because of just like it's relevant to the story, or it's just a funny little side quest. You want to help this person. The rewards are rarely worth all that much, but it does, like, it reminds you that it's a game by giving you something for going out of your way. And I feel like that's a good, mix to have.
I think Tunic is an interesting example to go back to in contrast to that, because I was somewhat disappointed by a sense of disproportionality between how difficult it was to solve the final two puzzles and what the reward for solving them was.
Okay.
Because they are very, very complex, and what you get for them essentially amounts to one page of the instruction manual for each. I was kind of hoping when the final puzzle involves opening a gigantic gate, and I was hoping there'd be like a big bonus area there to be sort of like the celebration of solving all the hardest puzzles of the game. There isn't. There's just a cute little note on the instruction manual that says "Good job winning, player," and then you get the new ending if you have all the pages.
I feel like I harp on this a lot, but everything about this really sounds like the secret ending to Death's Door, where it is this like very difficult to solve kind of mystery. Not difficult to solve, but like kind of tedious to finish all the extra objectives you have to do. And then at the end, like, not to belittle it, but I'll say all you get is this like extra little cutscene, and
that is basically
like,
the
you did it. It's like, okay, cool.
The extent of what you get in terms of Tunic's like actual reward system itself. So it is more the joy of solving the puzzle itself that is what you're supposed to be going for. Which in Tunic, because it's such a gigantic puzzle, it is a legitimate thing. And also, I will say the secret ending, or the second ending does really recontextualize your understanding of the themes of the game as well, or at least it did for me.
Okay. Okay, I mean, in Death's Door, the secret ending recontextualizes some aspects of the plot, but not really the themes or anything especially deep. So it sounds like Tunic has a little bit of a better approach in that regard, at least for
and then
I would appreciate.
If you have a really big thirst for puzzles, Tunic has like several layers beyond that as well, One being translating the language of the in-game manual as possible. It is basically an alternate writing system for English, but fans have like translated the entire manual by breaking down and understanding the language of it. And then there's an ARG thing beyond that as well, where there are these quite difficult to find secret treasures within the game, and if you find enough of them, you can unlock this tower that shows you a bunch of glyphs for each input you put in. And people like deciphered messages and found a website and stuff like that in connection with that as well.
Straight out of Petscop.
Yes.
That's cool. Yeah. And so you said you didn't participate in the ARG.
No, I said that's kind of beyond my pay grade as a puzzle solver in games. It's the sort of thing Professor Layton I think would really appreciate. Tunic though.
A little too much for anyone else.
Yeah,
no,
Luke,
I agree.
Luke would be like, Professor, this is way too fucking complicated.
Shut up. I need. No. I mean, Halo is the later Halo games are well known for their ARG aspects. Halo 3 specifically, and yeah.
Which one has the creepy monkeys?
Creepy monkeys.
Yeah, do you know about the creepy monkeys in Halo?
I think I do.
There's one game, I think it might be Halo 3, where there's these weird models of like creepy monkeys that can just be found around the game, like every now and then. I think one of them's in like a technically out of bounds area that you have to use a glitch to explore, but they're just these static models of disconcerting looking ape creatures.
Oh. I think it's Halo. I just googled it, so it looks like it's the Halo 3 ODST. So the like standalone expansion. So interesting.
I think I heard that in ODST during the ending, you can like, it turns out you can manipulate the camera, and if you do it, one of the creepy monkeys is just like sitting there looking at you in the ending cutscene.
Interesting.
Slightly out of shot.
Huh. Well, I didn't know about that, but yeah, that is the type of thing that, like, that's just, especially in the Halo world, that's just so much fun because it kind of shows that the devs had a little spare time and they cared enough about the game to put a little like goofy shit in there.
Yeah.
Which is compared to like now the devs have no time, and whether or not they care about the game, it just feels like they're trying to milk it for money. So just kind of like
AAA has become horrible for that. Yeah.
Yeah, like a reminder of times long past.
Yes, with Halo.
With Halo specifically. Gaming in general has a lot of these examples, but not always. But a lot. Oh well. Indie games are where it's at. Hollow Knight, Tunic.
Death's Door.
Death's Door, yeah. Well, who made Tunic? What do you remember the devs?
No, it was mostly one guy.
Okay. I guess I was just curious if they'd made anything else. It might be interesting.
No, it was a debut project.
Okay, cool.
In the end credits, you see like it's like the credits is like 3 people who made the game and then 50 people who advertised it.
Oh yeah, well, it worked.
Yes.
I mean, and deservedly so. It seems to be legitimately good.
It's quite good.
Was it all you had hoped for?
I'd say so.
Okay. Just curious. Cool. Yeah, I look forward to checking it out one of these days.
Maybe you know what Tunic is also an example of is the rising proportionality of the like non-binary player character, I guess, or the unspecific sex player character, which Hollow Knight is actually also an example of.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Like, yeah, Hollow Knight technically is that, and Ori and the Blind Forest.
Undertale is a big example.
Undertale,
no,
yes.
not Celeste.
Yeah, I guess Doki Doki, but Doki Doki heavily implies male.
Yes, Doki Doki, the narrator character is male, but the player.
Player could be anyone. That's true. The player is the real main character. I guess major spoilers, but
the player's unstated sex is in some way known or an element of the game's story, I guess.
Yes, exactly. Well, sort of. I think Monica even has a line. She's like, "I don't care. I still love you."
Yeah, Monica's bisexual, I guess.
I guess so. If you have to put a label on her. But yeah, that's true. I think making the main character an animal helps, or a furry. So again, Death's Door and
Cult of the Lamb is also an example.
Ooh, true. Yep. Perfect example. Very similar. Cute, ambiguously gendered, and it doesn't matter. Main character.
Yes. Now in the porn, the Cult of the Lamb is much more commonly portrayed as being female, but the Ruin Seeker from Tunic is more commonly portrayed as male. I found, which surprised me. But I think it's because his outfit very heavily evokes Link to people.
Yes, I was about to say, yeah, Link is male. Although I have encountered a pornography where Link is portrayed as a femboy.
Since Breath of the Wild, where he has to disguise himself as a woman for one part, the femboy Link thing has become quite popular.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I haven't finished a little while, but and femboy Link is still male, so it doesn't actually change anything.
No. I guess that depends on your view of things, but to most accounts, no.
Right? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I'm no expert myself. That's my understanding.
I prefer the good old classic twink Link to femboy Link.
I feel like those are like the slightly modified version of the same thing. Where, like,
there can be a thin line between the two of them.
Yes, between those two specifically. Yes.
A thin red line between twink and femboy. Oh, okay.
Thin blue line if they're cops.
Okay, so yes, Arya is somewhat difficult to recruit because you have to you have to see the castle that she's like right in front of and then talk to her. But the problem with that is it's hard to do that without getting into like aggro range of her and then her fighting you and either killing one of your characters or getting killed by them. Okay. Because she's very deadly at close range. She even has Astra, which lets her attack 5 times. There's a chance for her to proc it and attack 5 times. Which of course is quite devastating.
Unfavorable, yes.
I don't think this will work, but no. I don't know. I think I just kind of have to hope RNG works out for me for her to be able to save her. Because I had her fight Quan, but he just kind of procced his double attack thing and killed her. He shouldn't do that normally. Because Sigurd unfortunately can't quite one around the boss of this fort.
Useless.
Only he had a little more attack. I don't really want to expose her to one of my weaker units because then she will kill them. It's hard to find someone who's in a good middle ground between getting killed by her and killing her. Maybe the best odds is Alec. I'm not quite sure.
What do you think about, going back to Tunic briefly, what do you think about, I don't know, I feel like there's kind of a deep love for the 2D Zelda games, or 2D Zelda type games. I think Tunic evokes a lot of that.
Certainly does, yes.
A lot of those genre-specific qualities, but I feel like there really haven't been a lot of, like, 2D Zelda, indie remakes. Because you have things like Death's Door and Tunic that come close. You have a lot of clones of certain genres, like Dark Souls clones, even reimaginings in a 2D space like Salt and Sanctuary. But I don't see a lot of clones or even reimaginings of 2D Zelda games, even though I feel like that's a good niche genre.
I can't think of too many that fit that off the top of my head, except for Binding of Isaac is commonly compared to the dungeon crawling of the first Zelda.
Oh, sure. Okay,
and
roguelikes.
Tunic certainly evokes Link to the Past very heavily. I think, if it's true, I think some other games like Moonlighter and stuff this comparison can be drawn as well, and I just haven't played them as much, but I think if it's true, it might be because even though Link to the Past especially is considered to be a legendary game and held in very high regard, the 3D Zelda model is kind of even more revered with games like Ocarina of Time, and Nintendo also pretty much moved Zelda strictly to 3D as soon as Ocarina of Time came out, with I think Link Between Worlds being the only real 2D game made by them, at least since then. Capcom made a bunch of 2D games after that. 2D Zelda games, that is. So if there's a reason, it's probably that. Is that people are making a Zelda-based game they would rather base it on the 3D ones that people like even more than the 2D ones.
Well, as you were talking, I thought about that, and there also aren't really a lot of 3D Zelda type games. I mean, I guess there are quite a few games that take influence from it in certain ways. Even like the Souls series and Souls likes can be seen to have.
Shadow of the Colossus as well.
Yeah, but that's an old game.
Certainly the comparisons can be drawn. Sure. Yeah, I think every adventure game basically that came after Ocarina of Time can be said to have drawn influence from Ocarina of Time, but I guess it is harder to name too many games that are like to the point where you would call it a clone, I guess, of that.
Yeah. And that's not a good or bad thing necessarily. It's just interesting. I thought it was interesting that so many games or game types get cloned, but those which are generally well loved don't get cloned so much as they just have a lot of influence drawn from them, which in my opinion may even be better. Just curious that it's turned out that way. Sometimes clones like help spawn a genre, right? Like when Doom clones spawned FPSs, which is
and Souls like
huge, and exactly, and Souls like spawned its own kind of subgenre, but it's like specifically Souls like, which draws inspiration from Zelda, from even Shadow of the Colossus at times, but that specific mix spawned its own subgenre, not any of its predecessors. So
I think one of the things this reminds me of is that I was thinking Dark Souls is pretty much inarguably the game of the decade now for 2010, because like the number of games that have taken such direct influence from it is so astronomically high.
Yeah. That is interesting.
And then a second observation I was thinking of that is interesting to me is that there's sort of this tier separation of FromSoft games where there are the games that are seen as quite good, like Dark Souls 2 would be the typical example of this, and then there are the sort of like generation-defining ones, which is Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and to a slightly lesser extent Bloodborne, that have some kind of artistic significance in them that seem to transcend just like this is another solid repetition of the From Software thing. With Sekiro being interesting to me because I feel like it was quite well regarded, but I hear people talk about Bloodborne so much more than I hear people talk about Sekiro now.
No, I agree with you. I don't think Sekiro is in any way genre or generation defining, even though I really, I love it, but just didn't have that same impact at all.
Yes, and then it's kind of like, what makes the difference? Because, Sekiro also could be said to mix things up more than almost any other game. Oh yeah, and then sadly Demon Souls was in the secondary category. It's in the good game, but not generation-defining game.
Got overshadowed completely by Dark Souls, which isn't even that different, just different enough.
Yes.
It's okay.
So the big influence is sort of attributed to Dark Souls, but really could in a way be attributed to Demon Souls, which invented most of that stuff, but just didn't catch on as much.
Yeah. What a shame.
I do think it's partially because Dark Souls evokes the themes of inevitable entropy more gracefully than Demon Souls does, because Demon Souls kind of messes up a little bit, in my opinion, by externalizing them to the demon, the big elder god creature. And then Bloodborne also does that, but just does it so well and so much throughout the whole game. I guess
that's fair.
That's what makes that one stand out as an artistic.
I didn't even think about that. Like the overarching themes between Bloodborne and Demon Souls are really similar, but having not played Bloodborne, my understanding from what I've seen is that it does do that better. And in between Dark and Demon Souls, people just liked the kind of existential march towards entropy better than the Lovecraftian sacrifice all your souls to big god. Even though it wasn't like a malicious entity, it is like more like Azathoth, just this blind, insane, willless entity. It's just like it shows up every now and then, and it's really hungry, and then it fucks off if you give it enough souls.
Yes, or Gigas would be another example of this type of creature. Gigas in Mother 2, that is, as opposed to Mother 1,
Not
where
in-
he's more like Frieza.
Yes. Yes. I know just enough about Dragon Ball Z to understand what you mean.
Frieza, but with more humanity, I guess, because I don't think there's any nuance
True.
related to Frieza's character. He's just an evil, arrogant alien who ends up getting
Yeah,
beaten
he
up.
beat his ass. There's no emotional nuance in Dragon Ball, is there? It's just like
I don't think so,
beat this
no.
guy up. Yeah, okay, cool.
I've always talked about how I like Dragon Ball more than Dragon Ball Z because it feels like more of a real adventure story, and then with Z it starts to get lost in like power spiraling bullshit.
Oh,
If-
sure.
If I can lift up 3 planets, so yeah, well I can lift up 4 planets, and then like the next enemy can lift up 5 planets.
Yeah, that was the shit. I think I've talked about this, but when I was on the GameSpot, there was a Toonami union, which was a union is a forum specialized towards a certain topic, like Star Wars.
Yeah, you could basically just make a custom forum on GameSpot for a
Yes.
while until they axed that feature.
They did axe that feature in all of our posts.
Yes, which caused a minor
But
exodus
one
of
the unions I was a part of.
users from GameSpot.
I guess, yeah, actually, AFT is formed from the exodus of one of the most populated unions on GameStop. So we have some pedigree. Not pedigree worth anything, but
Certainly not.
There's some history there. It's actually a little bit interesting. But anyway, yeah, that's what a union was. And then we had a Toonami union, which was all comics, cartoons, anime, all that mixed in. And, we had that's where there is a card game that we created that exists on AFT, but nobody ever plays, called Dimension Wars, and that started on Toonami, where you would
Yes.
choose you would build a team, and each one of you had a card, like a Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It was like a
character.
gotcha version
It was-
of
yo, exactly what it was.
multiverses, but before either of those things.
Wow, that's brilliant. Yes, exactly what Xdet said. It was a gotcha version of multiverses.
But
But
more
it's still
genuine
unique
because it didn't
properties.
have as much horrible fucking monetization
Exactly.
system.
And I would get into arguments. I chose Doctor Strange as my card, and we had a separate topic that was like, who would win, that type of thing.
Oh
And
yeah, classic.
I was like, Doctor Strange would easily win against literally anyone, which I still stand by to this day because his powers are so poorly defined in Marvel, and he's just like a wizard who has like ultimate wizard power. But everyone would always fucking bring up Goku. It's
Yeah.
like, well, Goku can blow up 8 planets. It's like, I don't know, Doctor Strange could like teleport him to an empty dimension. Like, I don't know, like, what the fuck? It was like, well, yeah, but Goku, like, if he tries really hard, he can blow up 10. It's I think we're on 2 different levels here. I can't, like,
Yes.
as stupid as it is to argue about.
Or the Game Facts contest forum also used to run like a contest where you would vote on who would win, who was the most powerful fictional character, but it would actually exclude certain characters if they were like too ridiculous, or if they were too like if they're like god-like entities who didn't seem to be able to be killed, or if they were their powers are too poorly defined. So I don't know if Doctor Strange would actually have been eligible.
Maybe not, based on my interpretation, which again is not. That was
Like,
me when I was.
I know
like
that
14,
Gigas
but-
was not eligible because he's just
okay.
this like he's like a setting more than an entity at that point.
Yeah, sure. Too lofty. No, that makes sense. But yeah, that was an interesting thread.
I think the board A people probably did end up having slightly better like overall defined rules and everything for their one than the
Probably.
Toonami one did probably. But it
Yeah,
was generally agreed
that
there
was
as
all
well
agreed.
that Superman would beat Goku. I
See,
think his powers were supposed to be like of a significantly higher scale.
and I think Doctor Strange could easily beat Superman, and I could argue that better.
I know one guy that was always really good was, I think his name was Randall Thor I think he's from the Wheel of Time series of books, who has this power that he like, it's like a fireball sort of thing, but if he hits you with it, it like deletes you from existence, and also he can like undo your effect on time for a certain amount of time based on like how powerful he wants it to be. It can delete you from a greater span of time. Like the base one would like delete you, and then he could like delete the last 30 seconds you did, or maybe more after that. I don't know, but that was considered to be like really overpowered, because even if it was like Goku or something, if he hit them with that, it just would delete them from existence. There's no like consideration of the durability of the other character.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shit, man. Like, I mean, well, there's like in JoJo season 5, there's King Crimson, which can cut bits out of time, and so like yeah, like very similar sounding is like you attack him and he just decides he didn't like you attacking him and he cuts that event out of the time stream. And any questions you have or any additional detail you want, it just works the way the show wants it to work. So
yes,
it's very ill-defined ability.
That's JoJo for you, and that's how it should be for
Exactly,
the specific fact that it is JoJo.
It is, yes. It was more fun that way, but it's like, wait, didn't they just say he couldn't do that 3 episodes ago? It's like, it doesn't matter. It's just the way the story's going. But yeah, so that type of thing can easily, yeah, that was always my argument, is like, it doesn't matter about who can blast each other the hardest with their thick ass laser beam. It's like one character can like,
well, Goku versus Superman would be that type of battle.
It would be true. That specifically is yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But with Doctor Strange and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Doctor Strange could turn Goku into a puddle. What are you gonna do? What's he gonna do?
I think some of that was with Goku versus Randall Thor. It would be like, can Randall Thor get his thing out fast enough to kill Goku, or can Goku just punch him in the face even before he can do it, sort of sort of thing. And so Doctor Strange might have that aspect as well, where like Goku's reaction speed and movement speed and stuff are also fast. I don't really know like what the time restrictions of Doctor Strange doing his Doctor Strange stuff is, because I haven't really ever read any stories with him.
Yes, I think he has to like evoke. He has to, he has a verbal somatic component and a verbal component to his spells. So.
He probably would lose to Goku then, just because of getting punched in the face really, really hard before he could even do his stuff. But I don't really know.
That is the only legitimate argument I've ever heard. Okay, so that's already more interesting, because they were just like, well, the laser beam Goku can generate is just so massive. Like,
yeah, that doesn't really seem super relevant to that.
Sounds more legitimate. Fair enough. I'm not especially attached to Doctor Strange winning.
I think
that they
the most important
thing
to remember is that these things can be interesting to discuss as a curiosity, but they have absolutely zero to do with which story is better or which one has the better storytelling or anything like that.
No, that was
like, obviously Goku would beat Ivan Karamazov in a fight, but that doesn't change the fact that the Brothers Karamazov is 1,000 million times better as a story than Dragon Ball Z is.
But you know what, you're right. Goku could beat Ivan Karamazov quite easily.
Yes, it would not even be a contest. But if they had a philosophical debate about the nature of God, I think Ivan would win.
Probably. Although I think Goku just would stop caring at some point and want to do something more wholesome.
Probably. I think Goku gets bored very easily, but I don't really know very much about the apparently he's a bad dad, but I haven't read it past the part where he's still a child, so.
Okay, yeah. I've never watched Dragon Ball, so I only understand from snippets and other people talking about it, so forgive me for any discrepancy.
I've only watched it a little bit, so I can pretend to just notice influence on anime.
I have watched a good chunk of Dragon Ball Abridged on YouTube, though, so...
yes. Classic masterpiece.
Not as good as Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, but still...
I do like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged the most.
It is the best.
Did you know that Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, the guy who makes it now regrets a large portion of it for feeling that it is homophobic and such?
Oh, interesting. I guess it has some of those jokes, but... I mean, I don't take issue with him being somewhat regretful of that, but it is also like just a product of the time in some ways.
I don't think it was ever hateful in its intent.
No, exactly. It's like
which to me is the crucial difference.
Exactly. It's just ignorance compared to kind of the way we think now about that sort of thing.
Some people can make things that are considered to be offensive, or even quite offensive, but that actually are intending to like uplift the people that it offends.
Yeah, that's that too.
The classic example
from Mother 3 in that way.
With the transgender, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think a very good example of that would be Patti Smith made a song called Rock and Roll, and then a word that I certainly cannot say on stream, which redefines that word as meaning like anyone who has been an outcast by traditional society, and then she self-identifies as that despite being white, and like, so it's very much an anti-racist song, let's say, but certain people are offended by it just because of the fact that she uses that word.
Yeah, that makes sense. Even to a lesser extent, the famous Dire Straits song "Money for Nothing" says a certain homophobic slur, but the song is written and sung from the perspective of like a ignorant and somewhat racist person. So it's not like the band member is espousing that word. It's just like fits the theme, and you're supposed to not like that character. But I guess I can understand people being upset with it.
I think with the Patti Smith song, I would consider it to be misguided to consider it like to be angry with the song or call it racist or any such thing, because its the intent of it very clearly was to like go against that. Not that my point of view has that much legitimacy.
That's much more wholesomely intended than even the Dire Straits song, which I already think is a stretch to take issue with.
The Dire Straits one is writing in character, basically. It's I think we I don't know if this was on stream or not, but we talked about this before, and I compared it with the song "Run for Your Life" by the Beatles, where it's like the narrator of that song is talking about like how much of a violent, like abusive man he is, but that obviously is not like a pro wife abuse song.
You're supposed to think it's bad, and the band members agree. But I guess I can get people just not wanting those types of words to be used ever. I disagree respectfully, but also I'm soaked with privilege. So
yes,
exactly. This.
My lack of melanin does not allow me to really opine on these matters.
Yes. Well, at least you're gay, so that helps like a little bit.
That's true. You know, as a gay man, I do somewhat have a, I guess, an ability to talk on, like, representation, I think would be the right term. Which is that, I think it is time for the gay community to, like, start creating things that are, like, the only... I don't know, they basically give up on the idea of, like, we have to represent gay people safely, I guess, or, like, respectfully, and just try to approach it from a point of, like, earnest creativity, where, I don't know, I think maybe I should return to this another time, because I feel like I cannot articulate it very well at the moment, but I basically, like, if you're portraying homosexuality just to, like, try and make gay people feel good about themselves, that's already been done enough. There's no more need for that, basically. So,
I see.
Only portray it if you have some kind of really legitimate interest in it, either as a storytelling device or just as an experience.
Gotcha. I think I see what you mean.
Yeah, I think just... as a corollary to that, there are things that are like sort of more gay rights oriented stuff that is also still good work in itself, like Brokeback Mountain would be a good example of that, which I would interpret as being like an explicitly gay rights and anti-homophobia movie, but is also just a legitimately good movie. But I would rather see something like, I guess, like Hideo Kojima's homoeroticism, I would consider to be more what I am looking for than, like, if you go on like Netflix and go to the LGBT section and see all that coming out type of movies or whatever. That stuff to me is just like pandering, I guess, and I don't really care to see it. I find it almost a little bit patronizing, I guess.
Sure. Kind of in your face. Well, this is a discussion that we could certainly have tonight with regards to a pentiment, which, you know, I noticed quite a bit of homosexual representation in that game, and by quite a bit I mean like a couple of examples, I guess.
There's the two gay priests that you can walk in on having their little tryst.
Yeah, there's the gay priest. There's the two women whose names are...
Yes, that's right. I forget. There are the two women who are at least strongly implied to have a romantic relationship going on. Well, one of them is married to a man, I think. So maybe there's a beard sort of situation going on with that.
Right, and then there's Baltus and his Italian friend, who I felt was implied, although again not explicitly ever first
Oh,
stated.
okay. I didn't really pick up on that, but I'm not going to disagree with it.
Just the way the Italian guy was dressed with his shirt so open.
You know, Italians. That brings to mind the gay or European thing from like Legally Blonde or whatever. I don't know if you've seen that.
Totally true.
Where they're wondering if a guy is gay or European. This is like, is that him being gay, or is it just kind of how Italians are?
Well, we talked about in a few streams back about the Romanian mesh shirt.
Yes.
Some time ago.
That was also a Fire Emblem thing.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem definitely has some very pretty boys in it, so I guess that's why it tends to evoke this type of subject matter.
Exactly. But so there is some there, but I felt like that was like, I don't know, I liked the way it was handled. It was there. It explored a little bit of the struggles of you know, being homosexual in medieval society without like, it didn't have to harp on it too much, or it never felt like pandering. Like, I wouldn't have minded if it was more prevalent in the story, but the characters that were chosen, it would have felt forced had it been more prevalent in the story because they were minor characters. So, like, I guess from that perspective, if that makes sense.
I think
like,
Pentament's handling of both that and the feminist themes that it could be argued to contain is quite good. But
yeah.
What I am talking about isn't necessarily the same thing as prevalence or lack of prevalence, and more to do with the manner in which homosexuality is depicted, I think.
Well, I guess some of what I took from what you were saying was the fact that it should just be portrayed almost naturally without any of this agenda of pushing forward a larger idea.
Yes.
Right, and that's what I was getting at. Is Pentiment, I feel like, does that. Like, it's there. It supports similar themes to the feminist themes without feeling like it's trying to.
Pentiment uses both of those to sort of examine the social structures of the society of the time, which is what the whole story is about, because it's set against the backdrop of the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah, and so all the portrayals of LGBT,
it always comes off as fairly natural to the story and to the society it's trying to depict and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was specifically what I was comparing it to. But so I think I get what you mean. Pentiment is not the best example. I agree. I did pick up on those aspects, or I did appreciate from a cis white male standpoint.
I guess
I thought it was one.
What I would especially look for, and what I would probably do if I stopped being such a lazy fuck and actually started creating stuff, would be to include, like, to do stuff that goes as far as to including homoeroticism, but that does it in a way that's I guess not as cringe, not as like forced and pandering and all that sort of stuff. You should just do it out of an honest interest. Like, I'm quite homosexual, so I'm interested in seeing that depicted.
Sure. I don't know how much you've never watched The Wire, right?
No, I haven't.
The Wire has a major character who is homosexual, and it even maybe you might have better thoughts if you watched it, but it has just like very honest and open portrayals of his homosexuality to the point of some homoeroticism, but it never feels like it's anything more than just exploring his character further. Like, it never feels like it's more or less than any of the heteroerotic scenes, at least to me. And again, that's my perspective, so maybe someone else would feel differently, but I feel like that might be a good example of some of what you're talking about.
To me, it's hard to come up with an example that I think does it really well. I think maybe something like ancient Greek myths, like Achilles and what's his face fucking around, is kind of a decent example.
Sure.
Because the Greek society just handled it, like, just had a completely different view of that, and American society, a view of homosexuality is so, like, I don't know, messed up at this point.
Yeah.
Because of the initial homophobia and then almost sort of an overcompensation for that. And also, I think, to some extent, an LGBT community that asks to be, like, sheltered, which I think is mistaken.
Sure.
And also, I think the idea of an LGBT community is also stupid, because it's kind of like if I founded a vanilla ice cream enjoying society.
Yeah, like I mean.
But that's because it would make sense in a society where vanilla ice cream lickers were persecuted. But now that I feel that the level of persecution has been combated sufficiently enough that the LGBT community is almost starting to feel like vestigial. But certainly people would disagree with me on that.
Yes.
And that might be more relevant point in Canada than in America.
Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I would not. If I were to get together with people just based on my heterosexuality or our heterosexuality, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't end up
Yeah,
friends
because
with the majority of them. But it
it's
is
not
more.
actually that much of a shared interest, really. Like, I think
Yeah.
a decent example of this is like DFK and me, who are both the gay people on the gay men even on our server, don't really have very much of anything in common, including what types of
Yeah.
men we like. We can't
Yeah,
even
exactly.
like bond over hot guys because I like twinks and he likes Vera.
Yeah, like I personally have never really enjoyed just talking about like hot girls with my
No,
fellow straight men. So it's like totally not at all an interest that I would bond with other people over. So that is, I feel like, again, from an outsider's perspective, it seems like the LGBT community is more closely bonded because of their shared like persecution.
yes,
Not at all just because of their mutual interest in same-sex partners, because that's really not a thing that you like. It's not like a hobby, that you can like chat about necessarily. Some people do like to chat about it, but like we just said, like, yeah, it's not really I've never enjoyed
I think
talking
the
about that
other,
kind of thing.
the main purposes of the LGBT community, to my mind, as someone who hasn't participated in it very much,
Mhm.
so this could be quite misguided, but would be, first of all, to have a sort of organized opposition to the oppression of homosexuality, and then secondly, just because, like, the practical necessity of finding a partner for gay people sort of necessitates, at least, like, a system of sorting who is gay and who is not, because it's a significant enough minority that you're trying to, like, find guys to date in the wild is just stupid, like not a very feasible prospect. So there's always had to be
Yeah,
like either the down low gay baths or stuff, or there's had to be like the gay LGBT community now somewhat serves this purpose,
yeah,
I think.
and I feel like it seems at least to be a situation that's improving just through the normalization of LGBT people, but it has been that way, and still is in a lot of ways. Is like these very 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 specific ways to meet other people because it's still kind of like underground.
Well, it's underground, and also it's just like a small percentage. Like, I think the
Oh
stat,
yeah,
this is
that
probably
too.
underrepresenting it, but I think the stat was 2%, which is like,
Oh
it's
wow,
probably a
that's
little higher than that, but from my personal experience also leads to like the odds of finding a person that you're attracted to who is also gay as a gay man is like, without going to a specific place for gay men to gather,
yeah,
it's not going to happen, or at least it's going to make the whole process
it's
very annoying
unlikely.
and painful compared to how it would be if you are straight.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't realize the statistic was so low. I don't know what I
Mm.
thought it was, but I thought it was higher, I guess. So yeah, and it's hard enough for a lot of straight individuals to find a suitable partner, or I guess, I mean, part of that is just perception, but to find a partner they're happy with, that those same issues, and then you apply it to the lower percentage of LGBTQ people. Yeah, I can see it being very difficult.
Yeah, and the inability to immediately tell as well. Like, you can,
Oh
like a
yeah,
person and then like try to make friends with them and then get to dating, and it's just like a whole waste because they're just not that orientation.
yep.
Um,
It happens for straight people too, but again, the with that
Much less
percentage,
likely.
it's yeah, exactly.
Which I think is
It's
also
less
part of the reason why like the gay voice was adopted. It was a really obvious form
Oh
of signaling.
yeah, I've always found that super interesting. Like the idea of, maybe I brought this up before, the idea of like a gay like accent. It's
I
like
think it's
so cool.
partially just because of stereotypes in media and stuff like
Oh
that.
sure, but that's the thing is like I've been surprised at how many times I've listened to gay people that I've met in person or just like speak in media that have that voice. It's like I thought it was a stereotype, but I mean it is, but like it's actually used. Like people talk this way more than I would have expected actually.
Yeah.
Um, so I always found that really interesting. Like an accent not based on region necessarily or like language, but sexual orientation somehow. Um,
Mm.
I mean, I guess it's tied more to. I mean, I'm no linguist, but it's tied more to. It's like a vernacular similar to AAV, African American vernacular, where that's a shared like accent or way of speech among African Americans across the country. It's not like a regional thing. It's more like shared by culture, people,
Uh-huh.
which is interesting because you kind of choose to adopt it then instead of like necessarily growing up around it.
Well, that's my
Or that
guess
can be the
as somebody.
case.
I've never actually like gone to somebody who has the gay voice and to ask them like, why is your voice like that? But I would guess that it's something people kind of like nurture, like something they try to have.
Yeah.
Or maybe some people just happen to speak like that, but it being correlated with gay people, I think, would be a result of gay people like putting it on, I guess.
Yeah.
Probably again for signaling purposes, but I also find it like unbelievably unattractive. So
Well, me too, but it's okay for me. But yeah, yeah. I mean, same. I've never been like close enough friends or like just even talk to a person with the kind of gay vernacular long enough to be comfortable asking them, hey, why do you talk that way? Without being afraid of really offending them. Even though like I don't mean it that way, I'm just genuinely curious. I can definitely understand someone being very offended. So I've never risked it.
yeah.
Oh well. Maybe I'll look it up. I'm sure it's actually something that's been somewhat researched, so
That seems likely. Okay, well, in the game, what we saw, we did see the first, like, 2 NPC armies having a showdown that we just kind of have to watch, where our buddy Eldigan was, like, nearby our castle, or Elchon, or whatever he's called in this translation. And then another conniving guy, I think his name's Elliot, came in with his army and tried to invade our castle, but they didn't actually reach there or attack Arden, who's guarding it, because Elchon's army just showed up and fucked them over. Like, owned them for being such dickheads. So that's something that we will look forward to happening a lot of times, just kind of letting go of the controller for a little while and watching 2 NPC armies fight each other for a bit.
cool.
Yes.
It gives us a lot more time to talk about Tunic.
Yes, exactly. More pentiment discussion getting through from that.
Yes.
It's perfect for this stream, but it is somewhat of a baffling gameplay choice. Not really baffling, because I know it is designed to give more of an epic feel to and dramatic feel to the story moments.
Yeah, but is it fun? Sounds like maybe no.
Not really, no.
So,
One thing that I think is quite interesting that I guess I will spoil happening is that there are, this time we see the NPC army, like the allied NPC army win, but many times it will be the allied NPC army like getting killed and slaughtered, and you kind of have to just watch, and it always for me like evoked this feeling, this desire, I guess, that like, ooh, is there some way to secretly get your characters like far enough to save that army in time? So that's that sort of feeling, which there isn't, of course. It's just like an inevitable thing in the game, but the fact that it happens within gameplay mechanics gives you this personal sense of failure, I guess, of like, I should have been able to be there and save the other army.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That kind of speaks to how this is sort of the most admirable Fire Emblem game in terms of experimentation within how to tell a story from a video game. It just is not actually the best Fire Emblem story, which is Fire Emblem 9. Okay. Just because that one has better writing and characterization, I guess.
It does somewhat remind me of something Ace Combat 7 does, where there's a few missions, like literally 2, I remember, where you sometimes have to make a choice between like protecting a certain group of people and another group, but every time it makes you make that choice, it's just what do you prefer to have fun with, because like the AI will go take care of the other groups. There's never a choice of like, should we save these people or these people? It's like, who do you prefer to save? But they'll both get saved regardless. So it's kind of a different approach that makes it less, I mean, definitely less emotionally meaningful, but it does speak more to Ace Combat's like, you know,
gameplay prioritization over storytelling. Yeah, that doesn't really sound like it is using that device to try and tell a story in any way, whereas this game is trying to use that stuff to tell a story.
The only thing Ace Combat uses to tell story is
annoying ass cutscenes.
Lots of dialogue. Yeah, exactly.
I'd have to take another quick bath and break here.
Actually, I wanted to take a quick too, so.
Okay. Mr. A won't be back for a second.
Okay.
Welcome back. We're just cleaning up some enemies here. So yes, how about that Pentiment? That certainly was a video game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really liked it. Sorry, chewing. Oh, I did predict last stream that Sister Amelie was the killer.
Yes, okay, so Pentiment spoilers in case you were
I was about to
interested in
say
playing
big
it.
spoilers ahead regarding my prediction and the plot of the game. She was not.
You were half right, I would say.
She was involved. Yes, she was involved. I actually specifically did not suspect Father Thomas because of how obvious it was that it was him. That it was him. So not that it wasn't that obvious, but it was very fitting, and it made sense considering his prevalence and
I didn't really
endurance.
pick up on the clues that much because he is such an unassuming character, I suppose.
Yeah, even a lot. I picked up on some things he was talking about. I didn't even think about their importance, like the statue of Saint Moritz that was broken down, only the feet remained. I remember looking at that being like, that is obviously a Roman statue. That is not any Saint Moritz. But I didn't think about the implications of that. Father Thomas was like, yeah, the people think it's Saint Moritz, and that's very important to them, or he believed it was. I was like, oh shit, it obviously wasn't. I just did not think about the fact that could be important. So little things like that. There's clues throughout that make it really well done. But I think that my main takeaway was that the murder mystery was really very far from the point of the game. Who exactly is the thread puller and why is just a reinforcement of themes that the game has throughout, which is this idea of history and how it's told and why it's important, why it may be important to some people to tell it certain ways. And the entire third act with Magdalena was a reflection on that. The game just kind of paused the plot and had you reflect on its major themes. With the whole issue of how to paint the mural and how to tell the history of Tassing, which I thought was really, really cool, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess it was just a really... I guess my thoughts overall are just a really interesting kind of character study of a town and its denizens over multiple years, and as the town changes due to political decisions and religious movements and technological advancements, and how all of these lofty things that had great impacts in history affected individuals and small villages, and the aspirations of the people that lived in them over the course of their happening. And this was reflected even in the way that dialogue boxes appeared. With the monks started off with this very artistic, lofty writing style, while the peasants had a more casual, handwritten style. And later that was replaced for certain people with it being printed, and just the way that the dialogue boxes were animated reflected some of the themes of the game. And it was also just a really interesting and allegedly historically accurate slice of life of a Bohemian peasant during the late early 1500s, which I found very interesting.
A Bavarian one, really.
Sorry, yes, you're right, Bavarian. Yep, not Bohemian, although Bohemia was talked about a lot because
Prague was very
Martin
relevant.
Luther was hanging around. Yeah, Prague was very relevant. And not
was a great city of the Holy Roman Empire, after all.
Certainly was.
Yes, okay, so I did want to organize the conversation in part around the narrative devices that Pentiment sort of invents, or at least that are innovative. I'm sure that these have no precedent, but the first of which being the text styles that reflect the characters and or your character's perception of them, and how that is used in the game. Where the innocuous starting point of this device is that, like, the peasants have one script, the monks with their stylish script have one, and then people who are involved in printing have the sort of really basic, like, uniform printing style for their text. And then if your perception of a character changes, like you find out they are involved with or a fan of the printing business, they will change the printing script and all of that.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That's cool.
Yeah, there's the Polish monk who starts out with the more monk script and then can be changed to the printing script if you have certain conversations with him. And all of this is like a neat set dressing thing that seems very innocuous, but then when you find out that Sister Emily was writing the notes for Thread Puller, the way that's revealed is by her text changing into the Thread Puller's fancy purple text, which was a very cool implementation of that story device.
And I was going to the exact same thing. I was actually surprised at how impactful that was for me to see Sister Emily's text change into the purple font, purple color. So I agree, that was really cool.
And then a second one, a more minor one, but kind of an example of the same thing, is the way time is presented in the story. Is like when you're playing as Andreas, you have this artisanal, fancy calendar thing, similar to the calendar illustration he's doing for his masterpiece, which is partially used to demonstrate that to communicate to the player that Andreas sleeps into what's the working hours for the peasants.
Well, now to be fair, he just sleeps past the monks, and the monks have to wake up very early to pray.
That's true.
So that's okay. I think it's okay that he does that. Anyway, sorry.
And then when you switch to Magdalena, you have a more like clock-looking system that doesn't have any of the fancy artwork or anything like that. And instead of having the like religious basis for the names of times of day and stuff like that, it just is like December 12th, that sort of thing,
Well, and that I thought that was really cool, where at first I thought it was just because she's the new generation, and that's how more people have gotten used to perceiving time, but it's not. People just don't get used to that. There's a reason for it, and the reason is because they put Balthus's clock up on the red house, so the whole town now perceives time in this way because they have a clock. And I thought that was also really cool. It sounds obvious when I'm saying it, but that realization of the exact connection between the technological advancement and the way that they perceive time, the way it's presented in the game, I thought was really neat.
Yes, and another thing that it serves to do is reinforce what I would consider to be the central message of Pentiment, which is that like history marches on and things change no matter whether we want it to or not. And so the player, at least for me, you do sort of miss the artistry of the way that Andreas's time screen looked. It was just so much fancier and had more character to it. But like and that's part of sort of the way the game does overall sort of make you feel for the disappearance of this art form that is the style printing, the by hand printing that Andreas and people are doing. Because you look at those old medieval manuscripts and they have all these cool illustrations everywhere, and this unique art style to them and all that sort of stuff. And you can appreciate how with the rise of printing, even to this day, we kind of lost that style of like artistic masterpieces that are also volumes of a book, and how that's kind of a shame, but it's also just an inevitable thing, and like had its good points to it as well and stuff, which is something the monk who dies like reflects on. It's like, I'm an old man, I had my time. It's time for the young people to replace me, almost.
The game does that really well with having you work in the scriptorium of the monastery, which is where they create all of the scripts, create all the books, and the art accompanying them. And even though Andreas does not enjoy working there, you become attached to it because you spend time there, and it becomes like a staple of the monastery. And then you come back later, the scriptorium has been closed, and it just feels like this huge part of the monastery is now gone where it was there before. And so to me, that really helped bring across this idea of this art form and this form of practically in the game of making money for the monastery dying out. And when the monastery makes less money, they have to get their money from other means. In the form of the game, it was taxes, and this has all sorts of consequences building on it. So it wasn't just an art form, it was also a way of life for a lot of people and organizations that was forced to die out, and that had its own consequences. And the game does explore that. And then you in addition to, like you said, the art kind of died with printing, but that's not entirely true. You had the wood cuttings that would get created and printed, but then it became, all of these printed books had the same wood cutting, and so just it was still this artistry, but the variety of artists and the value of being an artist was kind of reduced because your art would just show up less, even though it still existed. You'd have two artists could write two separate beautiful manuscripts with beautiful art, but if it was in the printing world, only one of them would have their woodcut printed on and on and on. And so it kind of cut away from the field, I guess.
And then all of that stuff, all those themes, those being the central themes, is brought to a head by the true motivation of the thread puller, who, you have these like direct social things that are happening, like the rebellion in Tassing, whose leader gets assassinated, and a baron being assassinated. And you think that the reasons for the killings is probably something to do with those, but it's actually just for this very detached and like kind of dumb idea of how we have to preserve the exact understanding of religion that we have now, which is something that's inevitably not going to work.
Yeah.
Because both times he's trying to suppress like people coming, the idea that the knowledge that a lot of Catholic tradition comes from Roman tradition coming to light, but not only is that not worth killing for, but it also just like inevitably will fail, which is why I think if you pick the ending where you choose to keep on suppressing that instead of exposing it to the public, I think that ending is like to be there for people to miss the point of the game. Like if you took that, you missed the whole lesson of the game.
Yeah, that like there's nothing you can do to stop this progress. Even if Father Thomas and Sister Amelie unwittingly had been able to keep doing what they were doing for the rest of their lives, eventually they would die, and these truths may just as easily come to light again.
Which is why the father like eventually kind of just realizes the stupidity of what he's doing and just lets himself die in the collapsing church. He's like, well,
not so much lets himself as forces the Mithraeum to collapse onto him.
True, yeah.
Yes, I had something else to say and I forgot it. That's okay. I'm sure I'll think of it.
Alright. Well, the other big story device that I wanted to comment on that I thought was really, really brilliant was that they used the unveiling of your tapestry as the like equivalent to the Fallout ending slides.
Yes, I thought that was so cool. That and a little bit less so, but your realization that the book that is the game Pentiment was Sister Amelie's memoirs of what had occurred over all those years. Which I thought was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Because it's revealed at the end that she's writing it in her script with, I think maybe even it shows the purple font. Maybe not. Either way, it's obviously her handwriting. And she does specifically say that she'll be writing memoirs of what's going on. But yeah, I love the tapestry and how what you choose as a player, like there's a different piece of art for each choice.
Yes, and then there's the family tree thing at the end, which really serves that whole ending slide sort of purpose.
True. certain evil things happen. I remember Wally and Null had a discussion regarding who specifically got burned at the stake based on their choices, and the point of that is someone always gets burned at the stake. Just who specifically it is depends on certain choices you make, and there's no good or bad choices. It's just some of that religious fervor manifested itself in that way.
I think I might have had an ending where no one got burned at the stake.
Really?
Maybe I'm misremembering.
Well,
yeah.
One of them. Okay.
Who got burned at the stake for you then?
For me, it was Vaklov, I think was his name. The guy who was visiting Smokey.
Oh.
Because he went into this whole spiel about how he thinks...
yeah, I remember that conversation.
Oh yeah, Vaxlav, close. It was like, yeah, this like very esoteric take on Christianity, which I was like, oh yeah, cool, that's interesting, but obviously maybe he said it to the wrong person and then got burned at the stake, you know.
I think it has something to do with, like, if you tell them, you know, spread that shit, or if you say, like, keep that on the down low. Because I told Ursula to, like, I think I told Ursula to be careful who she says that to, and I think that's what decides it.
Right, and I did the same for Ursula. I was like, yeah, those stories aren't harmful, but some people think they are, so maybe keep that to yourself. And that kind of stifles her creativity, but also prevents her from being burned alive.
Yes, so I think in the end it turns out to be the right decision.
And you might be right with Voxlab as well. With him, I was like, I didn't want to be rude and be like, it's like, no, the Bible clearly says that you're an idiot. But I was also like, oh, that's so interesting. So maybe I did encourage him too much, and that's why. So maybe in your game, you
possibly I just like wasn't paying attention when that part of tapestry showed up.
Yeah,
I did
like,
see
actually Satan created the world. It's like, okay, well, just don't go telling people that you think that.
I did see Ursula getting converted by Father Ferenc, or whatever.
Oh, well, Frank was the first guy that died.
Yeah, for you.
Oh, I see. I had forgotten that some people didn't kill Ferenc, because I think everyone on AT killed Ferenc.
Yeah, I killed the Widow.
Yeah, you killed the Widow. And I went for Lucky, but I actually failed to present enough evidence in first.
I think Lucky would be the most harmful person to kill for the overall community.
I thought so too, but I also thought he was the one most likely to have actually done it. So that was kind of my little inner dilemma. And in the end, I chose to deal with it by just presenting all the evidence and letting the
Bishop decide.
Letting the bishop decide, and just like washing my hands of it, which in its own way is a choice, but that's how I justified it. I took the game seriously enough to feel these moral dilemmas IRL.
Yes, well, I would say that to me the big messages of the game were first the one I said about the inevitability of change, and then secondly, to me, I got picked up on this idea of like people who cast themselves as grand heroes, kind of doing more harm than good. And so, to me, the two examples of that were the father himself, who is trying to do this higher cause of preserving Christianity, but ends up just being a murderer. And then also Andreas would be the second example of that, at least for me, where each time that I got involved in things, I ended up like feeling like in my attempt to make things better, I ended up just kind of adding another body to the grave or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Where the first time you kind of just like, you never can conclusively solve the mystery. It's medieval times, you don't have forensic evidence or anything to go on. And so you just kind of end up wildly accusing someone and getting that person killed. And then the second time, you kind of just like get another person. It's kind of the same thing. Or they like force you to choose someone to lynch, and you just kind of end up getting that person killed without, like, you don't prevent the riot that you were trying to prevent or anything even.
Right. I felt like the first. Well, okay. I a couple of things. Andreas also felt that way, right? Where he painted his own mural over the Dance of Death.
Yes.
Portraying his own kind of like guilty feelings over the people he condemned. And the thing I was going to say earlier that I had forgotten is, although I feel like this game was over-compared somewhat to Disco Elysium, but it has some good reasons for that. One thing that it shares is the end, where you have this whole conspiracy built up and these real political machinations within Revachol. But in the end, the actual killing that was the catalyst for all of it was completely unrelated.
Yes.
Right? And it's the same in Pentiment, is where like you think that, okay, like the sins of the past are coming up and getting these people. And it's like, that's what Father Thomas used to bait people into killing his targets, but his real reason was, yeah, they just had this book he didn't want people to get in their possession or
Yeah.
similar. It
I
was
think
like,
in both cases you get this sense of just like the stupidity and the needlessness of what the
yeah,
killer was doing.
it's like
Yeah.
that's why. Oh my, like fuck.
Yeah.
You. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, with just like pointless romantic feelings and Discalism and yeah, this religious like preservation of this false history and Pentiment.
You know, what's happening in Fire Emblem right now is somewhat relevant to themes of old-fashioned belief system as well, because Sigurd has fallen in love with a mysterious village girl, but the elder here tells her that she is strictly forbidden from ever associating with men, and that it's believed that a catastrophe will happen if she ever breaks that. But
yeah.
Sigurd dismisses that as superstitious nonsense. So we'll see how this develops now. Anyway,
Well,
that was just a brief interruption. We can get back to Pentiment now.
No, totally, very, very appropriate. So I was curious. I remember I put something on hold to just say the thing that I had forgotten. And I've forgotten that, so we'll get to that in a few minutes. What I can think of now is just out of curiosity, what did you put on your mural? What did you feel was important to preserve from the themes of the game?
I put the myth about the man finding the wolf and being led to the spring for the origins of Tassing, and then I did the like millwright's wife. I did the story about her ancestors and how they like returned, I think it was, after the Roman occupation.
Yep.
And then I did the focusing on the loss of the riot, and then for the final one, of course, I did exposing people to the truth about the Roman.
So you went with all different choices than me, except for the last one.
Okay.
So I find that very interesting. For me, I really wanted to. I had this like feeling throughout the whole chapter is like, should I be thinking like in a meta sense and like what would future pilgrims to the town want to see preserved in its history? But what I chose to go with was what was more immediately important to the people in the town. And I'm kind of glad that I chose that in the end. So what I went with initially was the like portraying the honest way of life of the pre-Roman denizens of the region. So kind of the boring but matter of fact, like showing them farming. And I did that to just provide a sense of meaning and fellowship to the farmers in the town who shared that way of life and also were the ones that found all these archaeological artifacts that I had used to inspire that part of the mural. And then for the second one, I went with that nun founding the monastery, because I felt like that was a good balance between an event that was important to the town and portraying a figure that was important to them and inspiring to them, and also portraying real historical events. Because there was the more like mundane option of just showing the settlers come in, which I think is what you went with. And that's like more historically honest and accurate, but I wanted to give like a sense of like a heroic figure to look up to. And I chose that same option for the third choice, where instead of portraying the events exactly as they happened, I focused more on the speech Otto gave with the soldiers in the background. So kind of foretelling the downfall of this event, but giving the people a figure from their own ranks to look up to and to, I guess, idolize in a way. But I wanted to kind of give them hope. And then the final choice, where I felt like the only right choice, was to reveal the fact that, you know, the Roman origins of the town. I feel like giving them hope in their own history through these figures they could look up to kind of helped soften the blow to that last one. And so I felt overall it was a good balance between what the people needed and historical accuracy, and gave more of our culture, or our culture in the sense of me being a character in the game. Because like I also considered all the choices that you made. Those were like probably my second choices, but I felt like those were telling myths and stories that were important to the people that came before, but didn't really reflect what was important to the people that live there now. And I felt like that.
Well, I will say that the rationale I used was also very much centered around the community of Tassing, but for me it was I guess, quite individualized. Where the reason I picked the first option was because it was old Peter who passed on that story to me, and I wanted to sort of like respect, because he was always like grumbling about how, yes, old Peter, he was always grumbling about how the ways he knew and learned were being lost, and I wanted to sort of like appeal to that, I guess, and preserve a story he had told. And then similarly for the second one, when I was like interviewing everyone for options for the second one, I was most moved by hearing the old Miller's wife talking about like how the loss of her family and the way they were brought to ruin over the generations, and so I wanted to sort of throw a bone to her, I guess, by putting her story on the mural.
Seems so pleasantly surprised that you remembered her family, and so kind of dismayed that everyone had forgotten where she came from. So that also plays into that, I think.
And then I guess I can't articulate it as well, but sort of a similar feeling with the focus on the loss of the rebellion was sort of to like let the people of Fasting know that their families and the people they lost would be remembered, and their sacrifice was meaningful in that way.
Yeah. No, I agree with everything you said. Like if I were to choose the ones you chose, it would be for the exact same reasons. I just like prioritize different things, I suppose, which I think is such a just testament to how well the game creates that final chapter, which is really just for the most part a reflection on the themes the game has already presented.
I think it is quite successful at making you feel like you're doing something meaningful with the mural, almost no matter which pick you make.
Yeah, gameplay-wise, it doesn't matter at all, really. It's just like, what is meaningful to you as the player? And I think that's super cool. So, good game. It is. I mean, like reflecting on it, I have so much less to say about the final revelation of the mystery, even though that was like what was really nagging at me the whole time. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna guess who I think it is." You know, I think it'd be cool to solve it, and it has a similar feeling to Disco Elysium, right? Where it's like, it is.
I guess that's what it hooks you in with, and then it's like what it leaves you with is the reflection on the deeper philosophical storyline of it.
Yeah, it really reminds me of. I'm considering. To think about it a lot, but considering playing this game on stream is Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yes, that's definitely a much warranted comparison with Pentiment, from my understanding of that game.
It's the same time period, it's the same region of the world, and it's focused on just like an individual, a peasant, kind of rising to a level of importance in his region, but also, portraying a fairly, historically realistic portrayal of medieval life, to the point where there is even a quest where you must become a monk and like act out the daily routine of a monk as part of the quest. And that's how like I entered into Pentiment already knowing like, oh, that's when monks wake up for prayers, and that's like that whole clock is based on the monastery's distinction between time periods in a day, based on when they are supposed to wake up and pray and go to sleep and eat. And it's like, it's all based on that, which is then later replaced by the clock, which is super cool. It's just an interesting time period that I feel like, I don't know if it's coincidental, but it's been portrayed by a couple of really good games lately, Pentiment and Kingdom Come, which I think is really interesting. It makes for interesting discussion.
Another comparison that you can draw on is The Witcher 3, because Pentiment and that are creating the subgenre of games involving the wild hunt. And
truly, yes. Perched as Wild Hunt. Yeah.
And one thing that I think the game was quite successful at was sort of creating an impression of the richness of like our cultural traditions, or our European cultural traditions, or whatever, where there's the Roman myths that you can follow on, and the artwork that they created that you see in the ruins, and then there's these Catholic traditions too, all these wacky saints and the stories they get up to and all that sort of stuff. And how our society, the society that they live in, is all kind of drawn upon those stories. And that's all just a very interesting thing to learn about.
Yeah, and that's somewhat the somewhat controversial take that even our modern myths, our modern beliefs with regards to religious icons and saints are exactly the same as these old stories that we've dismissed from the Romans, but they serve similar purposes, and and they have similar validity. It just depends on your perspective.
No, it all kind of turns into like a long line of historical lineage or like cultural lineage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's something that the game touches on as well. As from a practical standpoint, Tassing is very much built on the Roman ruins. Like their foundations act as the foundations for the new buildings. It is like intrinsically entwined with the very structure of the town. But you see that not just from a structural perspective, but from culture and storytelling and myths. It's all intertwined, and you can't. That's the kind of lesson that the game teaches is Father Thomas was wrong in trying to deny that. That's just fact. And you need to reconcile that as you will if it's something that's very meaningful to you. Yeah, overall, I loved it. I really like Pentiment, and I highly recommend it to anybody. I feel like people comparing it to Disco Elysium does it a bit of a disservice because it very, very much is its own thing. You can draw plenty of comparisons, and rightfully so. Disco Elysium did a lot of things that Pentiment does.
I mean, Josh Sawyer did say that Disco Elysium was a source of influence for
exactly.
Pentiment.
It is admittedly an influence, but it is its own game.
I definitely would not say that if you've played Disco Elysium before, that like serves as a substitute for the experience of playing Pentiment.
No, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, one is not a substitute for the other.
Yes, and all vice versa.
Is absolutely worth playing on its own and has its own really, really interesting things to say. If you're a history nerd, especially, but even if you're not, it doesn't matter. My wife is not, and I think she'd love it. She even watched me playing it, and I recommended it to her.
Yeah, it seems like a decent wife game. I think one thing that's fun pretty much no matter what is because it has those big time skips, and you get to see the characters go from like being little kids to being grown-ups and having their own families and stuff. It really helps build the sense of attachment to the characters and the community of Tassing.
Yeah, that actually I think is likely to be inspired by Ken Follett's Pillars of the Earth series. He has a series, Pillars of the Earth, World Without End, and Columns of Fire, which are about a family lineage throughout medieval into Renaissance times, and how things change over time in their own specific lives. So Pillars of the Earth is about the building of a cathedral at a monastery, at an abbey, and the effect that has on the abbey and the town around it. And then the next book is like the next generation and how that town has grown and what they're doing next and how technology and politics are developing. And so Pillars of the Earth has a lot of the same intentions. It's maybe more like tightly focused around a smaller group of people, but I would be very surprised to hear that it was not in some way inspired by the by Ken Follett's series. It's a relatively well-known book series, so it's not just something I've read. My understanding is it's pretty popular. But yeah.
It was also inspired by Name of the Rose and Le Réteau de Martin Guerre, of course.
Yes, of course. Yeah, Wally mentioned a lot about Name of the Rose and Name of the Rose Easter eggs, which I don't know any because I have not read Name of the Rose.
Yeah, same. But the Martin Guerre one is quite simple, where that's a movie about a guy named Martin Guerre who like disappears and then comes back a little while later. And there's also a character in Pentiment named Martin who has that storyline. And there's also questions about the legitimacy of the identity of each Martin. So
yeah, I feel like that's a story trope that I've seen in something else too, and I really can't think of it. But I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh, this is a familiar trope, but I couldn't think of any specific example. That's a cool one. Yeah, that's who I accused for my second killer.
Oh no, why'd you do that?
I don't know. I felt like he had a really good motive, even though it was more harmful to the town. But also, his wife was one of the lesbians. I felt like she wouldn't be like especially upset.
She needs a beard.
She does need a beard. I fucked her over. But the other options were Guy or Guy.
I did Guy, yeah.
Well, he was a dick, but he definitely didn't do the killing IMO. So I didn't want to do him.
feel like after the first one, I just like I have no way of knowing who the killer is, so I'm just gonna pick whoever would be the most ethical for the community, which I felt was Guy.
That's fair. No, totally. That's another thing is like I talked about like it's each individual player's choice of what to put in the mural, but that's also true for the killers, where it's like pretty obvious that you could argue none of them did it. You could argue any one of them could have done it, and then you have to decide like, okay, do I accuse the old man who's going to die in like 7 months and it doesn't really matter? Do I accuse the widow who is like a complete, she's just not contributing to the community at all? Or do I accuse the guy who is most likely to have actually done it, but his death would be a huge loss to the town? Like all of that comes into play, and I think is genuinely well done. I would have liked to have picked Lucky, my first one, even though he's the stonemason and a family man and like a great member of the community. But
if you leave him alive, like his grandson is like learning under him and is now going to be going on to have a job because of that and stuff. So I kind of shudder to think of what some of that stuff might have happened if I killed him off the first time.
Well, I'll relieve some of your anxiety. His son learns from his grandfather instead.
And
is apprehensive about his skills as stonemason, but if you encourage him to pursue that life, he does actually do a good job in the end. So it's actually a happy ending. But yeah, like I chose Lucky because I was like, I think he actually did it. I wish he hadn't, and I wish it was someone else, but I want to tell the truth here.
Yes.
And Ferenc still died, but my choice was Lucky. The bishop didn't give a shit, but my
See, I got Ferenc like demoted, but I didn't get him killed, and then I killed Guy.
Okay.
I forget who the third option even was. Oh, it was the woman, the mother at the inn.
Oh, the innkeeper's wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who was cucking him.
I was like, she could have done it, but I really don't think it was her. I feel like I don't think it was any of them, but Martin was the most likely option.
I think if you look at it from the perspective of like who would be more or less harmful to be killed to society, the most harmful one would be Martin, and then the least harmful one would probably be Guy, because he probably just fucks off to another place anyways.
You're right.
But that's the perspective I judged it from, and not the one
who did.
And
that's completely valid. Is like that's a cool thing the game does. Is any perspective is valid. You just have to.
I think the intent behind the game is that you are going to feel like shit no matter what you do.
Yes, and it does that very well, and not. I really respected it. It didn't feel like it did it from a gimmicky standpoint. Like it felt like every choice was logical, but every choice's alternative was also logical. And you just never really felt like you had definitively made the right decision. And I feel like it made that point well. I like that.
Yeah, I think it did it better than New Vegas, actually, which also does it with the faction choices, but not as powerfully, I suppose. Partially because there are some kind of obviously wrong choices in New Vegas, like siding with the Legion.
So many games do that and let you make these choices, but they're just the existence of obviously wrong choices may be necessary, but somewhat undermines the meaning behind it. I mean, KOTOR is a good example where like choosing dark side in KOTOR 1, it so obviously hammers into your head that it is the awful, miserable, shitty choice, which really takes away from some of the player agency, because you have to know that you're making the evil choice. There's no ambiguity to it.
Star Wars with light side and dark side definitely is always going to be like that, yeah.
Mass Effect is better, where it's like you use Renegade or Paragon, right? But neither of them is evil. Like Renegade, if you feel like Renegade does the what is necessary better, then Renegade is the choice.
But I think because most of the time you can also save the day by being Paragon, that kind of makes it so the Paragon is just better in practice.
The only time that hasn't been the case I've encountered is there's a DLC for Mass Effect 1.
The terrorist thing.
Yeah. And it wasn't even me. It was like my dad's friend who was in the army, and he was like, oh, you never negotiate with terrorists. And he explained why. And it's like, oh shit, that makes sense. The game makes it super clear that that is the good option, and it even works out well in the end. But if it was a more deep game, maybe it would have played better with that theme. But my point is anyway that Pentiment, I feel, does that so well, and like every option can be the right or wrong option, just depending on the player and your own morality, which I think is just really cool. It's just a very genuine game in
I think
that sense.
the way Pentiment does it does involve some like either deliberate subversion or just like not doing so well on the front of story-based gameplay, I guess, because to some extent like stuff works out similarly no matter what you do, but also like it would be a more role-playing experience if it was possible to figure out the actual mystery. You know, like a lot of times players go into Western RPGs with this expectation that they will be able to sort of solve all the problems that present themselves and be this kind of big hero, and Pentiment definitely deliberately like subverts that by making it so that there's no good way to do it.
Yeah.
But I can see it being somewhat disappointing. So that when making the big comparison between Pentiment and New Vegas, I think New Vegas does end up having doing better on the front of like giving the player a lot of freedom and letting them explore like wildly different consequences to quests based on their choices. But Pentiment is kind of like not doing any of that stuff as much for very deliberate story and thematic reasons. So it ends up being more successful at like, because New Vegas is renowned for having this feeling of like, when do I feel like I made the right choice, and then that's the cool thing you don't. But I think Pentiment does that actually quite a bit better than New Vegas does.
It does, and I can understand some people feeling disappointed that it forces you into that, you know, you never know when you made the right choice thing, but it is very deliberate to tell the story it's trying to tell. So, you know, and I enjoyed it. I guess I can understand someone not enjoying it, but for me it was like perfect. I loved it. You know, so that's all I can say.
Well, yeah, I guess also to a lesser extent, there could have been a lot more of like the skills you pick influencing what you can do in the game.
Yes. Agreed. Oh, that's something I wanted to bring up is when, you know, well, I guess we've been spoiling the whole game, but again, big spoilers. At the end of Act 2, when Andreas runs into the library to save the books, I had the bookworm trait. And I thought that decision by Andreas was based on that trait. And I Googled, just out of curiosity, how he would die based on other traits. And the answer is he always tries to save the books. And I feel like that only makes sense if you do the bookworm trait, because it establishes throughout that he's super obsessed with books. So for you to pick something else and him to be just as obsessed to the point of killing himself to save books, like takes away from the gravity of that choice, or the gravity that I felt, you know, mistakenly making that choice. So, and again, like the game does that really well usually, so it just stands out as a point where I feel like I was like deceived by like it fitting so well with the choice I made that I was disappointed that it also was intended to fit with any other choice.
Yeah, I think it still kind of makes sense for him as an artisan who creates those books and stuff, but I see what you mean. Yeah,
it does.
Oh, and I guess that since you brought up that story moment, that made me think of another kind of interesting thing the game does regarding the role-playing, which is the ability to save or not save Caspar's life or apprentice, which is that the more encouraging and kind you are towards him, the more likely he is to die. Because if you inspire him enough, he will come back to try and save you and get himself killed. Versus if you don't do that, he'll just leave like you tell him to and go back. And
yep, I had the same thing. I had the exact same thing where he died because I was trying to be a good master to my apprentice. And like I look back on that and it's like, I mean, like, so realistically speaking, I wouldn't have made any other choices. Like I feel like Andreas, at least my Andreas, would have felt this duty at least to be a good master to his apprentice, even if, you know, I feel like he also should just be a good, nice person. But yeah, that is exactly what kills Caspar in the end. And that's just a shame.
Which is a good story moment, but it's also kind of frustrating from the perspective of like a video gamer being like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But I think
I
all of
didn't
it's
find it frustrating.
all of it's done with purpose, at least.
Yeah, I feel like it's a game that if you're approaching it from a min-maxing perspective, which I tend to do, and I did struggle a little bit with letting go of that.
Yeah, that's not really a thing in Pentiment.
It's not. You
see, I thought that the character you'd be playing in Act 3 would be Caspar, and then like what his traits would be based on how you raised him in Part 2, but no, he just dies.
Yeah. It's Magdalena, and her traits are somewhat based on your choices in Act 2, but it's such an innocuous choice that you wouldn't really expect it. I felt that was cool, and I felt that, you mentioned that it's kind of a big spoiler that you're not playing as Andreas in Act 3, but I didn't really feel that way. It was just like, it was a bit of a surprise to learn that, but then it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm Magdalena. The bigger spoiler is Andreas coming back, and I thought that was well done.
Yes.
That was not spoiled to me before. Again, I don't care about spoilers, but I don't argue that it's better sometimes to not be spoiled. I think I did have a better experience with the genuine surprise of seeing Andreas come back.
See, that was the part that I got spoiled for me.
Really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's worse. Hey, spoilers don't matter, but
it's
that is
okay.
Worse. Yeah.
At least I didn't get spoiled on 2, Nick. Now that's the real loss.
No, I would never dare to do that, because I haven't played it. Yeah, I thought that was a fun moment, and him. I actually really liked his kind of self-actualization and his getting out of the labyrinth and coming to terms with his own melancholy, which is what they called depression back then. That's something I want to briefly is the fact that the game forces Andreas to be kind of a downer. Like, I didn't even really I didn't intend for him to have this bad relationship with his wife, with this depressed viewpoint towards his own work, but the game forced it on me, and I feel like that forced some better role playing from my perspective. I think that that's important to introduce that in order to make the character, I don't know, have a stake in the story. Like, it's not exactly your character. You have influence over him, but he has his own story. And I feel like Pentiment did that well, whereas some games might be too rigid and not give you enough meaningful choice, or the opposite, where like it's just a custom-made, totally blank character that really has no.
Yeah, people don't really role play in a game like that. They just kind of like to play a vague pastiche of themselves, or they just kind of go along with the flow of every story, like just quest that happens.
And that's what I do. No offense to those people. I
Me too.
Thing,
yeah.
It's
very natural.
That's the type of thing that type of gameplay evokes. Yeah. And Pentiment had a really good balance. It really, I guess, a lot of things I'm saying kind of evoke the same general opinion. Is Pentiment feels like it was designed by people who are passionate about games and a clear vision of a type of game they wanted to make, and really were unabashed about achieving that vision without sticking to super safe, super conservative gameplay tropes. Not to say they didn't. It's not a very experimental game, but every decision made feels deliberate and is not afraid to go out of the comfort zone that some games might stay within.
True, yes. I think it does do some innovative things in terms of how the story is told, but in terms of the game mechanics, no, it's not very...
Yeah, the game mechanics are like, press A to talk to people. Like,
yeah,
that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's very story focused. I mean, it's
definitely better than if it had included combat, as I think we've gone over.
No combat, yeah, please. It's basically a visual novel, like basically. Maybe presented in a more Western-friendly way.
It is quite close to just being a visual novel, yes.
Yeah, it's fun. It still is enough of a game. I mean, not that
it uses all the different aspects of interactivity that it has as to further enhance the story. So
yeah,
that's all I ask for.
Exactly. I don't care. I'm talking from the perspective of people that do care about it having enough gameplay, but I don't think a game is any worse for just being super story focused, like something like DDLC.
Like I said, I think there has to be a reason why the thing you're making needed to be a video game and not a
Yes.
TV show or something like that, which Pentiment definitely does with them making the player feel shitty for their choices and
Yeah, well, just
stuff like
having player choice that matters. And yeah, there is this, like games like Undertale have this very explicit meta narrative, but I appreciate Pentiment more for having a much more nuanced meta narrative where there is no meta aspect to the story itself, but it does very much rely on the player's feelings, the player's morality and ethics and choices. And none of them are the right or wrong choice, but they will form your own opinion of the game and your own feelings in the end. And that it does so well at achieving that, in my personal opinion. At least for me, that's how it felt.
I think sometimes meta story aspects can be kind of like a shortcut to cleverness, where like instead of actually saying deeper abstractions through your story, you just kind of like ooh, look at the silly things we do in video games or whatever, which Undertale does with enough creativity to sort of transcend that. But I do kind of value Pentiment more for having these like direct messages about life and history and everything that are told through the game.
Agreed. Yeah, and I don't know. I in a lot of ways, I personally, again, it's personal feeling, but I appreciate it so much more for trying and likely somewhat accurately representing a lot of the issues the people of that time were going through. I just feel like, especially in school, just learning history, you don't get a good sense of the humanity of people in older times and the specific struggles they went through. And I feel like knowing that can help you feel empathy for humans that came before, and giving you perspective on the issues that arise in the modern day. And I feel like it's a really important thing. People say those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it.
Yes.
That's a shallow take. I just feel like, just in general, knowing history is very important, because I feel like it's so much more applicable to your own experience than people think about. I think it's an important thing to note. I think games like Pentiment really help to explore that, and that's something that I appreciate about it in general, from kind of a meta perspective.
Yes, I think another thing about learning history that is valuable is that it sort of helps you realize, this is less valuable for religious people, but it helps you realize that there's sort of more beyond just you, where there's something that came before you, and it's so much, I guess, of what humans have done and what society has been built on is all stuff that happened way before you, and it was decided before you even came onto this earth.
Yeah, I mean, I was reticent to bring this up even a little bit, but like as a Christian, I feel like the game had specific ethical quandaries that apply to people, to me or people of my faith specifically. And like, I specifically felt so like angry hearing Father Thomas's justification for his actions, and like his just grave misunderstanding of what I find is important in my own religion and that kind of thing. That's something. Again, it's just another example of the game doing really well in that perspective, at least in my own opinion.
I think it is definitely
understanding of what different players will feel.
It is definitely interesting to hear about a Christian perspective on it, because as a game about the Reformation, it's like very definitely examining Christianity.
Oh yeah, it's a big topic of the time, regardless of what you believe personally, like politically, culturally. It just religion, and specifically Christianity, was a big topic of the time. Myself being a Protestant, I have no issue with Luther's Reformation, but I understand that.
Yeah, you're shaking your head the whole game of all the things, all the Catholic heresy on display.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, I won't talk about Luther, but I would like to if I didn't get me burned at the stake. But maybe a devout Catholic playing the game would feel differently. I can't speak to that.
That's true. That'd be another interesting perspective to get.
Yeah.
I wonder how a devout German would feel about the game.
And actually, legitimately, I want to highly recommend this game to a couple of friends of mine, and one of whom is well, he's Anglican Catholic, but more Catholic leaning. We don't.
Oh yeah, that was a funny thing.
More strict, more controversial, maybe opinion on the game, and I'd be genuinely curious to hear what he thinks. I'm sure it would result in a good theological discussion with me.
Yes.
I will strongly recommend this game to him. I think he'd like it.
That sounds fun. It's always funny hearing what Catholic people think.
It is, yeah. I had an acquaintance who was Catholic who legitimately didn't like Assassin's Creed 2 because the last boss is a pope.
Yes.
And, you know, they're taught that the popes are
infallible.
Yes, everything bad said about them is historical propaganda, which I don't agree with.
That's so crazy.
That's yeah. I said, oh, okay, yeah. I don't agree with you, but I see why you feel that way. I see why you believe that. It's okay. I'm sure many anti-religious people feel the same way about me just being Christian, so I can't be too judgmental. But even for me, that some things are a little too extreme.
I suppose so.
To each their own.
I think it is a bit ridiculous when you're like denying huge parts of known history, but I guess like it could certainly be seen the same way with evolution, like creationist versus evolution shit, where it feels like, I guess one of the things is that like when you get into that debate, evolution is such a simple and like clear explanation of how things got here for the most part, compared to like Christian theology, which is so fucking complex, because evolution can be summarized as just like each animal that's born is slightly different from its parents, and those differences accumulate over time. That basically is evolution. It's like, yep, that's very straightforward and seems quite logical. Versus
no,
like,
we actually just had this. I had a board game get together with some friends tonight. My wife brought this up, but this is something she encountered in her schooling. Is that we, in our private Christian school, were not ever really taught the concept of evolution. We were just taught a number of outdated theories, and then taught why they were invalid, without ever being really taught like what surpassed them and what the current evolution of belief is, out of fear that we might actually agree with it, and God forbid that happened. So my wife didn't really learn about evolution until she was a sophomore in college, and she specifically remembered like learning about it and thinking like, wait, that's so simple, and like turning to the classmate next to her and being like, I don't get why people make such a big deal of this, like it seems so, it's just so obvious. And he was like, yeah, I don't know either.
It's just to do with like, because they feel like it contradicts this very specific part of the Bible, like the flat earth. The main proponents of flat earth as well is because they feel it contradicts a part of the Bible where someone's spirit is said to rise or something like that.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, so to really quick to counter that, the same friend of mine I'm talking about with conservative beliefs disagrees with macroevolution, because he feels like the idea of these massive mutations and these entities spawning out of such lesser entities directly contradicts Genesis, right? The classic Christian belief. But he agrees with microevolution, where it's like just survival of the fittest. The species with the most fitting trait for survival will be the one most likely to progress, right? That's just logic. So, like, there's even this sect of Christians that disagree with macroevolution, with these large mutations and species coming from other species, but do agree with microevolution because of just how like kind of inarguable that is based on simple observations. And I myself, I'm not opposed to either, but my point is, I guess even within evolution versus non-evolution, there's even some nuance where it's like some evolution, but not all of it.
Well, I think it is also fair to say that parts of what biologists describe about evolution, or at least our understanding of like how we've come to be through that can also be like unclear and confusing. With like the scientific explanation of life doesn't really have a good explanation for how the like life itself came to be. Evolution only describes how older animals turned into newer animals, essentially. And then another thing that I've also always found confusing about evolutionary theory is like the point at which a species becomes a different species through evolution doesn't really make any sense to me.
It doesn't. That's a bit of a controversial topic because it's something that I've seen like racists use to ascribe or to categorize races as actually separate species, as saying like, well, other species can mate with similar species, so it's like the fact that black people and white people can mate doesn't mean we're the same humans. So
Yeah.
not that I guess
The definition of technically the
like,
definition of a species is like if they can mate and that offspring can then go on to have offspring as well, then they are the same species. But the thing about the transferal of one species to another is that, like, somebody like Richard Dawkins would say, there's never a time when, like, a parent gives birth to a child that is of a new species, but nevertheless that continued process of birth results in the change from one species to another. Just like that's such a hard thing to wrap your head around to me, is that particular part of it.
That's something that I feel like anti or creationists take advantage of, not necessarily like maliciously, but they do. Is the fact that it's hard to wrap your head around something? Where I remember my physics teacher tried to give a brief lecture on why the universe had to have been created. And he said, if you take a watch and you take the watch apart and put all its parts in a box and just shake the box, that box, it will never rearrange itself into a watch. But actually, technically, if you have infinite time, it will eventually rearrange itself into a watch. Like that's the definition of infinity, is like all permutations are possible. It's just like this misunderstanding of what infinity is, and even that may not be practical. You know, like
infinity and eternity are definitely
universe infinite. You know, it's
hard things to wrap your head around. The beginning of time is a very like
what does that even mean?
Because as long as time exists and can go forward and backwards, it follows logically that there would be an eventual beginning point. But
there cannot be a beginning without time already having existed.
Yeah, it's just a really trippy thing.
No way. Yeah, it's all.
But I think, I guess, like your perspective on the Bible too, there's some parts of that that are also just kind of intrinsically trippy.
Yeah, I mean, my dad has made this point. I generally tend to agree with him 100% on those things. Is that you really can't get the full meaning of any writing in the Bible without knowing the context behind it and the context and the intent. And so this idea of like the universal Bible being free from human bias and intent is something that I and my dad personally disagree with. Is it was all written by people through their own lens of understanding, and that's something you have to take into account. And that's definitely not something that all Christians believe at all. So, anyway.
Yeah, because some Christians are stupid.
Yeah, fucking idiots. Talking about. No, you know, I really appreciate being involved in a certain Bible study that I have now turned into a D&D group where everyone.
That just sounds like a strict improvement to me.
Well, I enjoyed. Really. I miss certain things from the Bible study, but yes,
Actually, I think I'd probably rather do Bible study than D&D at this point.
Well, based on your D&D experience with certain DMs that you have spontaneously.
I did play in high school with people I actually liked as well.
I think
I would like it better if it was Pathfinder or something, or like some different set of mechanics.
I feel like if you were in my like running or Delta Green game, like I think you would have it. If I was your
DM, that seems possible. Yes.
But anyway, my point was I appreciate being exposed to all sorts of different Christian perspectives because it gives me understanding of believe certain things, even though I sometimes very strongly disagree with them. It all comes from a place of logic. At least the people I know, again, there is a stereotype of the ignorant Christian, and that exists for a reason. But at least the people I know are intelligent and still differ in opinion, and that gives me a lot more, helps to maintain respect for people of different opinions, even outside of a religious aspect, just in general. Like, I always think back on that when trying to understand someone else's opinion, even though at the at its core, it seems to just so clearly disagree with what I believe. That's something that I think is important in life in general, is to just be exposed to different people with different beliefs.
I'd say so.
Helps anyone grow as a person, IMO. That's my spiel. Anyway, Pentiment, good game. I think I would give it my game of the year, although I haven't played very many games that came out this year.
Well, I think one of the bigger points of competition would be Elden Ring, probably.
Agreed. And although I loved Elden Ring, it didn't give me so much to think about as Pentiment, and that is something I tend to appreciate from any media.
That definitely has a lot of value, yes.
So even though I had more like gameplay fun out of Elden Ring, and I do not blame anyone for preferring it, just my own personal preference.
I think Elden Ring will probably end up going on to be the one that more games like try to emulate and all that sort of thing, or like recapture the feeling of, or that kind
100%.
of situation.
But I think in a few years, I think Pentiment is a little bit underappreciated now, and I think in a few years more people will come across it and be like, I'm gonna see so many hot takes on Reddit of like any Disco Elysium players, how have you not played this? It's Pentiment, And I feel like that will be for good reason, and it will come to be as appreciated as it deserves to be. Not that it's like everyone who's played it now, I think, genuinely enjoys it. It is a fantastic game. I just feel like it's undermarketed.
Yeah,
is all.
I think it's mostly just kind of flying under the radar, and people who like it to play it tend to appreciate it. I think a lot of good games are that
usually
way.
I've seen somebody passionate about the game will bring it up and it'll just take off more than it did at first, and I feel like it'll resolve itself in that way. Hopefully, I do hope so. It deserves it.
I think one of the strengths of Pentiment when compared with Disco Elysium is that it is easier to like extrapolate the game out to core themes.
Yeah. Disco Elysium is so like lofty to the point of pretentiousness at times, and I feel like
Disco Elysium is the more pretentious game of the two for sure.
Disco Elysium is very pretentious, and I think intentionally so, and I don't blame it for that, but it is just factually less easy to get into and just enjoy from a base standpoint.
I think Pentiment ends up not really being a pretentious game because there is a definite clarity to the statements it is making.
Yeah, Pentiment is really just, it's just very.
And also, it's just kind of about the daily lives of people.
Yeah, it's human, but it's about people who have these very basic daily lives. Whereas Disco Elysium involves those people, but I feel like the people it's really about are ones with really complex internal issues, and that can be really just harder to get your mind around and to build a story around that doesn't come across as somewhat pretentious at times.
I think Disco Elysium does a better job incorporating the like flights of imagination and stuff that the main character has as a major aspect of the story.
Mm-hmm.
But I also kind of like, for me personally, I do get a little bit tired of how much the game does that sometimes.
Yeah, I just feel like it's harder for any individual to bond, to project themselves into like Harry's mindset, because Harry is so far past like almost the point of no return with all his issues, and it is something that is very meaningful to people who struggle with similar issues. But I feel like Pentiment is so much more grounded, even in that same sense, with Andreas being his child died. He's kind of, he no longer loves his wife. He feels unfulfilled with his work. These are all things that to some sense people can associate with, more so than like, oh, I lost all my memory from drinking because of my my fiance from 7 years ago. Like all like little bits of those are things like, oh yeah, I have a problem with alcoholism. Oh yeah, I can't get over my ex. These are things one can attract to, but Harry Dubois seems so much more extreme than any of the characters that in Pentiment that it may be harder to really bond with them.
I think one could make a criticism of Pentiment, the like parts where Andre's in his inner mind in the maze and sees the different visions and stuff like that feel like a more vestigial element that's just like from the influence of Disco Elysium, where it's a more core and integrated element of Disco Elysium.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
So that's stronger in Disco. But I did think it was cool how like woman voice is the only one left in the second act of Pentiment. The other ones are all just dead.
And she changes. Too.
Yeah, she changes into Melancholia. Yes. From Beatrice, I think, is her original identity.
Saint Beatrice. She changes to reflect more of less of Harry's less of Andreas's goodwill and more of his inner turmoil that he has to get over in the last little section there when he finds his way into the Mithraeum, the mysterious Mithraeum. That was kind of cool, the way that so much mystery was ascribed to the Mithraeum when it's just the baths, but it is vitally important to the story of Tassin and to the story of Pentiment. But the actual meaning of the building was it's just a hot bath.
Yes. Well, that kind of ties into the whole thing of you think there's this crazy conspiracy going on, and it just turns out to be a dumbass priest, basically.
Yeah, it's like this one priest who took advantage of this poor woman to help do his will.
Okay, we should probably talk about what's happening in Fire Emblem, because we beat the chapter. So Sigurd, Sigurd reunited with Deirdre, the woman in the woods who is not supposed to be with men. And they are lovers now. That's kind of a scripted story event. Yes, exactly. And then also the king of this country, this name I keep forgetting, that we have invaded, who started the invasion of us.
Batu.
Yes, Batu, that's his name. He just got killed. He got killed by a spooky priest sort of guy, like a cultist type of guy who came in and teleported in and killed him, and then took over his castle. And they were apparently working together, but we just silenced him with Deirdre and killed him, and then saw the king's dying words. Oh, and also the Elliot thing that happened early on that Elchon sorted out for us, that constitutes an invasion of our nation by Augustria, the other western nation, so we have to go sort them out next.
Beat their ass.
They're angry also that we, this is what the text is telling us, that they're angry that we, went and conquered an entire neighboring country that we were supposed to be allied with. But, they started it.
Yeah, exactly. Can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
So here's a brief introduction to some of the, ambitious lords of Augustria, who the Dominion of the Lords, as it is known, who are going to be trying to fuck with us next.
Alright, well, I'm sure we'll handle them just fine.
Yeah, so a new Augustrian king is commanding the lords of the nation to fight us, including Elchon, as you see, our friend. So how sad that is.
Wow, what a betrayal. Well, I am surprised to see we are approaching our usual time, although I don't actually care when we end.
Yeah.
But,
I was going to bring that up as well. I would be happy to go on longer, but this is technically when we normally end.
Yeah, you're welcome to go on. I was just legitimately surprised to see that time has passed so quickly with us, with our lovely Pentiment discussion.
You're discussing Pentiment.
Exactly. And we know exactly how much time has flown because we have clocks.
Yes.
Some people back then. Well, I will take a quick break.
Okay.
Happy to keep going, but I'll be right back.
Okay, it is Eldigan. So that reflects on what translation this is. This is not the oldest one. man named Eve. He also has Eva as his brother. I'm gonna grab some water while Mr. A's gone. Alright, I'm back.
Well, it's me. I'm back.
Got to the new chapter. So the king of this country, Augustria, like got killed by his son, and who is apparently being like manipulated by a guy named Manfroy, another like spooky priest, and then Eldigan, as this translation calls. I found out that this is not the oldest translation because it calls that guy Eldigan and this character Raquesis, which in the older translation her name was Lachesis, which I think is a name that actually comes out of like Celtic mythology. And so Raquesis is like, I'm 95% sure that that's just like a mistranslation of the kanji, because you can't have the letter R in that, but it's what Fire Emblem, the shitty Fire Emblem gacha game calls it, so sometimes fan translations just like go with whatever the gacha game says.
It is Lachesis, and she is the second of the three fates. It's actually Greek.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No.
But still,
Fine.
Lachesis is definitely the better name for the translation. So
yes, and it's actually in Yakuza. There's a club that you a cabaret club that you visit called Debola, which is obviously supposed to be Deborah, and the way they pronounce it is like Deborah, but it's spelled Debola with an L. It's kind of the Japanese English LR thing, so
yeah,
kind of similar.
But so Eldigan got thrown in the brig by his king for being so treasonous, to suggest that he doesn't go to war, that he doesn't like start a war.
Conscientious objector.
And now his town, like his castle, is being attacked by Elliot, the guy he kicked the shit out of in the previous chapter.
Uh-oh.
And his sister, Raquesis, is there defending it, so we're gonna back her up.
Okay. Sounds like she would appreciate the backup.
Yes, and Raquesis is another fun character in the gameplay. A couple of fun characters join in this. She's kind of a scaling character, really, where like she kind of sucks right now, but she can use staves and she is walking. But if you promote her, she promotes into a Master Knight, which is like a mounted unit that can use all types of weapons in the game. So that's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat. That's how I would want to be if I were a Master Knight.
And I'm just training up Azel in the arena. So I would like for him to promote at some point in the game and have a horse.
Was there anything else you had in mind for Pentiment? I'm sure we'll come back to it, but I can't think of anything specifically that stood out to me as something else I wanted to discuss.
I think we have probably covered Pentiment fairly well.
Okay. I'll bring it up again as I've continued to bring up Disco Elysium.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be opportunities. Many an opportunity for that. You know, something that I've been wanting to do that keeps like escaping from us is the V for Vendetta criticism critique.
Oh yes.
It's been a while since we've had.
I'm happy to do that anytime.
Yeah, we could even do it now.
Yeah.
I was criticism critique has been a while since we've done it.
That's true.
Just because we keep getting distracted with so many other rich topics, I think.
Yeah, I feel like our stream consistency has fallen to the point where we're just scrambling to talk about things
we didn't
want to talk about.
We didn't discuss whether either Fire Emblem or the Hitman games were loving games.
I was going to ask. I was going to ask last time and I forgot, so I'm glad you remembered. Yeah, Hitman, no, not remotely.
Clearly not, no.
You could argue Hitman 2 47 had some love for Father Vittorio, and it didn't really come across in the dialogue, but he could have like very reluctantly given up on his hope for Vittorio being alive and chosen to just remain in the life of an assassin. But the way it came across in dialogue was just 47 was like, okay, well,
he didn't give a shit basically.
We've looked for him long enough. Let's just give me the rest of the money. So, Fire Emblem is a tougher one. I would still kind of argue no. It does have explicit representations of love, but none of that really comes across meaningfully in any of the dialogue. Just because of the simplicity of it.
I think I'm a no on Fire Emblem as well. I think maybe a useful comparison for Fire Emblem would be Mother 1, which I think Mother 1 is definitely a loving game, and both games have like similar amounts of text for their core romances, which is not very much. But because love is kind of like a central theme of Mother, with the relationship with Gigas and how that does like manifest things and kind of taking him down through an expression of love.
Sure.
Versus Fire Emblem, where the sort of central theme of the game is more about like heroic adventure and overcoming evil and stuff like that. It's not as loving, I think, is what makes the difference like that. And probably there aren't too many Fire Emblem games that I think really quite make it to being a loving game. Depending on how you want to like classify it. You know, Fire Emblem Awakening is all about romance, but I don't know if that even still necessarily qualifies it as a loving game.
Right. Yeah, those aren't the same thing, especially when portrayed in a...
Well, maybe that is a loving game, just in a very cheesy way.
Sure, okay, that's a fair way to look at it. I can't say if I agree, having not seen that game, but...
Yes, we'll get that. I'm gonna force you to play that game, as I said.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
So, and then Rascal levels for each of them, I'd say both quite low. Agent 47 mostly just like follows orders all the time, which is not a Rascal characteristic.
No, not at all. He does at times work against his client or the organization truly employing him, but it's kind of always with the help of Diana. Like, he never really goes against, as far as I'm aware, goes against Diana. Like, any free thought he has is instigated by her, so very, very low on the Rascal scale.
And Mark's probably like a 2 or something, because he is a prince, which makes it very difficult to be a Rascal, and also pretty like standard boy anime protagonist, but being an exiled prince gives him like a point or something.
Oh, true, that's fair. I was gonna say just gives just like lack of information as well. Like, we just don't really know much about Marth's personality.
The only thing Marth really has that's a Rascal characteristic is that he's an exiled prince. That's really it.
Yeah. And anybody can get exiled for any reason, so doesn't mean that much.
It just means that he's kind of going against the powers that be, which is a characteristic of the Rascal, of course.
True. So I think a 2, maybe even a 3 is fair, but nothing too high. 47, I would really just give him a flat out 1. Like, I would put him very, very, very low.
Was 1 or 0 at the bottom of the RAS scale? I can't remember.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, 1 sounds right for Agent 47.
What about, Andreas?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that there is some variance on how much of a rascal
There
he is,
is.
depending on what traits you pick and stuff. Like if you
Yeah.
pick Hedonist, it increases his rascal, and probably even more if you pick the Brawler one. That's probably
Ooh,
the
yeah.
highest rascal Andreas you can have.
Yeah, the way I built my Andreas, like a 3, pretty low.
Yeah, he's definitely not like Disco Elysium guy levels. Not
No, Harry.
Harry Dubois levels, no.
Yes.
But probably better than Kim levels. I picked
Oh yeah, Kim was
Hedonist.
very unrascally.
Maybe mine's more towards like a 4 or 5 on the RAS scale.
Yeah. Well, Kim is a good example of a character who is cool, even though he's not at all a rascal. He's like a cool straight edge guy. That's how I interpret him.
I think that's understandable to see it that
Yeah.
way, yeah.
Yeah. Not that everyone has to agree, but that's how I see it. Anyway.
His accent sounds a little bit French, so I like him more because of that.
Ooh, true.
Though it's mostly
He's
just
also
like Asian.
ethnically, whatever the universe is, Japanese is,
Mm-hmm.
and people are racist against him sometimes. So and he speaks snarkily towards them at times. That's a rascally type of thing to do.
My
Again, not
Andreas
especially so.
argued with the bishop and stuff and brought up Martin Luther at dinner, so that makes him a little bit more of a rascal.
Oh yeah, my Andreas did not, so I could get the achievement for having maximum favor with Gurno. My Andreas was very respectful of his sponsors and such. Which, to be fair, I probably would be IRL just out of fear of being kicked out of my home. So
I'm bad for that.
It wasn't just me trying to get the achievement. I did also try to legitimately roleplay, and I felt like it fit well enough. So yeah, no, Andreas has a lot of, and Magdalena as well has quite a bit of variance. Magdalena, especially because of how you can choose to portray the town's history, you can be really rascally and showing all the pagan myths, or be very chaste Christian and conservative if you want to. So
she probably has more overall rascal potential than Andreas does.
I think so, yeah. Andreas comes from a wealthy family, and whereas Magdalena comes from a poor family that can do well. She's also a woman, so anything she does is kind of risky, and she has the potential to accept her place as a woman or to really branch out and make her family's name known.
Did you make her go to Prague or say?
I made her go to Prague. But I asked her to come with me.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool.
He basically, yeah, I actually like the way that was handled. That was one of my favorite story moments. Is he's like, just like, please stay with me, and Magdalene is like, well, why don't you come with me? And he says, well, you're asking a lot. She's like, you're asking a lot too, and she's like, I'm leaving, and I hope that you'll at least write to me, but you're welcome to come anytime. And then in the final, the tree part, it has a little picture of Otto making a trek towards Magdalena. And so I felt that was
that's cool.
Heartwarming at the end that he did end up choosing to come to her.
Yes, I like that. I picked the flirt trait because I picked the similar thing for Andreas. So I wanted her to be like carrying on the legacy of of being a flirt, but then I had like a fairly cold relationship towards Otto. So
I felt like he was done well, as like you could really go either way without feeling bad, because he's like kind of a dick where he keeps calling you Mags.
Yeah.
But I took that as like a kind of charming teasing more than him being really malicious. But it really just depends on your interpretation of.
I wouldn't call it malicious, but it would annoy me if my romantic interest did that to me after I'd ask them not to call me that.
I would agree with as well. But in the end, I felt like he meant well enough that he would, especially if he.
Sometimes a little bit of like teasing is part of the fun of a relationship, after all.
Yeah, and that's why I made him come to me, is if he would at least show that level of commitment, then it meant that he really had feelings for Magdalena, and so I felt good with my choice in the end. So there's some nuance there too.
I You can roleplay as like a lesbian Magdalena who just wants to get with her Jewish friend in
Oh yeah,
Prague.
What was her name? Ethel?
That sounds right.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, she was chill.
She seems fairly chill,
felt,
yeah.
Like a little bit anxious when I couldn't get her letter because it snowed too much. Like it didn't really matter to the story or anything. I was just like, oh no, I don't hear from her. It's sad. So, yeah. Cool game. I'm glad you made me play it.
Seems like I have a pretty good track record with my recommendations for you.
Yeah. Also, well, you do. Yeah, true. Also, I meant to play that one anyway. I was the one that brought it up.
I can't really take credit for that one, though.
No, but you do tend to know what games I will enjoy at least somewhat.
I think it's just a testament to my excellent taste. My very refined taste.
We have very similar tastes too. So if you're like, oh, I like this, it's like, okay, I will probably as well.
I guess so, yeah. I guess it has turned out that way, at least now that you've played Final Fantasy and stuff like that, and ended up liking those.
And Chrono Trigger.
Maybe you have broader taste than me, because I feel like I still have a hard time getting into shooters and stuff that you like. Maybe it's more of a story basis that we have similar taste in.
I think so. I feel like I am a little bit better about accepting games for what they are and appreciating games even if they're of a style or genre that I don't really like. Not that that's an inherently good thing. Like, you probably waste less time trying to finish games just for the sake of finishing them, which I definitely do.
I have a hard time giving up on that sort of thing. Yeah, I think I got better at it as I aged, though.
Yeah, you're better than me. I'm almost certain based on previous discussion, but I feel like it's something a lot of people struggle with. I'm definitely glad for all of your recommendations, which is why I'm not apprehensive at all about playing even games that I know you're being a bit facetious with recommending to me, because I'm sure I'll have fun with them regardless of the exact details. So no worries.
I'd be curious if you do make a top 50 games to see which games are on both of our lists. I think I think it would be not very many. I think Deus Ex would be a candidate that might be on both, because it was on mine already.
I would definitely, honestly, the JRPGs you recommended to me, I feel like I've enjoyed or at least appreciated enough to have on my top 50 games.
Sure.
Chrono Trigger might be iffy, but Final Fantasy VII I definitely respect enough to have on the list 100%. Chrono Trigger I liked a lot, but I feel like I didn't. Top 50, I have to see what else is on there.
I think in some ways,
it's definitely a candidate.
In some ways, what Chrono Trigger does is both more and less universal than what Final Fantasy VII does, because it does capture this sort of like charming, almost childlike adventure. But I think to some extent, like Final Fantasy VII with the more psychological stuff is more impressive, I guess. And so sometimes it's like, I don't know, I feel like I can easily recommend Chrono Trigger to anyone because it's so like lovable or whatever, but at the same time I feel like it won't really mean as much to you unless you played it as a kid. And I guess Final Fantasy VII a little bit the same way too, because it was like the first time I got introduced to like ideas like sort of almost humiliating your player character and like getting into that deeper exploration of the psyche of your character and stuff like that. Whereas other people, like that stuff holds up, but it's not quite as impressive, or like it doesn't make quite as much of an impression if it's not the first time you see it, like it was for me.
Yeah, totally.
It always makes it hold a special place in your heart or whatever.
No, I totally get that. Like looking back on KOTOR, the first one, and like when I played it in my life, and friends of mine who were playing around that time, it has such a huge meaning to me just because of when I played it in my own life and my own life experience. And looking back on it, it's still a great game, but I probably wouldn't feel the same about it had I played it now. So yeah, that's definitely a huge aspect to it.
What should we do? V for Vendetta then?
Oh sure, yes, I have it pulled up. I think it's the V for Vile by Isaac Butler.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so this website did like a Index of Hate. It was like there's one guy named Noah, I think, who like runs the, or he ran. I think it's defunct now, but like not updating. But he like invited a bunch of other guest writers on to write about comic books that they really hate. And so one entry was this V for Vendetta review, V for Vile by Isaac Butler or whatever.
Yes. Here we go. V for Vile. At first, I was nervous. I'm not a hater by nature. I generally consider myself an enthusiast. How could I then participate in this festival of hate? Is there a way to responsibly choose something that's worth hating on? Perhaps I thought I should just refuse to participate altogether. Noah asked me to pick my candidate for worst comic of all time. Being a good graduate student, I decided I needed some kind of rubric for determining the worst. Whatever I chose had to be A, be made by competent, even skilled creators. Ed Wood-style badness wouldn't do. And B, fail on its own terms to the extent they can be determined by good faith reading of the text. Then C, be not only bad but hateful in some way. And finally D, influential. There were several candidates that leapt into mind, but were unable to fulfill all four. The 300, for example, is hateful, made by a skilled creator, and influential, but doesn't fail on its own terms. Trying to be the triumph of the will of American empire, a racist pro-fascism pamphlet in which Western society is attacked by ever darker, more exotic, and queerer antagonists. On this front, it succeeds. It is, as a friend of mine put it, delicious pie baked by Goebbels. This search eventually led me to Alan Moore and David Lloyd's V for Vendetta, a work that fulfills all four criteria with aplomb. It's a competently made. If you use the word aplomb it's a competently made, terrible, hateful failure on its own terms that has sadly had some influence, particularly on the radical left, who really should know better by now. It manages to be brazenly misogynist, horrifically violent, and thuddingly dull all at the same time. It's one of the few books that spawned a film adaptation that is both borderline unwatchable and an improvement on its source. Moore and Lloyd appear to have set out to make 1984 with a happy ending, and instead ended up making a leftish The Fountainhead.
Ooh, now that's scathing. Comparing it to The Fountainhead.
Compared to that bitch, I agree. For those not in the know.
That harlot, yes.
Yeah. For those not in the know, V for Vendetta is Alan Moore's first long-form work with original characters. An anarchist response to the election of Margaret Thatcher, V takes place in a fascist England after the whole rest of human civilization have been wiped out in World War III. Seemingly out of nowhere arrives V, a faceless terrorist who wears a Guy Fawkes mask and pursues two goals: revenge on the people who imprisoned and medically experimented on him in a concentration camp, and bringing down the government. The book sets out to be kind of action thriller with a political content, a work that uses a compelling story and the basic tools of mainstream comics, read violence, to smuggle in a lot of pro-anarchism speeches and thought-provoking sequences about individual and political freedom. On both these fronts, it fails massively. It does not work as a thriller because we are never, as readers, in any doubt that he will succeed. He assures us again and again that he has a plan, and at no point in the book does his plan seem in any kind of jeopardy. He suffers no setback. He in no way struggles. Everything moves forward with the inexorability of a Greek tragedy, but one that takes the gods' point of view instead of the mortals. This sabotages any potential thrill the story might have as a story. Narrative tension generally relies on some mix between questions the audience needs answered and answers the audience has that the characters don't. Neither is present in this book. The mystery as to V's origin, really the only even mildly compelling question in the text, is resolved before the first third is over. The political content, such as it is no great shakes either. Yes, radical anarchy is preferable to jackbooted fascism, and in a world in which sanity means conformity to a genocidal, hyper-consumerist, corrupt authoritarian society, maybe we all need to go a little mad. V, however, ends just before fascist England actually falls. Moore gets to have it both ways, making a case that a radical anarchist state would be a really great thing without ever having to imagine for the reader what that world would look like. He even has V go to great lengths to explain that the riots, looting, and murder taking place in England's streets as the government collapses aren't anarchy at all, but rather chaos. I suppose anarchy, like communism, can never fail. It can only be failed. The problem with shoddy political allegories like V for Vendetta or The Dark Knight, out of nowhere, okay, is that the alternative realities they rely on to make their experiments work are so preposterous and rigged that they end up disproving themselves. True, were England to be taken over by Nazis, terrorism would likely be justified. But making a book arguing this case is a waste of time and energy. You might as well write a book making the in-depth argument that if your aunt had bollocks, she'd be your uncle. We're writing this. Well-crafted dystopian narratives understand this. 1984 doesn't spend a lot of time arguing to the reader that the INSOC should be overturned. Neither does Brazil, the best movie of all time, contain a
Yeah, that was a masterpiece.
Contain a stem-winding, never heard this before, a stem-winding speech about the tyranny of bureaucracy that Sam Lowry toils under. Instead, both bring to the table a rich examination of the psyche of those living under a dystopian state. Sam Lowry's inner conflict between a distracted dreamer and a bureaucratic climber slyly interacts with his gradual education into how this world and privilege work. 1984's portrayal of the gradual wearing down of Winston Smith's psyche and of the way the totalitarian mindset is formed and reinforced at every turn is harrowing and moving. This is so long. In order for V for Vendetta to pull something similar off, it would have to care about the characters who inhabit it. Sadly, the soul's wanderings, richly illustrated pages are mere pawns, or to use the book's own recurring image, dominoes. They are there to be set up and moved around as the narrative sees fit, toppled when expediency demands. Nowhere is this more true than in the work's treatment of Evie Hammond, V's female sidekick and eventual replacement. Spoilers. Evie is a shop-worn narrative trope, the neophyte who joins the narratives that the world can be explained to her, and via her, the audience. That's very true. Evie is the reader's surrogate within the novel, the person who has to try to make sense of V's actions, while V is placed as the author's surrogate, the explainer and shaper of its narrative. Repeatedly, we are reminded that V is creating something for us, something that seems chaotic, but that will reveal a pattern if we just wait and are patient. For example, this section comes from a journal of one of V's doctors in the prison camp. This is a description of a comic panel. It is a silhouetted individual standing over what looks like a model reconstruction of a town. And the text reads, November 5th. His cubicle is covered with so much junk. The ammonia smells terrible. There's a sort of swimming pool smell too. Lord knows where that comes from. I'm sure that in his mind, all this makes perfect sense. I'm sure of it. While later on, we see a recurring image of V setting up dominoes at his home base without being able to see the pattern, only to have it be revealed that it's his trademark V symbol right before he topples them all and the state of England. We have another set of comic panels, just...
yeah.
This is, well, yeah, exactly, it's that. If Evie is meant to be the reader and V is meant to be the creator, it's worth pointing out exactly how V for Vendetta's creators feel about their audience. I'm a baby, Evie says to V. I know I'm stupid. She continues to say in a comic panel, my name is Evie Hammond. I'm nobody. Nobody special. Not like you. V for Vendetta is the kind of book that proceeds from the assumption that the reader is a moron. If only we were properly enlightened, we would agree with its creator. We are the gutless conformists who just need a good stern talking to, a little bit of torturing, to convince us of our errors. Here comes a guy who talks a lot like Alan Moore. all allusions and quotes from other sources.
He says "Rota," for example.
Yes, weird, obscure jokes and puns, cryptic clues to show us the way. It is, in that way, no different from the newsroom. That's a show I didn't like. The work of a blowhard who is incapable of imagining anyone ever disagree with him or a world in which he could possibly be wrong. Completely agree with that review of the newsroom. Okay, so
I think Gallimore is a little bit of a blowhard.
I can talk about that more. I had a good discussion with a friend who was a fan of I forget that writer's name, but of his writing, who has lately become disillusioned with it, and I was always disillusioned with it, and I feel proven right.
Very vindicated.
Vindicated.
Yes.
I feel vindicated. Yes, but anyway, that's separate, slightly separate. I suppose this shadow agenda of proving Alan more smarter than us would all be fine and good were the book to succeed in it. Sadly, amidst all that allusion and reference, there's a glaring neon sign. V for Vendetta is not nearly as smart as it thinks it is. There's a picture of V. It says, "That's our man V there." He's wearing his trademark Guy Fawkes mask. Guy Fawkes is the book's symbolic hero. Lloyd mentions in an afterword that he wanted to rehabilitate Fawkes because blowing up Parliament was a great idea. But, and I hope this is obvious to many of you when you stop to think about it, it's patently absurd to take Guy Fawkes as an anarchist leftist superhero. Fawkes was an ex-soldier and Catholic extremist trying to overthrow an authoritarian anti-Catholic state and replace it with an authoritarian Catholic state. It's just plain dumb to borrow the symbol of Fawkes without the slightest care for what it represents. Just as it's an act of idiocy for the hacker group Anonymous and various members of Occupy, a movement I support, I hasten to add, okay, buddy, to adopt the Fawkes mask as their icon. As the book wears on, and on, and on, it also gets derailed by its panic and anger at female infidelity, a crime that is punished with lethal violence at every turn. On pages 39 through 41, V recasts his quest to free England as a lover's spat with the female statue of justice who has cheated on him with authority. I'll read out the panels. It's a V monologuing. He says, "Please don't think it was merely physical."
Yeah, he's monologuing to the statue, the woman's statue of justice or whatever.
Yes, please. I know that you're not that sort of girl. No, I loved you as a person and ideal. That was a long time ago. I'm afraid there's someone else now. What? V, for shame. You have betrayed me for some harlot, some vain and pouting hussy with painted lips and a knowing smile. I, madame, I beg to differ. It was your infidelity that drove me to your arms. Aha! That surprised you, didn't it? You thought I didn't know about your little fling, but I do. I know everything. Frankly, I wasn't surprised when I found out. You always did have an eye for a man in uniform. Uniform? Why, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. It was always you, V. You were the only one. Liar, slut, whore. Deny that you let him have his way with you, him with his armbands and jackboots. Well, cat got your tongue? I thought as much. Care to guess how it ends? And then there's a panel. He blows up the statue. Could have been guessed for anyone who was remotely familiar with the book.
Yep.
I know myself better to read this. My back hurts leaning over this text. Here we go. All right. When Evie propositions V, he abandons her on the streets of England. Having nowhere else to go, she briefly takes up with a liquor smuggler named Gordon. With the inexorability of an early 80s horror movie, as soon as she has sex with him, he gets killed by gangsters. After this, she is kidnapped, tortured, and interrogated as faceless interlocutors demand to know, God, this guy and his words, demand to know the location of V and his plans. At night, she reads a letter from a fellow inmate, which gives her the courage to accept death rather than betray V. It is then revealed that the whole kidnap, torture, interrogation thing was an elaborate ploy by V to set Evie free by helping her get down to the individual freedom that exists within us. The last thing we control. While initially upset, here's Evie's eventual response from page 147. She kisses him and thanks him.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you for freeing me or something like that, right?
Yes, thank you for what you've done for me. And he's like, no, you did it all yourself. Blah, blah, blah. This would be hard enough to swallow if it were not for the fact that Evie's incarceration included sexualized imagery. And then it shows her being waterboarded, which is not sexual at all. So, okay. And then it says, and actual sexual assault. And she's monologuing to herself. They stand me up and I'm given an examination. I think it's the woman. So that does imply that they're kind of inappropriately groping her. That one's fair. The other one I really don't get. She's just being like, her head is being shoved into a basin of water.
Yeah.
See how that's supposed to be sexual? Maybe
the way he's holding her down or something. Yeah, it seems a bit of a reach to me as well.
It is. Yeah, definitely a Halo reach. All right.
The worst Halo game.
In your opinion, you see, dear reader, if you won't see the light, we have the freedom, as filmmaker Michael Haneke put it, to rape you into a light. Okay? Stockholm Syndrome is liberty. Also, war is peace and ignorance is strength. 4 references. Just shut your pretty little mouth and do what the author tells you. Never you mind this is supposed to be all about radical individuality being the only way forward. You are radically free to agree. That's about it. Finally, on the docket of cheating women who need to be punished, we have Helen Hayer. Oh, yes, I remember her. Helen becomes a regular presence in the third act of the book as the oddly fragile, given it's supposed to be the frighteningly all-powerful society. The wife of a high-ranking fascist, Helen tries to maneuver her husband into the role of leader by sexually manipulating his colleagues. She also refuses him sex. Helen is a classic misogynist caricature, simultaneously frigid and a hooer, using her body to get ahead. It doesn't work, of course. V sends her husband a videotape of her sleeping around. He murders her lover and is killed in the process. Helen's plans come to naught. The book's supposedly cathartic orgy of chaos and violence ends on the final page with her about to be gang raped by hobos. Yeah, I forgot about that. Because she's sick of trading sexual favors to them for food. Seriously, that's the book's end.
Classic.
All of Moore's bad habits as a writer are on display in V. From its misogyny to the stentorian, hectoring tone of the text, again with the words. Whether it's, I don't know what the fuck that means. Whether its eponymous hero shows up to its frantic, desperate need to impress us with its creator's brilliance, I feel I've only really scratched the surface of V for Vendetta's terribleness here. Part of me was tempted to simply scan the song on pages 89 to 93 and write game, set, match underneath. Or discuss the, discuss the hackneyed and emotionally manipulative story about what happens to one of the prominent fascist's wives after he dies. How she comes to miss his physical and emotional abuse when she has to take up a stripping job for money. Or catalog the way in which each allusion to everything from Macbeth to sympathy for the devil is constructed, not because of its actual relation to the material, but because it's impressive. Instead, let me close on a personal note. The reason why I find V for Vendetta so upsetting, the reason why it makes me so angry, is on some level political. I am a leftist. Unapologetically so. Okay. That V for Vendetta, with its nihilistic embrace of violence, its distrust of the institutions that will be required to enact any lefty agenda, its hatred of women, and its love of coercion, has caught on amongst lefties, then in particular, he says lefties, that's not me.
Huh.
That in particular, Guy Fawkes has been taken as a symbol of anything other than far-right religious terrorism is something I find particularly galling. I worry that at heart, some of my fellow travelers on the left reel, again with the words, reified by this work's subtextual assertion that anyone who disagrees with him must be blinkered, an uninformed idiot who simply needs to be enlightened or blown up. I suppose there is another way to read V, one where the surface and subtext are actually in constant conflict, one where the first chapter's title, The Villain, is meant to be taken more seriously, where we are meant to see Evie's torture not as she comes to eventually see it, for the problematic and rapey coercion of one who disagrees with our main character. Maybe we are meant to see the downfall of the state as a complicated thing, and the gang-raping hobos not as a darkly ironic reinforcement of Moore's id, but rather as a sign of complexity in the work. Perhaps V's anarchist utopia is never shown because utopia means no place, and V is in fact wrong. Certainly there are panels and excerpts one could use to make this argument, but I am not the one to make it, nor would I really be convinced by that argument. It's a bit too clever by half, a way of taking the book's considerable weaknesses and claim them as strengths. Besides, Moore does a far better job in Watchmen of having the character whose worldview is closest to his also be a monster who does something unforgivable for the greater good. The end.
That's it. Okay.
Actually, it wasn't as long as I thought. We are approximately 1/10 through the page, and the rest of it is just comments. So I was getting really fucking worried. But it ended at, it was still long, but
that would be way too much.
Yes. I would have cursed you forever. I do want to say, it's hard for me as the reader a little bit to really catch on to all the individual nuances of this argument, but I feel like a major thing this author is missing and somewhat touches on at the end is that every character's perspective in the book is flawed, and that is due to the oppression and the corruption of their worldview from the fascist government. My take on it is it's such a thorough and in-your-face deconstruction of fascism that even characters that fight against it have their worldview marred and their morality and ethics marred by their existence in this world. So when you have these women that are prostituting themselves or getting gang raped by hobos, when you have V torturing someone to get his worldview across, all of these things are the negative outcomes of the society they live in, and it's kind of understandable that everyone, even when they're trying to do good, or even in the way that they give up on good, is all marred and flawed by this worldview. And I understand that being heavy-handed and something you could complain about. I feel like this author completely misses that aspect of it, at least in my personal opinion.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Well, he used a lot of words that I didn't know, and it was annoying because they were totally necessary.
Yes, he wasn't really following George Orwell's writing advice there.
Overall, it's very biased, as all works are. And it kind of harms itself in that way by being a little too extreme on some opinions that would be more interesting were they analyzed from both perspectives. You're welcome to, I feel like, analyze them from both perspectives and then take one, but to ignore the other perspective, I feel like really kind of sabotages one's own argument by making it feel a little bit uninformed, although I don't mean to imply that. This guy definitely read the book multiple times and has valid takes on it, even though I disagree with him, and I feel like he or she is missing some certain, I assume Isaac Butler, he is missing certain aspects of what I took from the book, at least.
I think the review is overall pretty well written, especially in comparison with most of the other reviews we have covered as criticism critique material. Which I speak to all the people that Noah got onto this Festival of Hate thing being like experienced writers who like know what they're doing and are able to support their arguments with evidence and such. And when going back to it after a while, reading, like away from reading V for Vendetta, I did kind of change my perspective on certain parts of it a little bit. Like I didn't really, when I was like caught in the moment of the story, torture thing with Evie did come off quite differently to how it felt reading the review and kind of reflecting on it. And I do think, you know, unless you protect it with an argument like the one you outlined, that sequence is pretty whack, and that it is just like, what the fuck? Why is the hero character torturing this person that's into submission, and why is that being treated as a good thing? Like I do think sometimes Alan Moore, I guess, gets caught up in the confusion between complexity and narrative and just like having all the characters be assholes, and will do things that are just like really fucking edgy and don't actually support the story. So both the hobo gang rape and the and that whole sequence definitely are valid examples of that weakness in his writing style, I think. So
that's fair. Well, one thing I feel like even talking about legitimate weaknesses in the writing style, I feel like the review could have touched on more strengths, or I felt like it left out all the parts that I felt were most meaningful in the story, while just purely focusing in on the negative aspects, which I guess makes sense for a review focused around a festival of hate. But
yeah, I think maybe the writing prompt of coming up with worst comic ever and then phrasing of even another argument around that idea kind of leads it into this, like, I guess biased would be the word, perspective, where it has to look for everything to be as negative as it can make it.
For us,
certainly is, yes. But,
no, I agreed. It is intentionally, I feel, a little too biased, and could give the comic easily give the comic more credit, even though you might have some hot takes on some things that some people didn't like. There's enough to like that wasn't mentioned at all. That kind of maybe removes some, at least for me, removes a little bit of validity from the review, because it's so biased. And you know how I feel about things that are too biased. So.
Yeah. They should all be purged, I think.
I think it's also, like a lot of the media we talk about on stream and discuss to this extent, it's worth mentioning that this media is nuanced enough that it is deserving of this level of discussion. Like these opinions are all valid, even though I disagree with many of them, and that's something that just comes from the nature of the work and the fact that it's nuanced enough that you can have these opinions and disagree with them, and each has legitimate and unique and interesting arguments, in my opinion.
Yeah, Alan Moore is definitely a good script writer, independent of any other like excesses one might point to in his work. Especially for comic books, for, I guess he's English, but American type of comic books, since he works with DC.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. It all comes down to DC. Speaking of, just as a side that we can talk about in detail later, but I started watching the Sandman TV show on, I think it's on Netflix, which is based on Neil Gaiman's. Yes, Neil Gaiman's Sandman. It's another good writer, telling stories through
classic
graphic
world.
novels.
Yeah, it's another one of the guys who's kind of thought of as a pioneering figure in comic books, starting to become more mature, I suppose.
Yeah, and I am pleasantly surprised by this show. It seems like it really has like good budget behind it, good writing, and
I have heard of
work, so.
Sandman being talked about, the comic, that is, in very reverent sort of tone.
Same, and I feel like I'm enjoying the show enough that I would suspect the show is respected as being also like reverent to the comic, unlike something like The Witcher, for example, which is just shed on.
Yeah, more like The Bitcher.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. But anyway, it's another famed comic book writer receiving.
I enjoyed Coraline. That was a good comic book.
Yeah, fair. I have yet to watch that. Maybe we'll have it. I should do that for a movie night after we finish Dark Water and.
I both watched and read Coraline, so I'm an expert.
Right, I think I remember us talking about both forms of Coraline.
Yes, we had a commenter who likes neither.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yes.
Sounds fun though.
You know, speaking of, to do a brief aside to your brief aside, you were saying that you were having trouble thinking of things to watch anymore. I did think I could give you some recommendations of anime and kids cartoons, although I don't know how wife friendly those recommendations would be.
I will find time to check them out. It might just take longer if it's not wife friendly. So I'm open to any recommendation.
I think a good recommendation always would be Xavier Renegade Angel, but I think that one's definitely not wife friendly.
No, she wouldn't like that. But I do want to watch that. So yeah, I will prioritize it.
And then I always go back to Avatar and Gravity Falls, and to a slightly lesser extent Over the Garden Wall, which again I don't know how wife friendly those are.
My wife liked Avatar when she watched it. Actually, that would be a good idea. I'll recommend us rewatch it together. I think she'd enjoy it.
Yes.
We can talk about it. I would also like to watch. I have not, because I haven't really watched past season 1 really. And I hear it gets even, as much as I enjoyed it, it gets a lot better at times after that. So.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the Western cartoons, Avatar would be the one I'd recommend the very first, and then Gravity Falls would be second, which is a show that I go back on and like think more and more of over time. Where to me, it's one of those things where I could like just watch any time, no matter how recently I watched it or what time it was in my life, and have a really good time. And it's also very consistently good throughout each episode, I think.
That even reminds me, I might even recommend it to my sister, is the Ninja Turtles 2000s show was such a big part of our lives that it'd be fun to rewatch it as adults and see how it holds up.
Oh yeah.
Have that little nostalgia, so I might even recommend that. I might ask my sister to watch it and then watch it with my wife and just see how I feel. That could be fun too.
That does sound fun.
But I appreciate your recommendations.
Sure. And
I'll bring those up.
As I go into my art house anime that I've been starting to watch, I'll recommend some of those to you if you would like.
Oh, sure.
Those are all nice, quick things to get through as well.
Yeah. No guarantee I'll watch them, but I appreciate any recommendations. I like the options.
Sure.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. We did finish Wednesday. It got better. It's still very much like a just kind of thing to watch. Like it's good. It's
like a 6 out of 10, I guess is a way to put that.
That's solid. Yeah, 6, maybe 6.5. It's like a little above.
6. I give this show a 6 out of 10. It's closer to a 7 than a 5.
Exactly. Yeah. I understand some of the hype, I guess.
Oh, you know what I wanted to briefly comment on was the Velma show that just came out.
Oh my god. Well, I've watched YMS's takes on those, so I do kind of agree with his opinion. So.
What's his opinion? I haven't seen it, but it's
so
cringe.
Bad. So
yeah, okay. Well, I'm not very interested in the show itself, but I'm only interested in it to make 2 observations. The first is that it's another data point for my theory that when they're turning characters black, they always pick the redheads. And then secondly, I think I'm coming to have like a more and more negative review regarding the like hate watching thing that people do, where the show was apparently like moderately successful. And I think a big part of the reason for that is people like using it as this like thing they can react to and cringe at instead of just ignoring it like it deserves, and that's what should have actually been done.
Okay. Yeah, I think I agree. I mean,
which I'm now kind of being hypocritical on, but sometimes you have to do it to make
you have to prove your own meta point. No, I agree. You even have like YMS commented on this in the new trailer where the new Shaggy character he's like, he makes like a joke where he's like talking about drugs and he's like, drugs, which I hate, and the show like stops on the music and pauses. It's like, it's entirely unclear. It's lazy. It's entirely unclear if they're making a joke and like saying like, oh yeah, it's Shaggy, he likes drugs.
I think that's it, yeah.
But if they're making a joke like, oh, the old Shaggy liked drugs and we're so funny, we're gonna make him the opposite. He actually hates them, right? And I wouldn't put that past them either.
Okay, yeah.
It's so fucking lame,
Yes.
Like, it's not even a big part of the original character. It's like something to read into that makes him like, I guess, a little more interesting, but to like focus in on
kind of funny, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like haha, funny.
The stoner Shaggy thing was always kind of like that juxtaposition between kids friendly, childhood media, and then this more adult world that you don't really pick up on at that age. Yeah.
That's all it is. You don't have to read into it more. You don't have to
Well, I
doesn't
think
make that a significant character trait.
it does look
encounter.
like it's just really lazy, and the reason it's like woke cringe or whatever is because the writers just are doing something really easy.
Yeah.
By like they don't even really have any political thoughts to get across. They just like woke is in now. Let's just make it like
does
that.
feel that way. Yeah, it's a real shame because I don't inherently mind that way of doing things. Just like put
just do it with like
seems like they haven't
sincerity and intelligence and stuff.
Yeah, sincerity. That's And it seems to be lacking in sincerity. I don't know. I really don't care about it at all, but I'm happy to hate on it if it's funny. So it seems like that's all it's good for.
I guess so. Just like pirate it if you're gonna do that, at least.
I don't even watch it. I'll just watch like YMS.
Don't support it just to hate on it, because that's just fucking stupid.
No, that is stupid. It's just a shame that the show will probably do fairly well. And people will be like, well, actually, it's not so bad.
It's like Big Mouth and shit. It was like so blatantly terrible. People tried to stick up for it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I think that's why people should like go back to old things, is because when you like realize that you can go back to old things, you don't have to like sift through absolute garbage to try and find something worthwhile.
Oh, totally. I'm a big I mean, shit. Even my wife. I've been like, hey, let's just rewatch True Detective, and she's like, yeah, sure. It's been a while.
Yeah, or dig up some show from like the
old,
70s or something like that you've never heard of before. That's considered a classic.
Exactly. Like that. My point is just how easy that is. Like, not that True Detective is even old. It's just like even that, which we watched really recently, was so good that there's just so much to find that you can rewatch and appreciate without having to always seek out new bullshit. Which I'm being a little hypocritical. That's what we did with Wednesday, and like, yeah, it was fine. I could have watched something else and enjoyed it more. It wasn't bad, but I feel like people are at times overpraising it just because it's something new, and it's like, no, the show was fine. Like, no, there wasn't anything wrong with it, but it's just really just a thing to watch, and you don't need to get any deeper into it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what the Addams Family always was, which is fine. That's like what it is. It's entertaining. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. No, I appreciate the recommendations anyway. You watched my recommendation. I recommended True Detective to you, and you watched it, and we had some good talks. So. Trade off.
I could go and watch the second, third seasons. I do still need to watch Sopranos. Just the length of it is what's scaring me.
That's fair. You did start it, so there's some stuff to talk about.
If I get into a less like dire situation in life, I will feel better about being able to dedicate the time to Sopranos.
That's fair. And so I will say my big recommendation is, to me, the holy trinity of HBO, which is True Detective Season 1, The Sopranos,
and The Wire.
And The Wire. Yep, exactly. And if you watch those, I feel like we'll have a lot of good content for the stream.
Yes.
Those are all, in my opinion, really noteworthy shows. Even if you don't like them that much, that's okay. They're still noteworthy. Worth watching.
What about Breaking Bad? How do you feel about that?
Oh, that too. That's not HBO though. That's AMC. Yeah, I like Breaking Bad. I will say I felt like it was a little more pulpy, a little more just entertaining than the others I mentioned.
Okay.
Where like The Wire, respect for being like genuinely, to me, unlikable for the whole first season, but it's still like worth it, which is something that is so rare in a show, and the show has to work so hard to achieve. I feel like.
I think that speaks to something that I'm coming to value more, which is it's challenging in some way. I was having this observation. I was going through anime and sort of watching Future Boy Conan, which is an anime series directed by Hayao Miyazaki, and I'm somewhat pleased with this observation I have, which is that Miyazaki's like worldwide success is attributable to a combination of high technical competence and almost all of his work having very little that's challenging about it, like almost nothing challenging about it.
Mostly, yeah.
I think the most challenging thing I've seen in Miyazaki is the nuance of the characters in Princess Mononoke, but it's still hard to imagine anyone going into that movie and having their point of view change, because like the big industrial woman turns out to be the wrong one of the movie, even though she is nuanced. She does go like, hey, main character, here's my place where I keep all the orphans I've rescued and stuff like that.
Yeah. it is a bit blatant in making her a nuanced character when in the story it's kind of clear that she is the wrong one.
Mhm.
No, yeah.
In Future Boy Conan, the evil country is called Industria. I'm just like, yep, that's a Hayao Miyazaki story, alright.
Yep. Yeah, and The Wire is very much like that, where it's just the story of the city of Baltimore, and that can be really uninteresting and difficult to connect with at times, but in the end you realize it's kind of a human story, and over the 5 seasons of the show you piece together this very human themes, and that's the value of it. But that's hard to get unless you like watch the whole thing and stop to think about it. It's been really hard for me to get friends of mine into The Wire, even though I feel like in the end they would love it. But it's just like, how do I convince them of that? It's weird in that way, but challenging is a great way to think about it.
Grave of the Fireflies, which is not Miyazaki, is a little bit challenging because there are some people who just will not watch that because it's too sad, or because they think it will be too sad. Yes, exactly. Whereas like My Neighbor Totoro, that's like one of the least challenging. That's a good movie. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to knock Miyazaki here. It's quite a good movie, but there's like nothing at all challenging about My Neighbor Totoro.
That's how I felt about, I don't know, I mean, all of the big Ghibli movies I watched, like Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle. They were very challenging. It was just like heartwarming. I enjoyed them very much, but yeah, I would.
Sometimes there's definitely, I think they do a good job of evoking the sort of comfort of that almost naturally comes from something that is both good and not challenging. So like I talked about how much I like Gravity Falls and could watch that anytime. I think part of the reason for that is because that also is very good, but also not very challenging at all. So it does have some horror elements to it though, so it might challenge people's perception of what a kid's show can be like or something like that a little bit.
Which one?
Gravity Falls.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that is my impression of it. Not knowing much about it, but yes, it seems that way.
It's like a cryptid hunter kids show.
Yeah. Well, I like that kind of thing. No, I like that kind of thing. That's something there's a couple of tabletop RPGs that focus around cryptid hunting, and that's something that attracts me in particular. I like that kind of like folklore-ish mystic vibe. Like Twin Peaks brings that across, I feel. X-Files even with this like, we're after Bigfoot.
A little bit. We're getting progressively further and further away from V for Vendetta. We should go back and summarize that. Did we miss anything on V for Vendetta?
We missed a lot. I was thinking while I was reading, I was like, it's too long for me to really articulate all my individual thoughts because I can't remember them. If I took notes throughout, maybe I'll do that. But overall, I feel like he missed the point that a lot of his complaints were something, or I feel that he missed the point that a lot of his complaints were something that were intended to be negatively portrayed. That like Alan Moore, in espousing this certain political view, is simultaneously pointing out the negative aspects of it, which is kind of a fence-sitting perspective, and I can get someone who might want to complain about that, but this guy seems to just miss that aspect entirely.
So I think I remembered something else I wanted to mention, which is that I feel his complaint about like almost like V is a Gary Stu sort of thing is a little bit unwarranted, because V is supposed to be an example of a character who's like very, very powerful and capable, but that the viewer isn't really quite sure that they can trust, and that's why Evie is in the story to like contrast against him, and because she also is, at least for a long part of the story, is not really sure she can trust him, and so that's where the tension and drama of the story comes from. It's not really to do with like whether or not V will succeed. It's more like, is V actually just batshit crazy, or does he have a point here?
Yeah, is it worth it for him to succeed? And then you can form your opinions about that. Some would say no, and I think that's valid. I do feel like Alan Moore wants you to come to the conclusion of yes, it's worth it, but I feel like it's nuanced enough that you could say no, and I feel like this reviewer misses that and feels kind of jilted that his opinion of no is not addressed, even though it kind of is. Like, you're welcome to have that. V is a psychopath. Like, V
Yeah,
V
he
doesn't
tortures
have,
someone.
you don't have to think of him as like this big hero. I think Alan Moore wants you to, but he does provide enough nuance, at least for me. So.
And then I guess another funny thing was like the talking about leftism and how other leftists get it wrong by following Alan
Lefties.
Moore or whatever. Yeah, lefties. Which I thought, like, isn't anarchism technically sort of a right-wing ideology in that it, like, rejects all state and therefore you'd have...
libertarian, yeah. Sort of, actually, yeah.
I guess
True,
there's some
anarchism.
compatibilism between it and communist belief, but for the most part...
It came out at the same time, like, you know, this is reflected in the only source I have for my knowledge of this time period, Victoria 2 and 3, where anarchism and communism are almost like different viewpoints of, like, different ways to solve the same basic
Yeah, I
issues.
think they both begin from this sort of, like, same anti-capitalist sort of viewpoint and everything.
Yeah, but they're not really very similar on their own, so.
I think that is what they have in common, is more a mutual opposition to capitalist, like mainstream Western society, rather than the actual belief systems being quite the same.
I agree. Yeah, it's just a shame that I was thinking about if it would be useful for me to pull out my physical copy of V for Vendetta that I bought, just to own it. Not to read it, because I've already read it. I just wanted to have it on my shelf so people could look at it and feel that I was cultured.
I bought my sister V for Vendetta for Christmas one year, and then when I was reading that review, I felt like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have bought that for her.
Depends on her viewpoint.
Because it's so
but I feel like
sexist.
it is, but it's I don't know, it's sympathetic, right? At least that's how I take it. I mean, as a male, so maybe I'm just flat out wrong, but I took it as sympathetic to women who are taken advantage of in these types of societies, and it portrays that bluntly as ways that they're taken advantage of, and they take back power, they take back authority, but within the constraints that are set forth for them, which is bad. Like, it's not that like it's these women that are doing anything wrong. It's just like inherent in this type of fascist society that women are viewed this way, and this is the way that they are even allowed to rebel, as they're allowed to rebel sexually specifically, and that's what they take advantage of because they have to. That's what I took from it. Maybe it is sexist, but I didn't get that. That may be my flaw, but.
Perhaps, yes.
Mayhaps. I could ask my wife to read it and see what she thinks. She is a woman, so that would fulfill that requirement.
Wow. True. That's what we need, is we need to, like, once every 4 or 5 episodes, and we just bring a woman on, so we can have a female perspective.
I could ask her, hey, can you stay up till 4 a.m. and chat about video games you haven't played?
We gotta, like, solicit. We gotta put out ads saying "woman wanted" for podcasts.
Woman wanted, yes.
We have to be able to comment on V for Vendetta and have a female perspective.
Yeah. Any thoughts on Alan Moore?
He is quite fixated with rape, isn't he?
He is. I think he feels very strongly negatively towards it, but
I think so.
He does
yeah.
insist on bringing it into his works. I do actually.
It does feel gratuitous in some situations, I find.
Yeah, the detail of it. I do have this. I personally have this weird anti-rape fixation where I feel like it's inherently a
The worst crime in the world.
Yeah, like a worse thing to inflict on someone than even murder. For
Yes, I feel quite strongly negatively about that belief. But
yes. That's a hot take. No, about my belief. Okay.
Yes.
No, I understand. Yeah. No, I mean, sorry. I don't mean to assume what you think. You're welcome to explain.
I guess it's not.
I've heard people say similar, and I understand.
I guess it's not. Probably not that bad, because most of the time people just bring it up as like a weird, almost hypothetical, like an argument, like which is worse, rape or murder, and with the massive agreement that both things are absolutely dreadful, and so should never be inflicted on any human being. But I suppose what bothers me about the specific observation that rape is worse than murder is that it is buried within it is the presumption that there are kinds of suffering that are so bad that you can almost decide for another person that their life is no longer worth living after they have suffered it. And I think that is actually a very harmful thing to be espousing towards like people who've been traumatized and need to heal. It will actually damage their perspective of their ability to heal, I guess.
Oh yes. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, because my view is that there is like to force someone to suffer and to force them to live with this suffering, because rape tends to have like lasting psychological effects, is worse than what I consider to be the peace of death. But the way you phrase it makes me think twice, where it's like you can have something inflicted on you where it would be better that you had died, and that seems to be so harsh towards the victim, and I could firmly say I don't agree with that. I guess for me it's, if you, maybe you can't even separate these two things, but for me it's like to have raped someone is worse than to have murdered someone, but to be murdered is to be raped is not necessarily worse than to be murdered. It's just that like you will suffer more, maybe from a certain perspective. I don't even want to say that necessarily, but you could suffer more and you have the opportunity to get over it. But the fact that someone has forced you to have to work through that is almost worse than you being forced into the peace of death, is I guess a way to put it. I don't have a good way to phrase that, but that's kind of generally how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think this does partially speak to a difference in philosophy regarding the state of death and how bad of a thing that may be, which we discussed previously, where I seem to feel much more negatively about it than you. I think is because of a perception that suffering itself is not the only thing to be avoided, I guess. It's the only bad thing to be inflicted upon a person, and the fact that death like prevents any future joy or love or achievement or anything else that could ever happen with the person is like I would much rather raped than murdered, because I know I would have to live with that trauma for the rest of my life, but I would still be able to, along with that trauma, I could still have joy and love and achievement and help other people and all that sort of stuff. And so
that's true.
Much better state to be in.
It is.
I think maybe with the exception of like quadriplegic and constant pain, it's like really hard to find a state that's worse than death, because there's always the potential for overcoming of it as long as you are still alive. Anywhere can be paradise as long as you're alive. Or whatever.
Sure.
Whatever
I can't disagree with you from a victim-centric standpoint. I guess I tend to think about it from a perpetrator's standpoint, where like to inflict the suffering of rape on someone, and the fact that it's based purely on this base need for pleasure, I find so, I don't know, like inhuman, where like a human should be able to, even through great difficulty, bring themselves above this like base necessity to the point of forcing others to suffer. I find that so distasteful. It's not even like, is the suffering greater? It's just like, you've so greatly dehumanized yourself and like somewhat embarrassed humanity as a whole through your actions in rape. I just feel like that's how I feel about rape specifically. But all that could be applied to murder as well. I mean, it really is kind of a...
I think one of the things that comes up in this discussion that can like be used as an argument that rape is worse, but it's actually kind of solipsistic almost, or at least misguided, is almost like collectivizing the crimes, where there is sometimes a situation where murder could be argued to be justified. Say if you're preventing a gunman from mowing down mass numbers of people. And there's really never a fathomable situation where rape would be justified, but that doesn't really have any bearing on like that doesn't have anything bearing on whether an unjustified murder is better or worse compared to an unjustified rape, which is all rapes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like that's part of it. Is like murder could be for a variety of reasons. It's often, it doesn't have to be, but it's often mean, it could be self-defense. I guess it's not technically murder, but it could even be from a perceived self-defense or a perceived defense against a person infringing on one's freedom or right to happiness, etc. That doesn't justify any of it, but the perception of it, I feel like, is more out of a lot of times murderers feel like they do it out of necessity compared to rape, when it's like, when is it ever anything but just like just this the ultimate selfishness. That's another part of it, is like I really get very annoyed personally when people behave selfishly or rudely. And like to put it in very extreme terms, like rape is the ultimate selfishness.
It's quite rude, yes.
It is quite rude to rape someone. I mean, it sounds super dumb when you put it that way, but like it really does boil down to that for me. It's like you are putting your needs so far above someone else's to the extent of the suffering. Like, to boil it down to that sounds so dumb, but like, I don't know. That's a big part of it for me. Like, just that general attitude.
Sure. I think in the end we can both agree that they're both quite appalling.
Rape is bad. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I think I feel especially. I'll fully admit I've never had anyone close to me be raped. It's not a personal thing in my life, so this is purely just like philosophical pontificating. But I remember when I was in, I don't know, it's an emotional thing. I remember when I was in in college, there was that I have to go into detail, but there was a specific very bad rape case that became famous from a woman that was raped in New Delhi in India. And I just like, hearing about him was so angry. It was a very visceral emotional response.
Yeah.
I always felt kind of that way.
I thought it was kind of interesting that Null stated to have like such a powerful aversion to rape that he refused to watch movies that he knew to include a rape scene.
Yeah, interesting.
Such as Perfect Blue, for example.
But I thought he'd seen that.
Yes, eventually. I think I had to like get into a deal where like we'll watch Perfect Blue and you get to make me watch a movie that I wouldn't like to watch or something like that. I wouldn't normally agree to watch. Okay. But then when we did watch it, he was like glad he watched it and thought it was good. So
yeah,
sometimes you should get past those more visceral disgust emotions in pursuit of new experiences, I guess. Like if it's something like watching a movie.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever felt so strongly about it that I won't like observe media that depicts it. It's just like the action, the like real life act that I feel strongly towards, not the depiction of it for entertainment purposes. Entertainment meaning, movies, not like. I mean, hey, if you're into that, I don't.
How do you feel about the idea of a rape fantasy then, in like
I think
eroticism?
I don't know. I guess I would prefer that nobody had those fantasies, if I want to put it bluntly, but I would never blame anyone for, fetishes just come about, and I would never blame anyone for feeling that way.
I think
they exercise that fantasy in a consensual environment, that I have no animosity or anything towards them at all.
I think the greater proliferation of rape fantasy in media is actually like the fantasy of experiencing it from a victim's point of view.
Right,
like,
it's submission type of
yes,
thing.
like people who are sexually submissive tend to have such fantasies more.
I think that's usually true. But even if you are sexually dominant and have a fantasy about that, I can't fault you for, as long as you never. And a fantasy can be totally separate.
I guess it is uncontroversial to say that if you're fantasizing about it from a victim perspective, that it's like less likely to be considered wrong than if you were fantasizing about it from a perpetrator perspective.
Yeah. And a fantasy can be totally separate from the actual, like any want to actually experience it. It could be both, but it could be just like.
It is possible to like get aroused by fantasizing about being raped, but it is not. It's sort of by definition not possible to actually want to be raped.
Right. Yeah. Rape by definition purely has to be done consensually. Yes. Totally. it's yeah. No, I mean that's fine. Like if you fantasize about that, as long as you don't actually want to rape anyone, it's fine. Hot take. But, people.
I'm
people have
inclined to
fetishes about all
agree.
sorts of things.
So I think
That's-
pornography that involves that does not like involve actually raping someone, like where the actor is agreeing to it, is probably okay. But there is also like room for actors who would do other types of porn to disagree to do that if they feel it is
Yeah, I
demeaning
feel
to
it is a
them.
very individual thing. I don't blame anyone for feeling that is unhealthy, but I personally do feel like it's fine, and it could be even in the extreme sense, it could be a healthy outlet for someone who has those feelings legitimately and is able to
Possibly,
satisfy
yeah.
themselves by fantasizing. That's more nuanced.
So that's
than
an
just
argument
someone-
that's been presented, but would have to
Yes.
be supported through data, and I don't
Yeah,
think
I
data
agree.
can like be ethically be collected. This is the same thing for the idea in Japan that like lolly porn is legal because it is like less bad than if those people had to like do it as an outlet for that sort of thing in real life. But it could just as easily be imagined that that would just serve as a gateway drug that would lead people to actually perpetuate such abuse, and the only way to tell one way or another would be to do like a research paper on it, and because of
Are you gonna
ethical
do that?
science you
Yeah.
can't do that really.
Same as like even something my wife and I have, well, not really, we haven't argued about it, but something that has been thought about is like the idea that pregnant women, not that she's pregnant, but the pregnant women have can't drink alcohol, but all the studies regarding that are actually like quite misogynistic and inconsiderate of the female's point of view. But also to truly test that would be extremely unethical. So it's
Very true.
it's just better safe than sorry. Just don't drink when you're pregnant. Even though none of the studies showing negative effects are actually really valid studies, it's like, well, we can't really do that kind of study, and it's probably not good, so just don't do it.
Interesting.
Not that again, we haven't argued about that. It's just something that I brought up because I read a decent article. I don't remember where exactly, but regarding the fact that all these studies indicating the negative effects of alcohol on babies are really not very good studies, just because of when they were done and the status of women at the time. But it's still like kind of common sense. It's there are known bad effects like fetal alcoholism, and so it's best just go with the existing studies regardless of their validity, like 100%. Anyway, my point is, yes, some studies can't really be ethically done, so we have to work with what we have.
I think in Japan they could do a study of like this would still pose many problems, but they could like find people who look at like lolly porn and then ask them to report their own like self desire to molest children or something like that, which would be more ethical than other fathomable ways of studying like the effect that has on people's desire to do such.
Agreed. I mean, part of it is just like the stigma that comes with admitting to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I watched a video on YouTube of a interview with a man who is admittedly attracted to children, but
there's
specifically,
numerous examples of
Yeah.
like that sort of thing being
Specifically-
talked about.
has always resisted his urges and
Uh,
would never dream of hurting a child. It's just like that's just his I guess fetish. And so like what's the ethics of that? Is he doing anything wrong? Is he a threat to society? It's like it gets deep, and it's I feel sympathy for him. I do believe that he can't help those feelings, but it's like that can be so harmful that it's like it takes a lot of
yeah.
nuanced analysis, I guess.
Yep. It's a somewhat tricky topic, all that.
Thing it does remind me of one of Reddit's worst, darkest times is when there was a thread asking rapists what their experience was with rape, and it was exactly that. It was like the rapists would come into the thread and talk about what they did and how they felt about it, until a psychologist came in and said, like, hey, this is actually extremely harmful because a lot of these people get off on just recounting their memories of this.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And then the thread was closed, but it was just like, at first it just seemed interesting, but then it got really dark when you thought about the
I
implications.
suppose it would be
exactly.
somewhat interesting, but it would also be like really fucked
It
up.
was just an avenue to hear from people who are usually not allowed to be heard from. But the reason they're not allowed to be heard from turns out to be like some legitimately good reasons. Unfortunately for them, you know, it could be good for their therapy, but not on Reddit. So
Perhaps, yeah.
it was an interesting thread.
Sounds interesting, yes.
Oh, that was my impression. But you know, if you check it out now, it's like every single post is deleted. So I only know of accounts of it.
I guess what we have to say on that is, what a shame. It was a good thread, but a wrong way to
What a
die.
wrong way to die. It was an interesting thread, but good is a loaded word.
I suppose so,
Loaded
yes.
term. Anyway, I think we feel similarly in the end. Just
We seem to have similar feelings on things that people
yes,
feel
both of
things
us,
about.
think rape is bad. That's about it.
We get to
It's
some-
interesting. It's a topic that's come up with certain friends of mine, and I've always kind of espoused my opinion. Everyone's kind of had maybe a less strong take on it, but not anyone's ever disagreed with me that rape is bad, but that rape is like the worst thing is definitely rightfully contentious.
It's not something I've heard, like, it's not something I haven't heard before, I guess is how I should phrase that. I do know
Okay.
other people who hold this belief. I believe Cthulhu on our old forum also felt this way, and was like
Yeah.
very strongly believed that it should be punished by death.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember he specifically not even death necessarily, but castration. I feel like he advocated towards, which
Yeah.
even I think is like kind of I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think
It
we'd
seems
fall
kind
into
of
their
humane.
cruel and unusual punishment. No,
Yeah, I feel like I completely disagree. I feel like it's kind of a humane way to get rid of these urges that cause someone to, you know,
maybe I come at
be
this from the
unable to function in
perspective
society,
of
but-
like this same sort of, at least chemical castration was proposed as a cure for homosexuality in the past. So maybe I associate
it's
it
a
with
loaded
that.
it's a loaded issue. That's specifically what Cthulhu was advocating for. I remember when I saw him talking about this, and I don't feel like it should ever be forced, but it should be an option where it's like you can go to prison for a while, or chemical castration, which eliminates the problem, like by definition. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
I may be
I
missing
think
something
if
here.
they've raped somebody, they probably have like psychological issues that go further than just their sex drive, and would probably
true.
also
That's a
not
good-
be
that's a
the
good argument
most
against
like
it.
well integrated into society, even if they were chemically castrated. And I think another potential issue regarding that idea, which we did like see a little bit from the gay man who got chemically castrated, is that it's actually just kind of fucks you up to get that done to you, and like makes you depressed and everything like that. So
Oh yeah.
you're
Sure.
taking someone who's already volatile and then doing that to them, and it's going to make them even more likely to be even more mentally unhinged than they were previously, or whatever, and could just
Yep.
be a recipe for disaster. So, but I'm not an expert. I couldn't know what the long-term effects of it would be.
No, yeah, and that's kind of my cop out, is like explain all that to someone and offer it as an option. The alternative is, you know, forced
Certainly is a cop-out.
psychiatric care, which may also be beneficial, or just prison. I don't know. That prison probably is the worst option. It doesn't really help anyone.
I think people who are like rapists tend to get the shit kicked out of them even more than normal in prison too.
Yeah, especially people who hurt children, because
Yeah, that's the worst.
A lot of inmates have children too, so it's like
I
they
heard those
feel-
people like get marked for death basically by the other prisoners.
basically, and they have to stay in solitary the whole time, which is just like psychologically devastating. This just doesn't help anyone. Like, regardless of how you feel about them, it's just like practically, you know, that's just suffering at that point. I don't know. That's the prison system, though. Well, that's an even deeper topic. So
Especially the American one, which has a profit motive mixed
Especially.
into it.
yeah. So
Talk about a recipe for disaster. That's a classic example.
I know. I would love to go to prison in fucking like Norway. Their cells looks. You ever seen like a picture of their cells? They're so nice.
No, I don't doubt it though.
I've lived in smaller apartments than those fucking cells, man.
You probably do. They still do like forcing you to get up at every day and like the labor, because like in American prison
No,
they use the
I don't
prisoners
think
as like
so.
forced labor, like slave labor practically.
Yeah, no. I'm like pretty sure they just like strongly encourage you, maybe even require you to take some like educational courses and psychiatric help, and they let you write. They give you
Yeah,
more
that's,
time to focus on art.
that sounds
None of
good. I
that
should
bullshit
go. I
labor.
should go to Norway and fucking steal, like
Yeah,
rob a
just kill
bank or
someone.
something, so that I can go to jail there. That would
Go to
be.
Norway,
That
rape
sounds better
someone.
than my life right now.
Yeah, it seems genuinely really nice. It's like borderline better than certain times in my life. Not.
I've heard of people in even America, I think, that are like homeless, committing crimes on purpose so that they can like get arrested and have a place to sleep or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, you get meals, you get shelter, and the cops know that too. They're just like, yeah, we'll
Well,
take you to jail.
the
Well,
amount
depends on
of
if you get a nice cop or not, but
the amount of wealth that this society has means that anyone being homeless in this society is actually just a failure of the social systems that are in place here. Because there's like no reason.
yeah, I think so. I think it's true. It's just like, yeah, it's usually the competitiveness of the job market for no specific reason. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, I was in college and I applied to. My now wife was at the time concerned that I wouldn't get a good job because I was lazy as fuck, which is true.
I do think the job market is like
I'm
really
smart enough to have gotten one.
needlessly inaccessible would be the word for it, with the references and holding any
No, it's
gaps in
stupid.
your resume against you and all of that type of crap.
Well, my point is halfway being through an engineering degree, I applied to a job as a cashier at Target, and they didn't give me the job. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm no offense to Target, I'm well overqualified to do this. You know, like, it doesn't have to be this strict. What the fuck? You know.
Yep.
But I didn't get it. Gladly so. I was able to tell my my wife. It's like, oh, I tried, I didn't get it. Can I not try anymore? Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this.
I mean, it worked out fine for you.
It did.
So you just like
Right.
had a referee to go
I
to
was never in
and-
danger, but for people who need that as their job and it's like too strict, it's like, for what fucking reason?
Yeah.
That should be like, I mean, some jobs, I mean, waiting, cashier at fucking Target should be just universal, just to let people who need a job, unless they're like, I don't know, incapable of functioning in society.
That's
which is
the
a
one
very
good
rare
thing about the like temp factory work type of thing, is that they do kind of just take anyone and like let you do a day on the job and see if it works. But
Yeah.
then like everything else about those jobs is fucking abysmal, and they also like you can't really build a life around any of those jobs because they just take you for a little while and then dump you.
Yeah, you can get laid off anytime.
So if you're somebody who, like me, I must admit, who really struggles with the whole like job interview and that whole system, it's just really, really hard.
Yeah,
to-
totally.
to
It's like
live.
you keep having to fucking do that over and over and over.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I can see. I hate that part too. Like, I'm kind of good at it somehow, but I used to, when I was in college applying for jobs, I would take Xanax before each job interview. so
Yeah,
my
I actually
hands
get
wouldn't
like
shake.
physically sick.
Yeah, totally. My hands would shake. Because then if you appear visibly nervous, it makes you look kind of not
Yeah.
bad. Like, people tend to have compassion, but I feel like subconsciously, you do appear more negatively. I've never had anyone like call me out or, why are you shaking?
They usually don't call you out, they just throw out your resume and don't tell
Yeah,
you
exactly.
what was
They're like,
wrong.
oh, that guy's weird. Let's not hire him. Yeah, exactly. Totally. I get that. I've gotten better about it, as I've aged and gotten more experienced, but it's never been easy. I've never enjoyed it. I understand the struggle. Yeah, That's something that I feel a lot better about now that I have credentials to just be like, yeah, no, I've worked for 10 years in my role, so I know what I'm doing. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
But for temp work, it's just like constant. Yeah.
It's the worst work condition you can have.
Yeah, seems that way. Well, you know what? That's how Lucky's son felt in Pentiments. Get back to that.
It was the worst work conditions you can have.
No, well, he was struggling with finding. He was bad at being a stonemason, and you have to encourage him as Andreas to pursue it further, or not. You can tell him to quit too. I guess I took that kind of personal attachment to his situation in that aspect. Not quite the same.
No.
Anyway, what's going on in Fire Emblem? It's been a little while.
Trying
since
to
we
recruit
checked in.
Beowulf, which is turning out annoying because the way I approach it, he keeps like, it's another, we had multiple instances of this. An enemy unit that we have to try and recruit, but that is like, keeps trying to kill himself, like keeps attacking one of my guys and getting himself killed, or just killing one of my guys. It's a bit frustrating, but at least you can retry from the last turn in this game. Not like every other game where you have to start the entire map over.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
In which case I'd be using save
No,
states.
of course. I feel like the general expansion of the map and all that's come with that has been overall beneficial to this game.
Well, it does tend to lead to a bit of a pacing issue where a large portion of each given map is just empty space with no enemies on it, and it's just like multiple turns per map of just like moving between spaces that has no strategy aspect to it, and it's just kind of a waste of time. So that's probably one of the reasons why this map structure was not repeated any other time in the series. This is the only game that has these giganto maps.
Sure. Well, I respect the attempt, regardless.
It's part of what makes this a more interesting Fire Emblem.
I think it's good. You know, games will try new things, and even if it fails, they'll at least be remembered for trying. And future games learn lessons from them, so overall it really does tend to be beneficial.
I think experimentation is a very valuable thing in art, yes.
Yes.
We should probably wrap up the stream, like, I guess at the end of this turn of Fire Emblem succeed or fail, because if it gets to be 6 hours, I can't edit it on YouTube. I can't cut out the breaks.
Uh-oh, yeah. We're getting there.
This is a problem I learned from our one Fire Emblem stream where we did the Spiru and Tintin history.
God, that one did feel... I mean, I was tired at the end, so
yeah.
I don't mind before. It was, yeah, about 6 hours.
I think it was like just over 6 hours, yeah.
Okay.
At least now I know.
Yeah, no, totally.
Alright, let's see if this works. Let's see if Beowulf attacks my archer instead of killing himself like a fucking dickwad. I'll just fast forward as well.